I'm all proud and shit.
It's actually kind of nice, too.
Yes.
And if anyone asks you, hey, I thought you were new, you go, yeah, I am new.
I am, but I can't do. Oh.
I'd be looking at that fox. Yeah, dude.
Now you're a ninja.
Solved, by the way. I was a little worried about all that, but Elo go block says torn player scroll plus strength pots. Next way to speed up. Yeah, you think so? I feel like I just saw someone run from here over to here and then become a crab, and then the crab started.
And mayonnaise comes along, throws a pipe into the works.
Oh, mayonnaise comes along.
I hate that.
You said it.
I didn't.
And it's lit. Yo, man, I'm glad. I'm trying to be. I closed it, man. God. I'm so sad. I just want to do it right. Please have mercy on me, please. Look, I'll fix it. I swear, I'll do better. I promise. Don't be disappointed. Look, don't look at me. Okay, look, I'm gonna show you.
You are powerful, Panda.
Thanks, man.
Like a fox.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Setting trends like a power fox.
Power.
Yeah.
I don't like. Yeah, nothing. No.
Oh, you chased your mind on it? You want to run that one back?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
Full pop in my head or something.
Later, man.
Alright.
Well, thanks, Sarah Doman. That's over. I should get out of here.
You came here and just killed a lady and we're leaving?
Yep. Mama, I killed the woman.
Really did.
Put a knife against her back.
Performance skill 99, speech skill 2. True, dude.
You're not wrong. You'll never escape me.
Oh. How many times you got to stab you, woman?
You dare try and ruin my moment.
I sing 10 magic levels at once, though.
Wait, awful shoe noises. What? Are you okay?
Talk? What the fuck is that?
Pixel pussy? It's just.
Get the hell out of there! I don't want to talk to them.
No, man, they want to trade to me.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, what is this?
Oh my god, gilded up. Okay, take it. Fuck it.
Take
it. Take it.
Okay.
You're a fucking insane, dude. Thank you very much.
Thank
I'm
you.
assuming that's you in chat.
I wasn't prepared for muffled shoe noises. Yeah. Oh my god.
Then he dips.
What the fuck just happened?
Gilded fucking armor. Alright.
I have
I'll
to
wear
do
it.
Dragon Slayer 1?
Yeah.
Oh my
We'll put it. People just keep giving us shit. God, which I'm kind of addicted to.
Which is?
It's just Counter-Strike for children. But I love. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say that. Someone will clip it.
You
I
love
love
Counter-Strike?
I love defeating children in video games. I'm not gonna say I love doing anything else. Like,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it.
I wouldn't say killing.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fucking sound thing, sound routine.
So gross.
Shut the fuck up.
Someone just broke my light switch without provocation.
God damn it. Panda, stop getting run over.
It's fine.
Panda, you got like 8 insurance frauds right there, brother.
It's not insurance. It's not insurance fraud. I'm not trying to claim anything.
What were you saying?
Your Honor, as my defendant.
Can't even cross the room.
I was into though for.
Yeah, what were you into? Often crashing. What? Not bikes, I assume.
Do you think it still works? No.
I hope not.
No, it doesn't.
Anyway, what were you into? Panda, you suck at driving.
Yeah, I like crashed like head on into that thing. It's over. It's over now. It's over, Frieza. Yeah, they're not friends, I guess.
That's how Panda eats food when he's off stream.
It's true. It's true. It's true.
He's looking at it in the first frame. That could literally be a meme template, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
He swallowed them all, you know. Didn't even bite him.
It's a whole thing in one bite.
Yeah.
You're hanging entire trowel right now.
Yeah, you'll have to edit that one out.
Do you want me to actually? Because I can.
Warren, you're listening to
Sure.
the most out of context thing. It's a
Warren's
gold
like, what
mine
the
for
fuck?
clipping.
Yeah, it really
It's a
is.
gold mine for clips, and
What do you
no
mean?
one is
It's
taking the
look,
advantage of
there's
it.
nothing wrong with a little bit of dick between friends. All right, don't be weird. Don't make it.
Panda's
Oh
a
my
clip
God.
farmer. Panda's a clip farmer, dude. Don't let him believe his lies. It's literally just me with my dog on me and it hits my pants. That's it.
Well, that's my job done then. Till next time.
Next time? I fucking hope not.
I mean, you better hope they call me next time. Big.
True.
Yeah, he looks like he fucks, and I look like a boy. You know what I mean?
It's a yeah. You're right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, you're right. I've never even heard of South Park Tower Defense.
South Park
Think
Tower
of tooth
Defense.
infection, but hold. Yep, those are the two.
You legitimately moved your head when you crashed there. You tried to dodge it in real life. Are you okay? Someone clip that. Dude, he fucking tried to dodge you like he was in game.
We'll heal up here. Mostly back. Should be enough to not get one shot. You know, it was just enough to not get one shot. Damn. I mean, when you're right, I guess. Just didn't expect it to go that poorly. Oh, gosh. I don't want to fight army with DK Bonk.
Now, let me tell you, what the fuck, man?
I just died in real life. I was texting and driving. I saw what was gonna happen, and I knew I had absolutely zero time. Do you think that
Foolish
those
samurai.
signs tell me what?
Whoa, whoa! You see that?
Pork W sausage. I hate that. I liked all three of your other ones way better. You guys, okay? For those who aren't here live, he said Barack Porkama, Donald Rump, and George Rinden. And I'm like, all of those are fucking beautiful and immaculate. Not extremely friendly.
You don't think they're gonna move, do you?
I don't know. Oh, hey, a rat. Perfect. Ah, cubic device, just what I needed. You get out of here. Hey, don't you fucking run from me. Hey, you get over here. Got him. All right. One rat defeated. Nothing. It's gotta be so much worse than nothing. I'm gonna be honest. Like, can you imagine? Can you fucking imagine for just a moment how surreal it would be? I feel like I've been in this board state so many fucking times. I had it? What are you talking about? Were they all lit at one point? I don't think I did. I don't think so. I did not. Of all the things that I thought was gonna happen there, the bubble popping with the most, like, that was very, very funny to me. Okay, great. Oh, I should have used the heal. I forgot. Also, I changed my mind about
Call
switching off
yourself
a brawler.
toxophilite? Nah, you're more of a
Oh my god, I can't believe you said that. I
He
never
jumped-
said that word
He
before.
jumped all the way over there to use the bowstring. What is this guy? Oh, I'm losing it. What is going on, man? obviously an archer, but he's not. Little torso. Yo, what up? It's your boy, that Daft Punk Panda. We're out here playing some more old school Runescape. Yeah, what's going on, everybody? Hey, Booze, Agataza, Snake. How's it going, guys? Good morning. And by good morning, I mean it's very clearly not fucking morning. Why didn't I prepare for my dailies? What am I doing? What am I, drunk? What are you, new? We got to start with the free shit. And by free shit, I mean we kind of spend money on it, sort of, I guess. But it's like very much a profit. It's like 11 mil an hour even profit. It's like not a small amount of profit at all. Who says, bro, I had to stop running TOB today? What happened? You got too many purples? You're just drowning in the shit? You're like, oh my god, I gotta save some for the rest of the community, you know what I mean? I'm gonna flood the market, you know what I mean? It's gonna be a real problem if I just try to sell all these at once, you know? It's a real issue. I got 15 sides in one day. I can't get a good deal on all that. Boo says, I'm just PKing the team so much. Oh, good. I see. A nice little int shenanigans, a little bit of int shenaniganery. That's pretty fun in a way. If you think about it as like the like final gate before you master something tends to have a little bit of regression, like a little bit of a skill regression right there, you know what I'm saying? So that might mean that you've about mastered it, you know what I mean? Like you've got a little bit of learning left. You got to just finalize a few things, internalize some stuff, and then you're gonna like be able to send it at any time at that point onwards, you know what I mean? It's gonna be free afterwards. That's what I'm guessing is going on there. All right, we sell this and we sell this. Now we go back to what we were doing, which is Herblore. And this is what, wait, did I not sell my prayer potions? Oh my god, what am I doing? All right, so we should do that now as well. We should definitely sell the prayer potions that we already have so that we have money to buy prayer potions with. Why did I not do that before? What the fuck is wrong with me? You guys need to keep me on a shorter leash. Obviously, I'm not allowed to have rights. All right, we need this and this. Some people shouldn't be in charge of things, and I clearly do not have the responsibility. I would like 4 dose potions, please. Thank you. All right. So I think the plan is we're going to sell these at... Sure. We'll just sell them at market rate. Since we don't need them now, just assume that they'll sell eventually. And then I want snape grass. Whoa, but not that much snape grass. It's way too much snape grass. 14, please. There we go. Now we're talking. With the music on random, we'll let Trade Parade play out for a little while, but otherwise, we're good. We're done. Who says it's me? I'm the problem. For real, it's just an off day where I'm not paying attention to the things I need to. An off day? Why would you have an off day? Why don't you just win every round? Instead of having an off day, have you considered locking in and just like sending it every time, you know? Because it's not just your time you're wasting. Just laying on a little thing. You realize that every time you fuck this up, everybody suffers. It's not just you. A lot of people are very afraid of raiding for exactly that reason. It's like, yeah, but if I fuck up, I'm wasting other people's time, which I get. And to some degree, it's like, it's definitely a legitimate fear, and you definitely should be concerned about that. But when you're learning, you know, like if you're a learner, like you just have to be okay with failing. You're not going to be able to get better unless you go through the learning experience. So it's obviously best to learn with other learners as well, right? Who says, you know, that's a good idea. I already tried to not suck and be awesome instead. Didn't work. You know, I've never considered it that way. I just, you know, being awesome just comes so naturally to me. It just didn't occur to me that you could try to be awesome and fail. Because I just like be awesome just like innately. It's just like built, you know what I mean? I'm just constructed correctly, you know what I mean? It's just like the nature of the beast in a way. Never really considered what it would be like to fail exactly. This panda really is just like Shadow. I'm the ultimate life form, a boundless existence. Nothing is unpredictable to me. Nothing can surprise me. I'm the mystic of the world, and I can tell with my own eyes. I am the warrior. I know maybe too much of Shadow the Hedgehog is the game. Maybe too much of it. That might be more than you should know. Who's the Shadow the Black Hedgehog? I still feel like that's at least racially charged. I feel like that is incorrect. John Small, what are you doing here? Also, what the duck? Is that a duck? It might be a goose. What's going on, man? How you doing? That's not what I wanted. I don't want to step closer to these people. I want to be in my own spot. I want to be free. John Small says, I don't know. It's one of my brother's emotes. Is your brother a streamer? Jwack. Is your brother a goose tuber? Yes, my older one is. I feel like I've known you entirely too long to be finding this out just now. Is that a goose or is that a duck? You know, a goose and a duck are not the same thing, right? I need a banana for scale so I can know how big this is. I think it's a duck. Why don't you know? Oh my god, that's so funny. Surely you're supposed to know one way or another. All right. Your older brother is a duck streamer. I think that's a duck. Looks duck to me. John Small says, I don't pay attention too much to my older brother. Wow. Just let him do his own thing? That's fair, I guess. Are you not your brother's keeper? Alright, let's do a couple shoutouts real quick. We're not gonna do one for John Small's brother though, because I don't know him. But Boozmont, we'll start with Boozmont. He's sort of a streamer. And that he's done it before, once or twice. Runescape, of course, exclusively. He's very much familiar with the end game PVM content that we have on order here. He's done a lot of Cox. He's done a good amount of TOB. Mostly he lives in TOA. He's, I would say, a TOA expert as well. He's done a solo 500 clear, though he doesn't live and breathe, you know, at the 500 level. He likes to rest at 405s or something like that. So he's definitely very, very experienced, but I wouldn't say that he's absolutely cracked out of his mind. Right now he's mastering TOB. That's the plan. He wants to be able to do every single role and finalize his like loadout and everything for TOB specifically. Simultaneously, he's also got an interest in learning both Coliseum and Inferno, neither of which he's ever done. But, you know, he's going to carve out some time for that eventually. For now, I think it's mostly TOB is the focus. He's also got an interest in Cox Challenge mode as well. So he's looking for a party to like send some of that as well. If you're interested in, you know, you want to do some Cox Challenge mode, maybe hit him up. He's always interested in doing some raids. He'll definitely send one or two with you just to try it out, see what he thinks, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Miss Shadow Panda, hello. John Small says he also barely talks to me and I live in the same house that he does. Yeah, I kind of get that. To me, I very much like to keep to myself. Like, almost, maybe to an unhealthy degree at least. Potentially, I could see it being a problem, let me put it that way. And living alone has definitely heightened that for me. So I'm very, very likely, if I ever have any roommates or anything like that in the future, you're only going to see me when you see me, and I'm only ever going to like speak to you if I need to speak to you for some reason, or if I need to inform you of something, because I'm just gonna fully be in my room. Like if I was in like a big old streamer house, I would be in my room the entire time, like in my room for all meals. I would leave for the bathroom, obviously, but if I had my own bathroom, then like I really honestly wouldn't leave really at all. Especially if somebody else is in the house and willing to buy groceries, I would 100%, I'd give you 50% surcharge to get groceries instead. Like fully would not leave at all. Like that's all right. I'm good. I definitely was like that until my partner moved in with me. I get that. Yeah. I just assume that I'm going to be single for the rest of my life. I'm going to be, that's just how I see that playing out. It's like pretty natural. It's mostly like in order for it to go to the contrary, right? I would need somebody to like encounter me out in the wild or whatever, such that me, you know what I mean? Like, in order to find someone, you kind of have to look for them, if that makes sense. Like, and I'm not leaving my house under any circumstance. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's like genuinely unrealistic. You know what I mean? John Smoltz says, don't sell yourself short, Panda. Oh, no, I am short. Don't worry. I know exactly how tall I am. Who says, must get the twisted ornament kits? Oh, for Cox Challenge mode? That's interesting. Have you considered doing the regular, you know what I mean? The Cox Challenge mode standard difficulty or whatever? The like, there's one that has greater purple chance, but you have to do all of the rooms, but it's not challenge mode. So there isn't like a time limit, I guess, is the difference. And also they don't have like the bonus health or anything. So like it's the regular Cox rooms and Ulm, but you have to do every single room instead of just like 4 or whatever, 5. That seems like it would be pretty good practice for challenge mode to me. Who says, oh yeah, they just added that? Yeah. I saw Rorn doing it. He likes it a lot better because it's consistent and also not impossibly hard. And also he has gear good enough to send that when he might not be able to do so in challenge mode. He's obviously a hardcore iron, if you didn't know, Rorn. Boost is definitely going to be doing that. Makes sense. Gotta start somewhere. All right, let's do a shout out for John Smoltz as well. John Smoltz is a streamer himself, a variety streamer. He mostly plays a lot of like Fortnite and stuff like that. But I've seen him play all kinds of different things. A lot of first person and also, I guess, third person shooters. But I know that he has an interest in playing an even greater variety of games as soon as his PC is like fully online. He had like Astral Chain and Code Vein, I feel like were two of the ones that came to mind. I'm sure about Code Vein, but I'm not sure about Astral Chain. Which I believe, it's been a long time since I thought about it, but I believe is a Souls-like game, but it has like an anime art style. John Smoltz says Astral Chain. Okay, so I just think about Astral Chain in the same vein as Code Vein. Astral Chain, though, is probably a similar kind of game. Yep. It's just a similar kind of game. Astral Chain and Code Vein are just similar to each other. That's why. That's why they're like intrinsically linked in my mind. That's why I thought about them. Astral Chain. Yeah, it's like, it looks like a hack and slash type of anime game rather than a Souls-like specifically. It's a little hard to tell. It's Switch exclusive? I had no idea. Maybe the Switch 2 will make it a little bit more accessible, but I don't know if that's going to matter, especially not for me specifically. Because I'm not playing it. I mean, if I'm going to play a game on the Switch, it's not going to be Astral Chain. I got fucking Mario and Zelda to play, you know what I'm saying? I got more important things that I need to experience in my life. Oh, the prayers potions are going good. Still haven't sold the dynamite, but that's all right. It'll come in time, I imagine. Is there anybody else? I think I got all the shoutouts done. Sure. I might turn my AC on. Seems like it's a little warm in here. Not terribly warm. But warmer now than it was before, I swear. Turn the stream on and suddenly it's hotter in here. I mean, I do have a second computer turned on now, I guess. It's part of it. I'll be 1 second. Like I said, just gonna turn the AC on. All right, and then we do, what is this? Oop, oop. Oh, one hand is not nearly as nice, but that's okay. All my things are scrambled up, twisted about. Who says, I just fortified my Elidinus's ward and put my TOA ornament kit on it. Oh, I didn't even know there was an ornament kit on, or for Elidinus's ward. Okay. Do you need that? Is that useful? I think it's a really good second-hand slot defensively. Obviously worse than the Ellie, but as far as like a magic bonus goes, it's the best defensively. I don't know if it's the best offensively too though. Who says yeah, it's best in slot offhand for magic, I presume. So when you're using a Kodai wand or an ancient scepter is when you would use it. Okay. That makes sense, because I was thinking you mostly would want to use a shadow if you're using magic. But I guess if the Kodai wand's better at hitting than the shadow is for freezes, then you would want the offhand as well. Boost is now I'm almost best in slot for freezing gear, so you must be missing the Kodai wand. That's the only thing that could be left, I think. I'm surprised though that the shadow isn't best. I know the shadow is very, very, very strong. But I mean, it's nice for the Kodai wand to have a reason to exist, so I'm not exactly upset about it. Boo says it's just slow and sucks at the spider room. Oh, interesting. So slow. Is the shadow slower? I thought they were both 5 ticks. Who says because it also multiplies your negative bonuses? Yeah, just do. Oh, so you just don't want to do a full switch is the idea? Okay. I was like, I just figured you were going to do, if you're going to run the shadow, yeah, you have to do full, you know what I mean? Full mage, like, but if you're not doing full switches, yeah. Makes sense. So this next skill, Herblore, should be actually pretty fast. More than twice as fast as fishing was. Who says between Shadow and every other powered staff, Shadow was slower? Interesting. Inky says, are you done fishing? Sort of. We've got a little bit of fishing left. 10,000, 9,500. But we're going to save that for when we actually finish fishing. Because we're going to finish fishing and mining together by doing a very peculiar training method called panning, which is, I mean, if you've seen like, you know, the gold rush era, you know, media that exists out there or whatever, it's the same thing that they're doing with like a sieve and all that. Hey Saku, what's up, dude?
Hello.
So it also occurred to me, we have some notes. Fire making is hot air balloon, because that's an interesting way to finish fire making.
That sure is.
We talked about that like a long time ago, I think. I just rediscovered my notes for it. And then the last skill, whatever that is here's Fix, which is just perfect to me. That's like the perfect way to max a character, I think. Agaraza says, oh yeah, when's the 99 fishing party? Gotta make sure I'm here for that stream. It's gonna be a long time from now, I imagine. Because we've been working on mining for as long as we've been working on like basically any skill after thieving, right? From thieving onwards, we've been working on mining whenever Savage is around. So I imagine mining is gonna take probably a month or two, I would guess. Still, something like that. I fully don't expect mining to go away anytime soon. So we're probably going to get most other skills done before mining, I would imagine. But it's also not going to sneak up on you. You'll see mining's going to slowly but surely. Somebody say something about sailing? What did this guy just say? I have no idea what's happening in this chat. I just read everything again, and it doesn't make sense. Like, broken English or something like that. It's very weird. I feel like the music is a little too loud for me, but I think that's just for me. I think it's fine for you. Putting a limiter on RuneScape's music, well, actually on music in general in games, is like changed my fucking life. It's so much nicer now that I don't have to mix the audio constantly. It's so nice. Sometimes the game is a little too loud for me, so I just turn it down just for me, but god damn it, man. God damn it, is it nice. I was complaining about there not being this thing, and there absolutely is. There absolutely is. So good job, OBS devs. You guys did it. Is there something I should be thinking about? Oh yes, I was gonna look at my notes. Make sure that I got everything. Yeah, I think so. Just those 2 skills. Alright, well, we don't need these here anymore then. What's going on with you today, Saku? Today's Tuesday, right? So that means more RuneScape Dragon Files?
Yep.
Do you have
And I have a surprise for my
Mhm.
comrades.
Yeah, you did some post-stream construction or something, right?
A lot.
Mm-hmm. Do you have any goals for today? Like what you're gonna do other than show off the stuff that you worked on?
Probably explore more of the areas. I was thinking the other swamp.
There's 2 swamps.
There are 2 swamp levels. One is worse than the other.
I see. I guess there's also Zora and Mortmire in the regular RuneScape, to be fair. There are 2 swamps in this game as well. 3 even. There's one near Lumbridge.
And there is Fossil Island Swamp.
There's also one with Castle Wars, right? There's a lot of fucking swamps in this game, I guess.
That's like the same one as Zora.
Is it? Is it just like the far side?
Yeah, the swamp that's close to... Wait, no, actually, no. I figured which one you're talking about.
Yeah, this one's over here. And there's also like filled up hills where like the frogs and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Those are in 2 different places. They're near each other, but I count the Castle Wars and the filled up hills as one kind of swamp, and then the Zolra swamp as being separate, but they are near each other. Also, there's that spirit tree in between them. That spirit tree that has like literally no purpose except to be part of a quest. I mean, I guess it lets you get to that dungeon.
Lets you get to the warped creatures.
Yeah, which I don't need. That's for fucking iron progression or whatever. Like, no thanks.
Your loot's not bad.
I know that you need a staff from. They have like some kind of a powered stave. Isn't it the first one?
Yeah.
Other than the Ivans, I guess.
That's the staff they added on these creatures, which I don't know if it's even relevant anymore.
Hmm.
Because of the resistances they added. Typically, you'd get the staff to go barrows, but barrows have a air weakness.
So you can just use air now, maybe instead. That makes sense.
So you upgrade straight from Ivan Blast to Airwave. To Air Surge later. Or I just used a Trident.
Yeah, I'm having trouble placing when you would do barrows. I guess as soon as possible, really. You wouldn't want to wait for Slayer to do barrows.
Barrows is not tough to do.
Yeah. And you want to get barrows out of the way so that you can do Moons of Peril, which is where your actual gear. You're going to live in that gear for a long time, probably.
Ideally, you want a chapel in your house to recover your prayer.
Makes sense. Wait, can't you just
And-
use like the Kandarin teleport instead?
I don't remember where that teleport
sorry.
is, but probably yes.
The monastery, sorry. The Ardoin Cape. That's what I meant.
Yeah, you could probably use the Ardun Monastery.
You had to get back to Barrows somehow. So
But
you,
for me,
Mhm.
it was like I didn't start until I had a Barrows portal in my house,
that makes sense to me. Because
which in turn allowed me to have a chapel.
sure. You can make that one shrine thing out of like oak or whatever very, very early on. I don't know
Yeah.
when, like how early you can actually make a Barrows teleport, but yeah, it makes sense to have a Barrows teleport be the main thing. And obviously you can teleport to your house very, very early on.
And another thing that's really helpful to have is the combat Dari hilt, the second hilt.
Mhm. Makes sense for the prayer reduction dodge.
Yep.
I think that's pretty easy to get though. The medium diary. I think you can probably crush that even before doing Barrows.
You could probably just get someone's help to do some chambers tasks.
Yeah. Hey, Nate Blue. Do you have to do anything to unlock Korund? Is there a quest that unlocks that area? Probably.
I think there's a quest, but it's really short. Like, the first step of the quest is go to Korend.
I see. That makes sense. Well, I got a dragon halberd. Also, dragon halberds exist in this game, apparently. Oops. God damn, that is a lot of fucking dragon halberds.
Yep, Client of Korend is the quest. And, like, the guy just takes you there as first step in the quest.
Is that when you're working for Lucius or whatever?
Probably, no, it's not Lucian.
No, Lucian, yeah, excuse me. Bruce says, oh man, it's Nay_blue. Sure is.
Yeah, people dropping stuff on the ground, I see.
Yeah. I got the first one.
And now it's all too far.
Yeah, I mean, it could be like, it could be worth, you know, chasing it or whatever, but like, I don't like super need the money. It's just that it was under my fucking feet. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, yeah, sure, I'll pick it up. But like, I'm not trying to like abandon my skill grind to chase. I guess it would have been net something like 3 million gold. But it's like, you know, 150k here, 150k there, 150k there, 150k there. So I'm not going to get anywhere near that. But I could have maybe got, you know, another 450k or something. Maybe. Possibly. I was just locked in. Nayblue says, what's wrong with Nay_blue? Wouldn't you be the one to tell us that? Who says, I just like saying the whole thing? True. As you wish, Boozemont16. Nate Blue says, I'm amazing. I've never been wrong. What a weird choice. Untrimmed strength cape. Nate Blue says, you sound like you want to run my fade. No, I'm fine. I'm grinding Herblore right now. Have you ever had a vegetarian lasagna, Saku?
Nope.
I finished mine today. I had half of it yesterday and the other half today.
Oh.
Yeah. It's fine. I like regular lasagna much better. Like, you know, red sauce meat based or whatever, but this white sauce one, it's got like, I don't know, carrots and broccoli and stuff. It's pretty good, but I only like it, you know, maybe like once every 2 or 3 months or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I get it every time I go grocery shopping, but I just go grocery shopping so infrequently. If I went grocery shopping once a week, I probably would only get it, I don't know, once, about the same frequency, once or every 2 or 3 months. Because it's like fine. It's very cheap, which is nice, but definitely doesn't, you know, it leaves something to be desired, I would say. So does the regular lasagna, though. It's the main thing. It's not like the frozen, you know, Stouffer's lasagna that I'm having is like changing my world every time I have it. Though I do like the frozen pizza that I get. That shit is very, very good, actually. No, it definitely depends on the brand a little bit. Red Baron's, you know, it's pretty good, but it's not like, I'm not going to change my world about it. DiGiorno's extremely overrated, though, I think. Seems way too expensive for what you actually get out of it. They're pretty looking pizzas, but the flavor experience, the flavor profile is just fine. I mean, it is fine, but it's just fine, you know? I feel like it's been so long since your boss tasks have actually given you something worth getting, Saku, but you finally got Bandos tasks, right?
Yeah. It's also been a while since I was given tasks that would give me something useful too.
That's true, I suppose, as well. And you also obviously were on hiatus on the boss tasks for a full month or maybe even longer as well.
Yeah. Kitsune sees Mole and he's like, yeah, slam that button.
Yeah, but imagine if you got the mole pet and then you could remove it forever.
Yeah, there is that. I actually noticed that I kept getting the same few tasks over and over, so I was able to code, well, not really code in, but I was able to set up a way to not always get the same tasks.
Mm-hmm.
And it is to have each task rolled first before they can be rolled again.
Yeah. So a round robin instead of it being random, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things where like you'd think that random would be fine, but random means that you can get the same one 100 times in a row, right? There's the possibility for that.
Yeah, and it felt like I was always getting the same ones.
Right. There was
Yeah, I wanted a bit of variety.
there was famously, if you remember, the iPod Shuffle back in the day had exactly that problem, where the way it worked is you put on the music that you wanted and it would play any song at all. You couldn't really choose what song you were going to be listening to. You could only skip to the next one or play the previous one again. And the problem that the Apple devs, I guess, had was people were saying that it wasn't random enough, because what they did, as you might imagine, is they just said, okay, well, we're just going to let it be random. It'll play any song that you want. And they're like, this isn't random. It played the same song 3 times in a row. And I'm like, that's what random means. If you see every song equally likely, or if you listen to every song like once in your entire like device without hearing a single song repeated, that's not random at all. That can only happen if it's designed to work that way, right? If it were random, you're very, very likely to hear the same song a few different times, actually, over the course of a day. If you only have, if you have 12 hours of music, you're going to hear mostly repeats, even in 2 or 3 hours, probably. Well, maybe not mostly repeats, but a lot of repeats for sure. Just because that's how random works. Random doesn't work the way that people think that it does. Like, people think of random as in like a homogeneous, like it's,
Yeah.
but it's not. It's not that. It's random. It's equally likely, but not equal odds, but not equal outcomes, I guess. Is that the difference? Sure.
If it's random, why didn't I get the Ranger boots on raid?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Shout out to the law of large numbers. Oh, there's also the like pretty famous example of like people not understanding how random works, of like a classroom of say like 30 people or whatever. What are the odds that 2 people in that classroom have the same birthday? And the answer is like 50% or something, because everyone's birthdays basically equal odds as far as like birthdays for humans are pretty evenly distributed. So the odds of 2 people sharing a birthday are actually like very, very high. Not like guaranteed, but in a lecture hall, the auditorium style classrooms or whatever with 200 or 300 students, it's basically guaranteed that a few of them even share the same birthday. Like, and that's just how random do be working, even though you would expect potentially, well, you would guarantee a second birthday, with 366 people, I suppose, but you're pretty likely to get one with way, way less than that. Halberds in this game are so fascinating. I really don't think about them except for the Noxious Halberd and the Crystal Halberd. All of the other ones are like fully, I just forget about them so easily. Like I don't even think.
Also, only 2 ranged melee weapon in the game.
Yeah, you can use it on avian seas now, right?
With halberd.
Yes, you can. Yes. In fact, you famously might against mithril suits of armor in the Warriors Guild, correct? for your tokens so that you can get your defender. Actually a use case for that. Maybe not an amazing use case, but certainly a use case. Also, if you're fighting those shades and shades of Morton, some of those tiles are dead pixels, so you can safe spot them there too. Shout out to Dio. What else? halberds. Oh, so the crystal halberd and the noxious halberd are well, actually, are all halberds good against bigger enemies? Is that how it works?
No.
Okay. I think the noxious.
Is there a halberd better against bigger enemies?
Well, I was thinking the scythe is like kind of like a halberd.
It does not have 2 range.
Oh, it doesn't. Weird. It's really big. It feels like it should maybe, but okay. Maybe the blisterwood flail too should have 2 range.
Maybe.
Oh, did they make the aviancies change so that you can use halberds on them now? Is that a thing, by the way?
I'm not sure. I don't think it is yet.
I don't think that's going to change anything for Kree, which is the only aviancy that matters, but I am curious if it does.
I'd like to use a halberd at 3 if it was better.
I mean,
But Kree does have his melee defense.
yes, he does. Also, I think I just generally like melee weapons better than ranged weapons in this game. Generally, at least. Or I guess I like melee combat better than ranged combat. I feel like ranged gear is not very good. Like, of the 3 types of gear that you have, ranged feels weaker to me than the others. By a good margin, actually. Ranged has cool use cases, right? It's got like the blowpipe and chinchampas. The T-bow is also interesting. It's got like mechanics. And it also has like bolt procs or whatever. But all of those are to compensate for the fact that it's lacking otherwise, I think. But that's just like my opinion, man. What is this cape? A clan cloak. Okay. I was also looking at this guy's rune felling axe. Just thinking about the fact that there's a rune felling axe in this game now. Can you make any axe into a felling axe, or is it only rune and dragon and crystal?
Any X.
Seems like such a huge waste. The felling axe handle or whatever is going to be it's going to be like an order of magnitude more expensive than the axe up until dragon.
You can even have a 3rd age felling X.
Yes, and it will lose a good like 1% of its value in doing so. Snake says, imagine doing it with a bronze. Yeah, no, I don't get it. I can't even look at this guy's skills. Oh wait, this isn't even the right guy. $52 wood cutting, so it's probably rune. I certainly do not remember. Yes. Not dragon yet. There's a lot of Inferno capes in this game. Holy shit. I was thinking, I wonder if there are more max capes than there are Inferno capes. And the answer is certainly no. There's way, way more Inferno capes by like an order of magnitude. Because we know how many max capes there are in the game, right? It's like 60,000 or something like that. Like there's just like a leaderboard for that or whatever. But for Zuck, right, there's also a rank for the boss, and 1 KC is enough to be on the leaderboard for it. And this person with 1 kill is tied for 111,908, right? I don't know how many people are tied, but that does mean that there's at least 111,000, right? I would presume people above them, unless they do like a weird. Do people? If there are 3 people who do something and 2 people have the second best time, they both are second place, right? Not third place. Right? It doesn't matter. Regardless, there's around 100,000 of them, right? Which is about twice as many, I would guess. But yeah, I imagine that a lot of those were not exactly earned per se, but still something. Do you think that people pay for Coliseum clears in the same way they pay for Inferno capes?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Surely it's much less though, right? People care about the quiver way, way less. Also, the quiver's easier too, but I wonder if it's easy enough that people don't pay for it. I imagine not, because people pay for fucking fighter torsos. With in-game gold, to be fair. Is it against TOS?
Again, it's insane how much they're willing to pay for a torso.
Yes. I mean,
it's like 3 or 5 times the price of a Bandos.
Yeah. Very interesting. Do you think is it against TOS for RuneScape to pay someone an in-game gold to do something for you?
No, I don't think so. But be careful of scams.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. Because I know that they don't like it when somebody gets an Inferno cape for someone else, especially if there's money changing hands.
They would care about that because it involves them getting into your account.
Oh, so there's no account sharing in this game then? That's against the rules?
I am not sure.
You see what I'm saying? The way that I understand it, it's like frowned upon, but not necessarily a problem. But it kind of depends. Like in the way that it depends is kind of ambiguous. John Smith says, I just got back. Heard torso selling body parts on the black market. It's a fighter torso, so think of it as a piece of armor. So no. Boost says ban them all. I mean, you certainly can, but those are the people that are putting money into the game probably as well. If you bought your Inferno cape, you're probably buying bonds too. I don't know if they're just gonna remove you from the player base entirely if they can help it.
Like, I think they try to remove Infernal capes that were bought.
Mm-hmm. How do you even figure that, I wonder?
Logging from a different address to do just Inferno.
Yeah, but like, how much data do they have about that shit? Do they just like store it all forever? You know what I mean? Like, it's possible that they could, right? It's not like a terribly huge amount of data, right? If you encode it well and all that. But that seems like a lot of information that's like incidental that you wouldn't necessarily store from my perspective. But what do I know about server maintenance? Who says account sharing is frowned upon, but not against the rules now. The problem is exchanging money for the service. Yeah. Yeah, but when I say money, or when you say money, do you mean like, you know, American legal tender? Or are you also considering RuneScape gold, right? Because like, if I was, you know, the biggest dick on the block and I was like, look, I'll get you your Inferno cape but it's going to cost you 50 million gold, would Jagex be like, no, fuck off? Or would Jagex be like, sounds legit, I guess? You know what I mean? Because obviously they're fine with the barbarian torsos, as far as I know, at least the fighter torso, right? Because we all know that fighter, you can buy a fighter torso, but you also are the one on your account. People are just doing it for you, right? So the only difference between that and Inferno is that somebody is literally on your account instead of you, right? And it's also solo content, I guess, but like, obviously. Who says they're able to track IP locations because it's usually done through remoting in. They get around it using a VPN, so locations are the same. I mean, that seems like you're risking a lot more than just your account by letting somebody, you know what I mean, do all that with your computer.
Considering what some clients are willing to do.
Yeah.
The one that shall not be named.
Who says it's different between if it's a carry in a team versus solo content because you can get banned for Inferno service via OSRS food because it has monetary value outside of the game. You can get banned for Inferno service via gold because it has monetary value outside of the game. Does gold have monetary value outside of the game though? Does it? Not officially. RuneScape Gold, as far as Jagex is concerned, is strictly a funny money currency. It has zero value in the real world economy. You can have a gold dollar equivalence, but you have to then qualify it in one of two ways, either through bonds, which is, you know, a player-driven economy, whatever, right? And it's also only one way, or through very much illegal, as far as Jagex is concerned, gold trading services, which is theoretically two ways. Who says, yes, there's people who buy and sell RuneScape Gold and it has a whole market. Yes, but that's not a real market. That's a shadow market. That's a black market. That's not a real value. Like, in the same way, your kidney doesn't have a fucking dollar amount associated with it, but you can sell it on the black market for money, right? I mean, fucking American government's not gonna buy your kidney from you. They're gonna be like, what the fuck, no. And they're certainly not gonna buy someone else's kidney from you either. Similarly, right? And likewise, Jagex isn't gonna buy gold from you, nor is anyone, you know, of standing going to buy gold from you. Nor are they willing to sell you gold, right? Jagex has the, you know, the stand-in of bonds. If you wanted to buy gold in RuneScape, you have to buy bonds and sell them on the market. And that's still only one way. So that still doesn't seem the same to me at all. Oh, nice. You got rid of all the prayer potions. Who says the black market is the problem and what makes it bannable? Yeah, but I'm not participating on the black market at all for doing services for RuneScape Gold, period. That's not, you can't attribute a black market dealing to that. Not like in reality, Jagex can do what they want, right? Like they're allowed to have whatever rules that they want to have and enforce them in any ways that they want to. But I'm saying like, as far as what actually has like standing, if you will, right? All like obviously to me at least, there's no like you're just assuming that I am in that trade at all, which is like not legitimate. Like you're just basically attributing that to me because I happen to be a big gold user. Like I could use that gold to just buy things in the game with that gold. Like that is totally possible, even plausible, to be honest. It's just another money-making method. There's tons of money-making methods in this game, and none of them necessarily have anything to do with real market trading, which is the thing that you're worried about, which is the thing that they would be worried about, right? And I understand why, but like in the same way that like me doing Inferno runs for other people would certainly make me a lot of gold, so does the Barbarian Assault thing, right? And likewise, I can use that gold for anything, not just real market trading. They don't ban those guys, then it's exactly the same kind of a service. It doesn't matter how you get the gold in that framework. It has everything to do with what you do with the gold. Which means that getting hammers from Wintertod would be equally bannable. Even though that's obviously a much less, profitable endeavor, we'll say. Who says, okay, now I'm getting what you're saying. I was confusing myself a little there. Okay. Now that you know that I'm coming from, do you still disagree? Do you still think it's bannable? Innately? I mean, they could ban you for any reason. They don't have to have a reason. It's their fucking game, right? But do you think that they're going to, like, prima facie ban you just, like, straight up? Like, oh, well, you did Inferno for someone else for gold in-game? That's straight up bannable. It'd be kind of interesting if they had a policy on that kind of thing. I don't know if I were Jagex though, genuinely, I don't know if I would have a policy for almost anything in that order. Because if you have a policy, you have to be held accountable to that policy. And it's a lot easier if you just do what you fucking want. People are just worried about the beast that is Jagex. And it just indiscriminately enforces its criteria upon people. Shout out to Twitch, by the way. Not for any particular reason. Have you ever thought about what you would do, Saku, if you got banned off of Twitch?
Probably complain a lot on Twitter.
You're goddamn right you would. That's what everybody does. That's how you make things change, brother. You want to change something on the internet, you go straight to fucking Twitter. You don't make a poll. That doesn't do anything. You don't contact your local congressman. Do you have a Congress? Does Canada have a Congress? I don't know what your government looks like.
I don't know how it works.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like
I don't follow politics.
there's like a Canadian parliament, I think, but I don't know if there's like a congressional thing. I don't know how you're but anyways, but yeah, you're not gonna talk to your fucking mayor. You're not gonna talk to your chief of police about it. They're gonna be like, fuck are you wasting my time with this bullshit for? Oh, speaking of maybe not politics, but it's like legal situations, legal isms or whatever. There's this one, actually a few different judges But there's one in particular that's like known for like really weird punishments for criminals, right?
Okay.
So I'm trying to remember a specific one. I think he caused, let's say he was faithless in his relationship, right? Like he committed adultery or what have you. The judge was like, okay, well, you can either go through like this normal thing, which is like maybe not prison, but it was like, $15,000 fine or what have you, whatever. Or you could wear this fucking chicken costume and as community service, hold this sign up in front of this church or whatever, saying that you're a bad guy and you did bad things or whatever. Which is like a very weird thing for someone to have to do in the 20th century, 21st century.
I like that though.
But it's a lot cheaper than $15,000. Yeah. So like a lot of them were like, yeah, okay. Sure. Who says yes, but I think it's as a blanket rule to combat against organized farms. It would be incredibly difficult with the low manpower they have dedicated to anti-cheating for judging on a case-by-case basis. It's true. It's true. Who says public shaming? Hell yeah. A little bit, yeah. Some people were like, this is cruel and unusual punishments, which is like very much against the I don't remember which amendment it was, but one of the Bill of Rights ones. So definitely against the Constitution of the United States of America. So like I could definitely see it being like in that space where it's like, you can't make people do this shit, dog. Like that's not, we gotta stop. What are we doing here? Who says I hate typing on my phone sometimes? Yeah, I got you. Don't worry about it. But it's very interesting, and obviously the lesser of the two charges. And apparently, what is it? Recidivism, when people do repeat crimes or whatever, for that particular judge seems to be inordinately low. So it seems like the special shaming crime or punishments do work better even than just a regular fine, I guess. But who says, well, to be fair, he gives them a choice. Yeah. In fact, one of them got in trouble for having like a weirdo thing like that once because he didn't give him a choice. So the person was charged with like, I think it was like drunk driving or something like that, right? So he was like, okay, so rather than having to go to like a jail for a while or whatever, what you're gonna do is you're gonna have to go to rehab for this long, and you're also going to attend church every Thursday and Sunday for the next like 5 or 10 years or something like that. And the judge knew the person who did the drunk driving thing. Like they both went to the same church or whatever, and knew that the person who was going to that church would like to go to that church anyway, right? So he was charging the person with it, or punishing them with that, knowing that it was something that they would be willing to do anyway and probably likely to do anyway.
Eesh.
But technically it is the state enforcing like religious, you know what I mean, remediation or whatever, and with no alternative as well. So there was a group, I don't remember what it was. It was like one of those acronym ones in like California or whatever, like the AGLSA or some shit like that or whatever, right? Which is like the people that are interested in making sure that, judges are, being moral and lawful and, within the realms of their authority and stuff like that. They were like, hey, you actually can't do that. But they ultimately didn't really have standing because the person who was punished that way didn't mind. You know what I mean? He was like, yeah, no, sure, I can go to church. That's fine. It's probably for the best that I keep going to church anyway. So they didn't really have like the grounds to like, there were no damages that they could sue for, right? And instead the judge just got like an advisory note from a council of judges, a shadowy cabal of other judges that were like, hey man, don't, like, you're fine, but like, don't do that shit anymore. You know what I mean? Like we know why, but like maybe don't. It's ultimately what my perception at least was for how that turned out. They were just like, well, whatever, I guess. Okay. Did I get more? I did not. Okay. And we are going to buy these for slightly more. Okay, and while we're waiting for this, we can decant potions that we have. God, it sounds like fucking Runescape in this bitch. Oh yeah, we can look at this. Maybe I can get... I realized that I did my dailies at the start, and I really want to exclude that. Delete this. And I think I'm going to delete this too. And then... I could just get this dragon halberd out of my inventory too. I could see much closer what my actual money looks like. There it is. We can just delete this one. All right. So it looks like overall, we're dealing with a net 840K profit. That's pretty good. It seems inordinately high even. Part of it is just converting the 4 doses or the 3 doses or whatever into 4 doses, but like that's gonna happen. That's gonna be part of it. Seems like I'm making a lot more money than I should be though. I'm not sure that this is like legit, but as far as I can tell, it seems fine to me. Though it is like nominal or whatever. It doesn't matter until we actually like sell the things and all that, but this gold per hour is so fascinating. I mean, I guess it is fast though. We're talking a 20-second trip that earned me 1,200 gold. It's 200K an hour. I guess that makes sense. The math do be mathin' though. But like, good lord, man. I just made 2 mil an hour off that inventory. Just because I high rolled a little bit? God damn. Elo says peak content. What is going on? Elo go, what? How's it going, man? As you can see, we are vibing it out. Our nose is to the ground. No, our nose is to the grindstone, which is the ground. The world is one big grindstone. We're keeping our Herblore grind going. We're like very, very far from being done. But at the same time, this skill is like mondo fast relative to what we were just doing, Temporos. And I think, well, I don't know. Construction was like the plan for next. And it might still be the plan for next, because we do need to take breaks during construction. And doing construction until, maybe not until we start hurting, but, you know, around then, when we start to feel some soreness creep in or whatever, and then switching to fire making, Wintertod, seems reasonable to me. Because I don't think Wintertod's going to be that bad. In Mass Worlds or whatever, we're just going to click tree, click brazier, and then like step away every now and then. Elo says, we got so much inertia, we see the earth rotate under us. What? That's way too much inertia. Shout out to those long exposure cameras or whatever though. Shit's awesome. I've been watching a lot of flat earth debunk content recently. It's very fascinating to me. Like all the different ways that we can know that the earth is round. And it's a little weird to me to think that people are like so strongly like flat earth sometimes, because it's like, if the globe, like global representation of the world, does such a good job of like telling you the distance between things. Like really, why don't you think? Like what makes you so sure? Like I just don't get it, you know? It's like, damn, we got a really good like it's weird that this globe that we have, that we've made to project the world onto, that we've mapped these continents onto, like can jive with all of these different ways of looking at the same thing all at once. Like, seems like we've got it kind of figured out, guys. I don't know.
Yes, to all the flat earthers around the globe.
Yeah. Who says it's also crazy how people think that the moon landing was faked? Yeah. There's like legitimately some things that are like perhaps alarming or whatever. One of Savage's favorite things is he mentions that the telemetry data or whatever for like the landing and all that is like gone. Like we just like lost it or whatever. Which does seem weird, right? Like probably seems like it should be important enough that we keep that, I guess. But like, I don't know. Maybe we just don't need it anymore. Somebody made the call, you know what I mean? At some point was like, well, why would we keep the original recording of the moon landing? Everyone saw it, and we have the recordings of everyone seeing it live. Why do we need the originals specifically? It's not like we're gonna upscale them 70 years from now to make them 4K fidelity. Oh, well, actually, we could do that if we had the original films, but we don't now. So, but like, you get what I'm saying, where it's like, to me, obviously, some of that stuff is gonna get lost, but other stuff seems like it might be useful for like data stuff. I don't know. Elo says, someone I know recently went on a binge that the earth was 6,000 years old, actually took a bit of thought to give him evidence, which I've seen personally to dissuade him. 6,000 years old, huh? That's like almost strictly like a religious thing, I think. I don't think that there's too many non-religious reasons to view the earth as being so young. There might be some though. I don't know all there is to know, but I think it's mostly a religious thing. But yeah, no, I don't have religion myself, so I'm fully like, yeah, no, it's probably several billion. What is it that they say? Like 6 billion years old or something like that? Something. Hey, Mazla, could you do me a huge favor and never give me a notification again? Thank you. That's fantastic. Firefox was like, hey, did you know that you can group your fucking browser tabs in this way? And I'm like, wow, don't ever speak to me again.
Nobody asked.
Oh my God, that's so real. Like, first of all, like, I kind of understand some people like Opera GX and stuff because they're like, but it limits my RAM usage or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Mostly, hear me out, close your fucking tabs. Like, you don't need to have this many tabs open, you fucking degenerate. Like, ain't no way you're using 40 tabs. Stop it. I'll give you like 8. Any more than 8 tabs, you probably don't need some of them. Close them. Make a bookmark. Come back to that shit later.
I'm also a Mozilla enjoyer.
Yeah, I like Firefox. I mostly just like that Firefox continues to exist because it's the only non-Chromium browser now, I think. Because I think Edge uses Chromium too now. Snake says, leave me and my 20 plus tabs alone. Now, look, man, you can do what you want. But you definitely do not need that many tabs. There's no way you're using them all. Boo
Snake
says
is like,
Earth is
don't
4.5 billion
talk
years
to me
old.
or my 20 tabs
Is that
ever
real?
again.
I was probably thinking a number of people. How old is Earth? Yeah. So I was thinking a number of people probably. Snake says, actually, it's only 2025. A good point, actually. Elo says, Opera GX's bandwidth limiter saved my sanity. Heavily reduced lag caused by others in the house. Why? How would Opera GX reduce lag? How does that happen? I mean, I guess you don't necessarily know. You can observe it working rather than knowing how it works. You know what I'm saying? That's fair if you just don't know. But there, I'm like, why would that happen? That doesn't make sense to me. But beats me. Maybe it's just a better, more lightweight browser than Google Chrome is or something. But yeah, no, I don't have any beef against Opera GX or any of those guys or anything like that. I just like that Firefox feels more indie than Chrome and isn't Chromium. You know, like the fact that there's infrastructure that exists outside of just the one monolith. Elo says, when streaming content, your device will use all the bandwidth it can to burst download the content, which causes lag spikes during that time. So because it's using all that it can, I still don't understand. So originally you said it heavily reduced lag caused by others in the house, right? And your explanation is when streaming content, your device uses all the bandwidth it can, right? So to me, the only reason Opera GX could help with that is if it consistently locks a certain amount of your total bandwidth from your house or whatever to itself. So it uses all of that all the time so nobody else can use it, and thus reducing the lag that way because it's always occupying a certain space. But that's not limiting usage. That's the opposite, right? So I'm not saying that it can't do that, but that seems to me antithetical to what it's supposed to be doing on the tin, which isn't a problem because that would reduce lag, I suppose, right? Because, you know, the thing that's getting the internet access is the thing that you want to have access. Elo says, yeah, so if my wife is streaming stuff and she takes up all the bandwidth every 1 minute for 3 seconds, causes lag on my end. If I instead make her download content every 1 minute over 10 seconds, Nilo says it leaves me some bandwidth and then there's less lag. So what you're saying is by making her use Opera GX, it uses less of your bandwidth, thus letting you have it available to you. So it doesn't matter that you're using Opera GX, it's that she's using it. Is that what I'm getting? Or am I still not seeing it? Okay. Because I'm like, I don't know how Opera GX is going to change how other people in your house are using stuff if you're the one using Opera GX, but you're both using it. That makes more sense to me. So I'm like, I mean, I don't care if I download Opera GX because I want it to do something better. I don't think that it should be, competing within my network. You know what I mean? Ruining up my homie's Netflix. You know what I mean? That doesn't seem like it should do that. Elo says, will Opera GX still save my sanity in a roundabout way? No, I get it. Yeah, no, it definitely did help, but I just wasn't understanding how it was helping you. And the answer is because everyone is using it. Thus, Opera GX is limiting bandwidth usage to when you actually need it so that everyone gets less lag as well. That makes sense. As the only person in my household, though, I really don't have that problem, obviously, because it's just me. I'm the only one who uses it for anything, and I only use it Actually, I'm not even sure if I use it on this phone. I guess I do. Your phone. I mean, your people as well, but first your phone. Your phone, and then your data, and then your some kind of device, and then your people. But anyways, well, there's probably other stuff in between as well. More devices and more data, I suppose. But anyways, I think that that's connected to the internet. My actual phone is connected to the internet via Wi-Fi. Then both of my computers are connected via a wire. That I want to say is all that I have on my network. I think that's everybody. I used to have 2 other phones, I think. But I don't think I do anymore. And I don't have like a printer or anything as well. It's just these guys. Literally all of my electronic devices in one singular room. Oh, did I not click this? Shit. What are you doing? How did the Bandos kills go, Saku?
It was rough at first, but I ended up discovering what I should be doing,
Mm-hmm.
which is I should bring some angler fishes to overheal in between fights.
Okay. Angler to overheal. You were using your Blood Moon set, I imagine,
Melee.
for melee?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll still use Blood Moon set for the simple reason that it has magic defense.
That makes sense to me. Does it have an equal amount of magic and range defense? Ish.
Let me check.
Or is it like, you get what I'm saying? Whereas like regular armor, like the Bandos, is going to be magic weak, basically.
No, it has high range defense. It has about as much as melee.
Okay, so it has ranged, magic, and melee defense. So it's a better tribrid defensive set, basically, is why?
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. So you were definitely using mac and cheese then as well?
Absolutely not, but I have to use the Fang.
Oh, for bonus defense penetration?
Because Bandos is super tanky.
Mm-hmm.
I won't be hitting that with the mac and cheese.
Okay. How did you kill the ads? With blood magic?
I did not bring blood magic because whenever I bring blood magic, they deal more damage than I heal.
Okay. Guthans?
I should have brought that.
Okay.
But other than that, I just used a bruise
Mhm.
in between fights.
Yeah, sure.
That also was another way to overheal, but it's less than anglers.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so Anglers, Blood Moon, Fang. Spec was Burning Claws?
Burning Claws.
Okay, makes sense.
I brought a Crystal Shield and not a Dragon Defender for
Okay.
defense.
For the bonus defense. Okay. That makes sense too.
Brought a Ring of Suffering for
Mhm.
some recoil damage.
Mm-hmm. And also bonus defense as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, seems great.
Brought Serp Helm for defense.
Can they be poisoned?
The ads can be venomed.
Oh, okay, but not Garage Door himself.
Nope.
So probably no reason to worry about that then.
I could also bring Varak, but it's pretty similar.
Yeah, I don't know if I would do Serphelm. Elo says, should try off-ticking the ads and flicking prayers while blood barraging. Big God Wars dungeon.
Yeah, but that is my problem. I would have to switch between 3 prayers for the ads, and I'd have to get used to it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that sounds like rotating
I would
prayers,
reduce
basically.
damage that way.
Yeah. I don't know. That seems like a lot to me.
Also, it happens sometimes that the ads are same-ticked.
Hmm. I think you can fix that if you just go far enough away from them, because their range isn't the whole arena. But yeah, you would have to fix it in like a weird way for sure. There's maybe a world where if you're using the Surf Helm already anyway, you can like toxic like specifically the Major, for example, if he's the one that hits you the most or whatever. You know what I mean? Just at the start
one
of the
that
fight.
hits me the most is Bandos when he uses a ranged attack, so I want to focus on taking them down first.
I totally hear that, but
And also, with the
Mhm.
Fang, I don't have 100 Venom chance.
yeah. But I'm saying just for like one auto with the blowpipe and the Surf Helm from melee range.
I don't have ranged gear, so it's not gonna land a hit.
On the ads?
It's not gonna land reliably.
It might not. It's true. Helos is worth learning, useful in a lot of content. Sure. I'm sure it is. It's just a lot. Way less chill, that's for fucking sure. Ninsaku will do a lot of things, especially if it's chill. He'll hang out at the same place for several thousand kills, no problem.
Hello, Duke Suck.
Mm-hmm. Only 785 so far. But he's gonna get up there one day. Hilo says most things become chill after doing it 100 times. I did not feel like Warcraft was chill after 100. I definitely had it down by 500, but at 100 ain't no way. I was still definitely struggling.
Spaghetti when you put it in the freezer.
Spaghetti when put into the freezer?
Yeah. That being chill.
Boost is gonna go get ready for work. Be right back in a bit. All right, man. Good luck with your work day. Try not to suck eggs and all that. There are roughly as many people that have Inferno capes as that have as many or more KC than you do at Inferno. Or I'm sorry, Inferno capes as you do, Saku, at KC for Barrows. So Inferno is basically roughly as popular as 500 plus KC Barrows is, weirdly. It's crazy to me that some of these bosses you're still not ranked on, but obviously.
Which ones?
Well, I mean, like mostly the ones that you don't do. Corp, Artie, or I'm sorry,
Oh, yeah.
Callisto. Olm challenge mode, free, I suppose. Nightmare. Like not
I
terribly
just don't
surprising.
have the tools for free.
Yeah. Not terribly surprising ones, just, you know. Hilo says, rune crossbow, Kree / shins. Let me know if too much backseat. Oh yeah, he knows.
Oh, no. I don't have any problems on OSRS backseating.
That's true as well. Because you never know when you're going to hit piece of information that you somehow didn't know yet.
Yeah, I do have RCB, but I was wanting to go with ACB instead.
Mm-hmm. Anything to make Kree better. And Zilla isn't so bad.
I've pretty much gotten used to Zill. I can stay there for about 20 kills a trip now.
God damn.
Probably even more if I off-ticked, but
Nilo says ACB is barely any better than a rune crossbow, but yeah, no, really, it's the spec that's different, right?
yeah, spec is different.
But yeah, that's
But not that much better because you'll probably not be using the spec.
yeah, if you're using like a blowpipe or something, sure.
Or could also do the same off-ticking and use blood spells
Hmm.
after a kill.
I mean, the idea behind the chins is you use the ads to kill, right? So like, would you actually be able to blowpipe anything? If you're using the chin
well,
champas, right?
When you use the chins to kill, I think you still go to a corner. So, like, not all of them will follow you to that corner.
No, really? Okay.
Just the melee, really. I do have a stack of chins from doing the Hunter rumors.
A stack of chins makes it sound like you finished the stack of them. That would be a lot of fucking chins. It's kind of crazy that the ACB isn't considered that much better than the rune crossbow, because there's actually a crossbow in between those as well, being the dragon crossbow, right?
It is exactly in between.
And I feel like the Zarai crossbow isn't like that much better than the ACB either. It's just got a better spec. And the spec is better. Just that's all it is. It's just a better spec. I guess with the rune crossbow you can't use dragon bolts, right? But you can with the ACB. Is that the difference?
Yep.
Mostly?
That is also a difference with the ACB.
Hmm. Milo says the
That I
Zarai
have
crossbow spec
Dragon
is actually
bolts
good.
available.
I mean, the Zarai crossbow spec works, whereas the ACB one is increased odds of working. So I hear you. But if the ACB spec is dog water, then I would be willing to say that the toxic blowpipe spec is also dog water. Because it similarly just can help, as opposed to just fucking working. Whereas like an SGS is way, way, way better than a blowpipe, for example. And even then, I'm still a hard sell on an SGS. I think that they're good, but I don't have one. And that's not for no reason. I could get one. Shit, I have a Bando's God Sword for God knows what reason. I guess specifically the Duke. It's the only thing I would use it on.
I wonder if I wouldn't just prefer to use a claw spec for Duke over Bandos.
It should be better with bandos, but I don't know. Milo says, if the blowpipe spec hits, it heals. If ACB spec hits, it's still unlikely to proc a bolt.
Yeah, I am unlikely to use the Armadillo spec because it's all reserved for blowpipe specs.
Maybe it's worth looking at the odds again. So it's goes up from 10% to 21%, for example. I mean, that is unlikely. It's true. I don't know. You're right that the blowpipe does heal when it hits. But if you're trying to kill something with ruby bolts procs, I feel like using your spec on ruby bolts makes way more sense than using your spec on up to 9 points of healing or some shit. You can do more than that technically, but on average it's going to be somewhere on the order of that, I think. I've never really liked the blowpipe spec. I understand that people like it. I don't know why though. Keep it 100. You're obviously not using.
It's fine. It's not the best though.
You're not using an SGS against aviancies. That's for fucking sure. I get that part.
It's quick to dump blowpipe specs. That for sure.
I mean, that's true. I don't know if I just necessarily want to like get my specs out of the way unless they're gonna dramatically help me in some way. For an all or nothing spec, I feel like the value that you get out of a little bit of extra health is relatively minimal compared to some other all or nothing specs, like for example the Bandos Godsword. Well, technically it's not just all or nothing, but you get what I'm saying. It's defense reduction when you hit. So I guess a Dragon Warhammer would be a better comparison. I mean, to be honest, fundamentally, I don't really like all or nothing specs, I guess, is kind of what it boils down to. Part of the reason why I like the Fang specs and the Burning Claws and Dragon Claw specs, actually, they all have bonus accuracy. They roll so many times. The only time I ever used Dragon Claws was against Warcath, though. And that was, I probably had like 60 attack at the time or whatever. So it was not a very good showing of what the Dragon Claw actually is like, just because my attack was so very low. But I'm sure it would be much, much, much better now. Because I ended up liking the Burning Claws quite a lot on Warcath. Even though I didn't get to use them that much. My stats were just way better at the time when I was actually using them. Also, I only used the Dragon Claws for like probably 10 KC or something like that. It wasn't very long. But yeah, to me, it mostly sounds like when it comes to ranged, you just don't have anything very good to use your spec on, and the best option just happens to be blowpipe. Which honestly sounds a lot like every time I've spoken about ranged in the past. Ranged in this game just feels bad relative to every other combat style. Like, it's almost as if it was designed to be worse in a lot of ways. I mean, you can kind of see that in leagues too. Like the way that they augment skills in leagues. They made all of them faster, right? But Magic, they didn't really do anything other than make it faster. Melee, they added echoes to, so that you do more damage when you hit often, but not always. In range, they had to make it so that you never missed. You know what I mean? It's like, that's how bad. That's the state of ranged relative to the others. It's like they had to make it just so that it bypassed accuracy checks for it to be comparable to the others. And it was better than Magic, to be fair, at the time. But also it kind of eliminated like ranged gear as part of the equation, which is especially funny and feels like another indictment of the ranged armor space. You know what I mean? The ranged gear slot seems like it's kind of on watch. You know what I mean? That's a little bit of a flood alert to me. Like, oh well, yeah. But if we just made
Wonder
it to
how Cream with melee gear would go.
with Kree with melee gear.
Yeah, once we get the halberd.
No, I was gonna say
That
you're
changes.
you're not gonna do any damage to him first of all. Yeah, with the halberds and stuff, huh? It could be fine. It seems like he's got a lot of melee defense, if I recall correctly. I was thinking about it before.
Yeah, he's got defenses and everything. You're not gonna hit well with range. You're not gonna hit well with melee.
Mm-hmm. But maybe like Justicar plus. I was gonna say Ellie, but you can't use the Ellie and a halberd, can you? You need a third hand. Put the Ellie on your head. Oh my. Man, I don't know. Free sucks, I guess. It's kind of the long and the short of it.
It's like the worst one.
Yeah.
Worst to get in the room, and then the worst boss to fight. Kree has an air weakness.
Yeah. Isn't that weird? I mean, he's kind of flying, so I guess that sort of makes sense in a way, but... I would think about it in terms of, like, him being air affinity himself, but... I guess they're just thinking about what would be good against a bird, and I guess blasting them with air would be pretty effective.
Kree is the ecumenical key boss.
I don't know. I used him on Zill too, I think.
Yeah, I use them on Zill, but I only need one because I can just go to a bunch of Zaros KC and use the bank there.
I see. Just kill.
So I do like 150 Zaros KC, go to the bank, grab my key for the first set of kills. And then, because I did, like, let's say, at least 10 KC at Ziliana, I have enough kills to re-enter the room.
I see. So you only end up using one kill per... I don't know. What would you call that? God Wars dungeon trip? Rather than bank cycle?
Yeah.
Then Kree cost you a key basically every... Not KC, but every inventory for Kree. That makes sense. Do you need keys for next? You can just roll up to next whenever, right?
You don't need keys for next. Each kill of Zaros mobs is like 5 or 6 points.
Mm-hmm. So you still need points, but it's like, you might as well just kill the dudes that are there.
You still need points, but it's highly accelerated.
Mm.
Zaros spiritual mages, man. Pretty good drops. Well, not really, but it has runes that I don't want to bother crafting. All of those combo runes.
I think the money from those drops or those dudes aren't that bad actually. As far as like, it's like a notable moneymaker to be honest. In the grand scheme of RuneScape, it's not like an amazing one or anything. Probably sub 1 mil or whatever an hour, but still better than a lot of options. It's better than selling hammers from Wintertide. I'm gonna need to get more snake grass before too long. How many potions do you think I should keep for Slayer? Mostly all I'm gonna need them for, right? How many potions am I gonna use from 93 Slayer to 99 Slayer?
Okay, I'm back.
I'm just trying to figure out, well, like, not really figure it out. It's mostly just like a fun hypotheticals, the potions that I would need from 93 to 99 Slayer. Because when I'm finished doing this prayer potion grind, I can obviously just get potions as I need them, or I can keep some of the potions that I made in the expectation that I eventually get rid of them, I suppose. Oh, let's see how the money looks. About the same, 700k. I mean, it's going up, I guess. It's 1.2 mil that we've actually acquired, but 700k per hour. It seems like weirdly profitable, to be honest, but I think that's just because the nominal profit is so high. I imagine if I actually sell these on the market, I'm going to get much less. It's going to be a little weird to tell, though, because I keep buying and selling, like, part of the way through, which is, like, necessary in order to have some of the deals going. In fact, I should probably get Snakegrass soon, using the money that I just got from selling half of the potions or whatever. Snakegrass does matter much less as well, though. Like, I don't really need to cut too much from that. I mean, 5 gold on Snapegrass is the same as 5 gold on the Renar Unfinished. It's just that the Renar Unfinished price is more volatile, I think, than the Snapegrass is. The market seems to be pretty saturated with Snapegrass. Snapegrass. Let's see. What's the volume actually look like?
Well, I gotta go prepare for more Dragon Wilds.
All right, man. Later, man.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, man. 48 million. And then Renar. Is that 0? What's going on, dude? There's a good amount more Renar than there is, or Snapegrass than there is Renar. Which would imply that the price is more stable. Is Snapegrass only 400 gold right now? It was 600 gold before. God damn, what happened? Shit is crashing. Holy shit. Zero says, I'm cooking today? I told her a joke and she said she laughed out loud in front of a customer because of it. Oh, God. Oh, my God, Zero. You actually are going somewhere, dude. I hope she isn't crazy. Big dick slanging today, baby. Yeah, man. Well done. Well done. Zero, if you didn't know. First of all, he's flexing his new relationship. Zero says, oh, Panda, me and her might be streaming Left 4 Dead tonight. Left 4 Dead 2 tonight. Really? You're going to be playing Left 4 Dead 2 together on stream? Oh, wow. It's going to be a very cozy stream, huh? All right. Interesting. Tonight, I might be able to be there late, but obviously I'm going to be live for a while longer. Zero says, not a relationship. Right now, we're just friends slowly and moving towards more, you know. Also, I'm terrified at asking the question. All right, man. I don't know how many more signals she could send you, bro. I'm going to be honest, but like after a certain point, it is upon you. You know what I mean? Like you got to figure some shit out, bro. You know what I mean? Like you gotta. Zero says, but like, what if she's just being nice or flirty or just horny? Well, maybe she's extremely horny enough to fuck you. Have you considered that? Oh my God, dude. Zero says sex isn't what the goal is. Yeah, no, it's true. I understand that part too. You're right. Me too. But at the same time, maybe she's horny for you specifically then. Have you considered that? Not just any dick would do. Zero says maybe I'm still terrified. Oh, well, yeah, no, I mean, like, I'm not out here, you know, breaking down walls between myself and others. John Small says friends with benefits, man. Nah, I'm out on that shit. 02. Yeah. Zero says I am not for that life. Yeah, neither for me. Ulysses, just imagine the worst that can happen. Oh, it can be pretty bad. Zero says pet. That's why I haven't asked her out. True. He was like, oh, well, you know, I'm imagining the worst that could happen. And instead of asking her, I'm just gonna, you know, tread water and just see how it goes. But yeah, Zero apparently is gonna be streaming some Left 4 Dead 2 tonight. Be there, support your homie. Raise your arms into the air. You understand? Lend him your energy. Full on spirit bomb, right? He needs it. As much as you got, he needs it. Zero says the worst that she could say is not no. Yeah, she could say way worse than that. Zero says might be streaming it. Depends on how tired I am by the time she gets home and goes live. Yeah. Wait, when you say goes live, do you mean that she's also a streamer? Zero says bare minimum she will be streaming it. Oh wow. She's a streamer too? Wow. That's crazy. Everybody's a streamer today. I mean, that makes sense. All you really need is a device that can stream, and then you too can be a streamer. Zero says she's a VTuber too. Oh shit. Elo says, guess I should join stream to push things along. And Zero's like, no, please. No, please. No, don't. No, don't. Zero says, I'll kill you. Please don't threaten people's lives in my chat. Zero says it's a slow cook. You can't rush it. Sure, man. Sure. Milo says, I welcome the abyss. Don't threaten me with a good time. Zero says, I play the long game. Bro, you better stop playing these games, man. You best not be playing games and shit, dog. But yeah, I don't know. Beats me, dude. Beats me. Fully beats me. Zero says, I can't. I gotta be 100% sure. All right. Well, you let me know how that goes for you, brother. I'll be here either way, bro. And I don't know that I will be there, though, for your stream specifically. I don't know about that. Depends on how late you are. But I hope you have a good time. Let's see. Oh, Zero plays a bunch of different types of games. He's a VTuber as well. He mostly has been playing Devil May Cry 5, I think. Yeah, Devil May Cry 5 most recently. But he's a Metal Gear Rising Revengeance speedrunner. He loves Hogs of War. He's played every game that's like modern and relevant in any particular way. Monster Hunter Wilds, whatever. Zero says, like, because what if I ask her out and she says no and suddenly things get awkward? Yeah, that would be terrible. It's true. I think that you would probably get past it, to be honest. I don't think it would be that bad, but... Hilo says, never going to be 100% sure with that attitude. Yeah, maybe not, to be honest. What would be... what would change your minds? Well, I mean... Yeah, we like hooked up and everything and totally had sex, but you know, the lights were off, so maybe she was just being the light and didn't know it was me. You know what I mean? Like casually explained type shit. Like after a certain point, you have to take the hint, bro. Zero says, ADHD and anxiety disorder go per. Yeah. Shout out to Casually Explained. If you guys haven't seen, it's a fantastic video. Fantastic video. Highly recommend it. It's like how to know if she's into you or something like that. Something like that. Hold on, let's see if I can find it. Casually Explained. Is she into you? Here you go. I found it and I'm just gonna post it right now for you. If you want to watch this like 5-minute video instead of this stream. There you go. I'll be here when you get back. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Zero says, I haven't hooked up yet, Lamel. If things go good when she visits, I'll ask the question. I think it'll be more romantic if I ask her in person rather than just a Discord call. You're right. You're right. Hey, do you know what her favorite type of flower is? This is advice I give out for free, right? Zero says yes, and food. Okay. Well, it's important to know what her favorite type of flower is. And it's also nice to know what a few other kinds of flowers that she likes. And what you want to do with this information. This is like obvious shit, but I'm going to explain it to you anyway, just in case you don't, I'm going to put you on game, right? Hear me out, right? So what you need to do, right? You establish her favorite flower for important occasions, but you also get backup other kinds of flowers that you know she likes. And the reason why is you can tie those flowers to other occasions than like the most important ones. You want to use the important ones for like, you know, Valentine's Day, whatever, right? But you could have other flowers that signify particular dates. For example, right? Obviously, they're going to be meeting each other for the first time. So it would be a fine time to use her favorite flower, but you could use a different flower as well, especially one that has, you know, some kind of, you know, like symbolic meaning or whatever. The flowers have all kinds of different meanings associated with them for all different reasons or whatever, right? So you could do like a first meeting type flower or what have you, right? Which would dramatically help with setting the stage. And most importantly, doesn't matter what flower you use. The most important part is that you remember which flower it was, maybe by writing it down, whatever, and then you can use that flower for exactly the same kind of occasion later in the future. That's the thing that matters, right? Have a through line with your gift giving. That's what really does it for you. You know what I'm saying? So every time you see them for the first time after months or whatever, it's like, you know, a juniper occasion specifically. You know what I mean? That's what you want to do. I got you. Say less. Zero says food. He already knows their favorite flower and food, and he's already planning things. Got you. And then he says she likes a good sketty, an Italian descended person. I make a good sketty. Oh my god. And then Zero says, bro, my pessimistic side is screaming, yeah, but all that's cool, but what if when she sees my face IRL, she thinks I'm uglier than the pictures? Brother, it's probably fine. I'm gonna be honest. It's probably fine. I wouldn't be too worried about all that. Especially since you made her laugh. If she thinks that you're funny, then you're fucking in, bro. I mean, the same thing applies in reverse, too. If I think you're funny, you're fucking in. Say less. You make me laugh, you're in. You're good. You're chilling. How's this going? Good? Dynamite. And these two maybe need to be switched a little bit, but that's fine. So we usually go from like 5 to 12:30, right? So that's 7.5 hours. We're talking a little bit more. 1.5 million experience. God damn. So 1.2 more than we have. So 9.7. God damn. 2 more days of this shit. By Friday, we'll be fucking finished with Herblore. Holy shit. That's pretty fucking good. Zero says, I don't know, tons of factors. Get me drunk enough and I'll fully open up about it. Zero's like, okay, listen. Don't tell anybody that I said this. All right? It's important that you keep it a secret. He's talking to her about her. No, but listen. Don't fucking tell anybody. I swear to God. And you better not remember either. Oh, Lord. All right. What was I thinking about? Oh, we can think about these other skills. So we have you in the sidebar. We have notes about. Woodcutting, prayer, fishing, and mining, fire making, and the last one. So of this right column, we're done. All of those are accounted for. Got all the combat skills left. Herblore technically is like right on the horizon, I guess, huh? Herblore, fletching, slayer, hunter, rune crafting, construction, and the combat skills. Zero says, I was helping a customer. What did you say? I didn't really say anything. Zero says, I don't know, man. I've just been burned before asking out a friend who was apparently just flirting for fun, so I'd be scared. Are you still friends with that person now? No. Ha! Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the whole friendly flirting thing. I get that. It can definitely be confusing. Like a mixed signals sort of situation. You know, it's whatever people want to do, though. Let me see. I definitely don't have any advice. Obviously, I'm like well outside of the range of familiar exchanges that I've got. But yeah, no, I get it. After a certain point, it'll probably get to, I want to say, to the point where you have to like decide if, you know, the status quo is like worth it. Because if nothing's ever going to change, right, then everything's just going to stay the same, which is fine in theory, but maybe not worth it. Could definitely be stressful in a way, you know? But you're definitely not at that point yet. So playing it by ear seems perfectly fine. What was I doing? Oh yeah, these skills. So Slayer is definitely going to be done as well as the combat skills. So none of those are going to be last. Construction's not going to be last. So the last skill probably is going to be rune crafting, almost certainly. So I kind of have to have an idea of what to do for every other skill besides rune crafting. Meaning fletching, Slayer, Hunter, Construction, and the combat skills. And Herblore. We can do fletching in Trouble Brewing. I don't know how you do Slayer. Maybe like with a lamp? Frog token style? Or even like a random event. That would be a pretty good through line actually, because that's what I did for Slayer originally for the longest time. It's not exactly consistent, but it would work to lamp it one way or another. I don't know if I still have my frog tokens. Doesn't look like it. I'm really not sure about these other ones. Because we have all the combat skills in Herblore and Hunter. Yeah, I don't know. We'll think about them more. I don't think we need to figure out most of them yet, so maybe we'll just think about Hunter for today. Just explore the different options we have for training Hunter in RuneScape. Did I say hunter? I meant to say herblore. Mostly I only know of, for herblore experience, is making potions, cleaning herbs. And mixology, I guess. Herblore experience. Here we go. Oh, you can cure Brudu victims. Right. That's definitely a thing in this game. That is not convenient at all, but it is something that you can do. Zero says, I gotta get confident enough to get back to the fuck it we ball mentality. Yeah, no, you're right. Because we were well in fuck it we ball. Then we started talking about it, and you really lost your mental a little bit, huh? You know what you need? You need like an ice cream milkshake. Nothing says fuck it we ball more like an ice cream milkshake. Yeah, mostly it's just potions. Which isn't terribly surprising. We could do it in Cox though. That's something. Zero says I'm a pendulum. I swing between fuck it we ball to fuck it we ball. I'm God. I'm the Rizzler to oh God, it's Jover. I'm so ugly. She's gonna say no. Yeah, it's fine. Just swallow that part of you that isn't confident, and and throw up the part of you that is the Rizzler. It's great. Just bury that shit deep down inside of you, and just let loose all of the confidence. Zero says, it's hard, bro. That non-confident part of me is like 60% of my total being. I think that's supposed to be water. I mean, water isn't very confident, so I guess that part actually kind of checks out in a way, but... Zero says, not 60% of me is Monster Energy and vape juice. Vape juice is pretty confident. I don't know about Monster Energy. Monster Energy sounds too much like a middle schooler or like, I don't know, a college undergrad. You know what I mean? It doesn't sound like confidence to me. Zero says, who is feeding children Monster Energy? Most monsters I've ever seen in my life were in the possession of children. Most, for sure. Like skater culture or whatever. Yeah. Much more so that demographic, like skater-ish, we're talking like 13 to 16 and then from between like, I don't know, 19 and 22 or something like that. Zero says, I am a skater. Are you? When was the last time you went skateboarding, bro? What do you mean? Zero says, I went skateboarding 2 weeks ago with some buds. Oh shit. What the fuck? At a local skate park? That's actually crazy. What the fuck? You are a skater. Holy shit. Yo, what's up, Booze? Zero's saying she said she thinks the idea of me with full white hair would be hot though if my hair keeps turning white. What do you mean your hair keeps turning? Are you just old now? Is that what you're telling me right now? Zero says, back when I lived in the cities, I always skated everywhere. That's crazy. Zero says, yeah, I'm getting old. I'm going to be fully gray by 30. Yeah. Yeah, you are getting old then. Holy shit. Who says, just got to work and wishing I was running TOA. I mean, you will one day do more TOA. It's not going anywhere, I don't think. I think that the Bruto victims are terrible, but maybe not impossible. It's unclear how much Herblore you get. Okay, so yeah, you get like definitely chipped experience out of it, but it definitely works. Zero says, that's assuming I make it to 30. My last words are going to be type shit as I misjudge a corner while drifting. Yeah. Yeah, probably. I feel that actually. I obviously drive safely because I am not stupid. However, I do feel like it would be pretty anticlimactic when I die as well. Who says, I do TOA still just to keep fresh on it. I've been helping Napper with his 500 kit. Oh, really? Zero says, hey, I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. Napper, huh? I know that he does a lot of Cox and stuff. He's kind of a gamer. Okay, so a white victim wouldn't help me. So a 1 in 20 chance. When clearing the jungle. Okay. So we can maybe do that. Zero says, the only thing I'm fucking is dumb, and the only thing fucking me is life and the IRS. The two things in the world that are allowed to fuck you. Life and the IRS, huh? Alright. This is, yeah, we've gone really close last time. Got to Warden 170 HP before he died. And this clicks on the final row be tough? Yeah, no shit. That's interesting, though. So, you're confident in your ability to help someone else do it now, huh? So basically, that just makes it easier, right? Does more people increase, like, I mean, increases the amount of like health that the boss has, but it should make it easier, right? Generally, more people make it easier for KC, as long as you don't die in his 500, it's easier for him net than if he was doing it solo, I think. Especially since you have best in slot gear. I think he does too, though. Who says yes, especially to the last statement? Fair enough. Zero says, I find it weird. I feel like my skill at Osu while high has surpassed my sober skill at it. I mean, if you spend, it's called state dependent memory, right? If you learn something when you're inebriated in some way, sometimes it'll come easier to you in that state, right? I think that's a real thing in psychology. Or maybe that's just a fake thing that they taught me in psychology. Who says, I don't have T-Bow because I sold it for the scythe, but everything else is best in slot? Oh, I see. Man, you need to finish getting the rest of the ultra rares, man. What the fuck? Zero says, I can crank out 6-star maps, no problem. Cooked, but struggling with 5-star server. That's pretty funny. Zero says, yo, does that mean if I drive drunk more, I'll be better at it? I'm kidding. I'd never do that. You get better at driving drunk? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so, no. The problem with that kind of, well, I mean, I guess it applies to Osu as well, is like, being drunk does like it inhibit your reaction speed or whatever. It's just that if you have the muscle memory for a song down, you're not necessarily reacting per se. Whereas like driving, you have to react to the real-time environment that you're in at all times. So you can't memorize driving in the same way that you can memorize a song, I think is what it boils down to. Zero says, in the words of almighty J Schlatt, it's the drunk crashers that give us a bad rap. It's true. You can fall off of anything. The fall won't kill you. It's landing that kills you. Who says, we do have really good chemistry in TOA though, so doing the attempts are going very well. Just gotta not get fucked with noodling. Yeah, I hear that. You're using a BOFA, right? I imagine? So it's not that bad. It's not like you're... Well, either that or the Shadow. One or the other, right? Probably Shadow, actually. Shadow would be better than Bofa. Zero says, I feel like when I'm cooked, I focus slightly better. Maybe, I don't know. I have no idea. People are complex. I know that there's a lot more that goes into like an individual. We are all riddles within enigmas, within mysteries or whatever, right? So like, yeah, it's like totally possible that that's real. People say that like if you have ADHD, caffeine has the opposite effect on you than it does on anyone else. And if that's the case, that definitely explains why whenever I drink caffeinated shit, I feel tired. Personally, but that is definitely anecdotal. Who says, yeah, but the Shadow can noodle hard in the enrage phase? Yeah, it can. I've seen it. You'll hit as high as like 63 or whatever, and then hit fucking 0, 0, 63, 0, 0, 5. You know what I mean? And then suddenly you hit another 60 and it's fine again. But yeah, every time you low roll or better or worse yet miss, yeah, it could be rough with the Shadow. Who says story of my life? Yeah, I was watching Viking Troll send a bunch of TOAs in like his like fucking 7-man group or some shit. I think they were doing at like 300, but yeah, it was a fucking nightmare. Mostly through watching at the very end the Wardens hitting or not hitting, I suppose. I think they failed 2 different runs back to back in that like 6-man group, and not because any of them are bad. I think that all of them are pretty good at TOA. Just fuck ups happen, you know. somebody missed a skull. And it like fucked the entire party. Here's the story of my purple life, especially 52 purples now. The cock ring was the most recent one. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what you would want it to be, right? You need those just in case. Gooses have gotten 17 of those rings. I can't fit any more in there. That's quitter talk, man. That's quitter talk. Zero's story of my purple life would be a hard intro to a bar in a song. Meaning like a rap song, basically, because purple is like another word for weed, I guess. Fair enough. Zero says purple is lean. What? Is purple lean? Purple drank. I knew it was purple drank, actually, now that you mentioned. Scissor. Yep. Huh. If you said purple drank, I would have believed you. Just purple doesn't mean anything to me. Because purple is... I mean, in retrospect, it's equally both, right? Because you could say green and purple. But anyways, purple drank, huh? Why is it purple? I guess it's just purple. Like that's just the color it is. I always figured lean was red. Is that weird? Zero says hard drugs, sipping purple lean. I'm a ride for my fucking team or something. Sure. Who says I go hard? Do you? Because it sounds like you're not willing to fit 18 of those motherfuckers on that Joker. Zero says we stand hard. Please help. I can't stand up. Well, I mean, you definitely can stand up even if you're fucking bricked up. It's just that everyone will be able to tell. Zero says, especially since I wear sweats everywhere. Damn, bro. So not only have I been watching this flat earth stuff, flat earth debunking stuff, I should be clear, I guess. I've also been watching, there's this guy who's got like 4 separate degrees in like religious studies and stuff. And he's like, I'm going to tell you about the Bible. Like, originally I was like, man, whatever. But I watched one of them just because I was curious. And now I'm like, it's actually kind of fascinating to see how like people are, you know, choosing to interpret things or whatever. And how interpretations have changed over time. Zero says, I slept literally all day yesterday. I didn't sleep all day yesterday. I kind of wanted to. We ended up watching a lot of Doctor Who. It was pretty good, actually. It was a good Doctor Who session. We saw a bunch of good shit. Zero says, stayed up drinking with a lady till 10 a.m. and then slept till 11 p.m. You stayed up drinking until 10 a.m.? You guys are fucking degenerates. Jesus Christ. Boo says, I can't fit 18 though. It's physically impossible. Again, quitter talk. You gotta stretch that shit, dog. Speaking of stretching, this song, stretching my fucking mood. That's not how English works. That doesn't mean anything. What is that? What are you even saying, bro? Zero says, we started at 9:30 when I got home from work. So it was over 12 hours together? Jesus fucking Christ. Nilo says the rings keep breaking that how breaking, that's how thick he is. That's pretty funny actually. I like that. I like that. Zero says, we started at 9:30 when I got home from work, got on Apex and took a shot every time we lost. Damn. I would get so fucking blasted. I'm fucking terrible at those games. Apex just got a new update, right? Today, I think. Today is the day that there was an update for the Archer or whatever, right? Do you know about him? Isn't he supposed to be like gay or something? And Boost has stretched that thing? Yeah, man. Just unspool more of it. It's like a fire hose, right? Yours says, since I'm a former Apex Predator rank, it kept putting us in sweaty lobbies. That's so funny. Yeah, I do remember you saying that. You were like really fucking good at Apex. I could fucking never. Do you like tap strafe and everything? I guess so as a Predator, right? Zero says, so my 4-year rusty ass, her first time playing ass and drunk. Damn. First time players in Apex are fucking meat, dude. I would know, being a perpetual first time player in that game. Like, my fucking menuing and shit is like miserable, dog. Miserable. Boo says, this is how I imagine it would go. It's pretty good. Nice little timeline of emotes. Unfortunately, you have to be in the chat. I can't recreate that. Wait, maybe I can. Hold on. Let's see this first face a little bit better. So it's like shocked face. Do I have a shocked face? I don't think so. Sure. We'll say that. And then I literally don't have access to my own crying face. I have to use my redeems to make myself cry now. Fuck, hold on. And then this. And then this. There you go. Those are the emotes in that order. Jesus Christ. me using my redeems in order to make myself have an expression is fucking crazy. Zero says it shows a little your skill versus the other players in that lobby, and it kept putting us in the top 1% skill-based matchmaking wise compared to the rest of the lobby. That's so funny. You're just eternally a Predator player. Did you still feel like a Predator player relative to everyone else? Did you still feel like you were competitive with like people that are that have been playing the game, like in the lobby itself? Did you feel like you had a chance of winning every time? Zero says no. There was like maybe 3 times I locked in hard and got 13 kills. That's pretty good though. That to me seems about like Predator-ish. Because you're not gonna get like 20 kills in a game. Not really, right? There's like 60 players, possibly, right? I mean, I guess you could get 20 kills, but it's pretty unlikely to get. Like, even if you are the best player in the game, it's pretty likely that most people are just going to die randomly to one other person or whatever. Damn, look at that 10K. How's this going? 740K an hour now? I don't think the date changed yet, but it will change in like 30 minutes. I threw up in my mouth a little bit, but that hiccup, awesome. Love that. Okay, so 30 minutes, it changes. Do we do anything right then? I guess we could. It doesn't really matter. We're going to play tomorrow. So we can kind of just ignore it. No real reason to like chase the reset or whatever. We should mess with these prices. God damn, a 12-hour gaming session? That's a lot of fucking time. Even on Saturdays when we play Satisfactory, we only play from 9 to 4, which is a 7-hour gaming session. I don't think I've had a 12-hour gaming session with someone else basically at all in like fucking years, dude. Years and years. Is that a fucking archer helmet? Oh, because he's going into the wilderness? I was like, why the fuck is he wearing an archer helmet of all things? Who says, low key, I think doing that challenge mode layout with you and Savage would be fun. We could do it once or twice, sure. I don't know if I'd like want to do it a lot exactly, because that's a lot to have to learn. Every room in Cox, dude. Hilo says, going back to games you used to be good at 10 years ago makes for a bad time. 10 years ago? 2015? Warframe? Was I good at Warframe? I think so. I was probably pretty good at Warframe. Warframe, Abenagi. I don't think Vanilla WoW was a thing then, yet. League of Legends. I'm not very good at League of Legends. I'm definitely worse now than I was then. Well, maybe not 2015 specifically, but around then, I would have been better. Zero says, I've never played League or Valorant. I've never played Valorant. But I played a lot of League. I only played a little bit of Apex, and that's just because one of my homies was deeply interested in Apex. I tried to play with them, but I don't know. Just didn't really work out. I didn't feel like I was any good as well. Zero says, I was getting 10 to 15 wins per day after high school. I don't think I've won at Apex, and if I have won, it wasn't because I did well. Zero says I was sweaty. Yeah, happens, huh? Who says, especially since there's 2 rooms we'd go in blind for because I've never done them. Oh, the 2 V rooms, I guess, then? I don't know. I'm not, like, against it. It's just a lot. Way more than would be useful. It would just be for the novelty of doing it. You know what I'm saying? We would just send, like, probably 1, actually. Because while it's of interest to you, perhaps, like, there's just no way that Savage or I are going to be doing the standard layout. We're not doing challenge modes, you know what I'm saying? It's just, like, it's so much more. It might take us, like, actually all fucking day. It could be, like, a 2-hour fucking raid. Hilo says, Panda on the skilling grind, he would need to motivate himself for PVM. No, I'm not, like, afraid of doing it or anything like that. Who says, yeah, I think it would just be a fun time and not at all about the money. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying is, like, because not only are Savage and I clueless, also we're going to die a lot. We're not going to have any points. I still don't know how to fight Ulm, really, even aside. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot that would go probably pretty wrong for that. But it is interesting to see all of this stuff. That part of it would be cool. But it's hard for me to justify it more than once. Who says that's going to be part of the fun? Well, we've already done Cox before, right? We just haven't seen all the rooms, right? So losing to Ulm again isn't like gonna be a novel experience. I've done that. I've fought Ulm and got my ass handed to me. You know what I mean? Like that part I don't think is gonna be like super good or whatever. Zero says, we won a single game last night and I was very locked in. I was like non-verbal aside from callouts. Goddamn. Hilo says, if you want another who knows all about Cox, let me know, though I'm sure going in blind would be more fun / chaotic. Yeah, I don't know. If you wanted to like figure out a time to do it, Booze, you really have to talk to Savage. Because you know what my stream schedule is like. And if you don't, I can tell you. As far as Savage's availability, though, that is like fully a question mark. He's just available when he's available and he's not when he's not. Right now, he's not even bonded up, I don't think. So, like, you really got to figure it out with him. More than with me, to be real. Booze says we should definitely send some so you can teach me. Yeah, Booze definitely wants to learn. He genuinely does want to be able to do challenge mode. So he definitely would be happy to join you. That makes sense to me. And I wouldn't mind doing 1 or 2, but with the expectation of it being more of a fun, like light learners experience rather than something that I'm doing to actually like hammer down and have in my mind. Because I'm not gonna be doing, if I'm gonna do any raid, it's probably gonna be TOA, probably because TOA seems the easiest. And it's also the one that you can do solo. Probably. Something like that, right? I'm not like in love with the idea of just doing just whatever. I don't even like making money in this game. Like that's not even really a thing for me. And if I am going to make money, it's going to be something that I can do by myself probably, which is like TOA, for example. But even then, I would rather do like bossing rather than a raid. Hilo says, sure, Booze, I can duo with you, or look over your shoulder during a solo, however you learn best. Yeah, he's supposed to stream sometimes, but who knows, man? Who knows? He's just busy, I guess, this guy. Boo says, I've never done solo and don't plan to, so duo is the way for me. Interesting. I know that you can solo it. I've seen Asa do, well, attempt to solo. And obviously, Rorn does solos all the time. I don't think he's gotten anything. He's gotten like 17 fucking, what are they? It's like some kind of egg, like a void egg or something like that. And then like 3 of one prayer scroll and 2 of the other. He's got nothing but riggers and auguries, I think, so far as uniques go. He's a gamer, though. He definitely knows what he's doing. Who says, yeah, solo Ohm just looks like too much sweat compared to for fun. It didn't look that bad, to be honest. It's a little bit like the butterfly. And it's a little forgiving as well. From what I was seeing, it was like, all right, so if this is Ulm, it was like, this. And so he would step here to make the fire go in this lane away from him. This is Ulm, right? And then he would it was weird the way that he was attacking, but he would attack like here and then attack on here and then attack here again and then like that or something. But he would stop at each of the yellows basically. And then when he was doing melee, it was very similar, except instead of just clicking the tile that he wanted to attack in, he would click here and then attack Ohm. And then here and then attack Ohm. And then here and then attack Ohm. So he would like step behind the tile that was marked and then attack Ohm to step into the right square for some reason. Nilo says solo Ohm is really rewarding and satisfying, but private message illogical. Yeah. I think that it's more than possible for someone like Boost to do it. It didn't seem crazy. Nilo says he was being dragged to attack. He was being dragged to attack. I'm not sure I understand that, but okay. But yeah, like I said, I don't like know how the fight works or anything like that. I was just watching him do it. Boost says sounds good. I just wrote it down so I can add you when I get home. Oh yeah, he's at work right now. I forgot about that. But yeah, I haven't like done any research on it. I'm sure I would understand it better if I knew what precisely was happening or why. Elo says it's when you attack outside your weapon's range, it lets you move and attack the same tick. Dragged to attack. I'm not sure if I understand the difference between just stepping into the right tile, if that's all that it is, but certainly what is that a fucking iron sword in that guy's hand? Why? Why am I looking at a guy in full Torva with an iron sword? What the fuck is going on? No gloves, iron sword. Oh, regen bracelet, I see. Actually crazy. Milo says manually stepping, then attack is 2 ticks. Dragging to move attack is 1 tick. Milo says for Ohm, mandatory for setting up many of the cycles. That seems like it can't possibly be right to me. So I think I kind of understand what you're saying, and I think you're saying it in a way that I'm maybe misinterpreting. So you're saying me stepping here or here is 1 tick, but if I step here and I'm attacking Ohm, who's right next to me, that still seems so fucked up. But if I step here and then click here, it takes an extra tick. Whereas if I step here and then click here, it doesn't take an extra tick. It still seems so fucked up. It still seems like it can't possibly be true. I just fully don't understand it. Because both of these are 1 tick of movement. But if it's further, that still doesn't make sense, because you still have to wait until I step here to click this. Because if, or here, because if I don't go there first, I just don't understand. Maybe it's a timing thing. Maybe you don't finish the movement cycle. Boost is basically making the game queue up 2 actions in the same game tick with less effort. With the dragging, you don't have to be as accurate on your clicks, and it's more forgiving. Elo says the attack click moves you. You get dragged in the direction of the attack. I understand that. That's the same thing that happens when I click this banker right here. But that's the thing, is like... Wait, I guess that would be an example of the drag. Yeah, so I talked to him before I saw my true tile move. Is that what you're talking about, actually? Hold on. Because it's very, very hard to see. Maybe I can show it better this way. The like menu is so fucking big. No, can I move this? No. What if I do this? Doesn't help? Okay. But I think that is what you're talking about. So if I do this, you can see before the bank opens, just the instant before, my true tile moves, right? Where if I do this, if I click on the person, this appears before my true tile goes to here, which to me sounds like the thing that you're talking about. Which is crazy to me that that's how that works. But like, it does seem like that. It does seem true. It just doesn't seem like it should be. I mean, it might not be that it's before. Maybe it's at literally the same time, but the same thing applies, right? You very clearly see the true tile move. Otherwise, well, very clearly. It's a little hard to tell, I guess, but... Boo says, yes, exactly it. See how much faster the bank window opens up versus manually clicking it. Spaghetti code and the pathing is what we abuse in terms of these kinds of PVM encounters. Elo says, OSRS has a bunch of silly game mechanics. That's definitely true. Definitely has a bunch of silly shit. I guess I kind of knew that a little bit. It's not terribly different than like buffering inputs in a way, which is kind of helpful at Hollowed Sepulchre as well. But it's different. It's more similar to red Xing, I think, actually, weirdly enough. It's just that red Xing is like an AI thing as well. It's a little silly. All right, fair enough. One of them's one tick versus the other. Okay. It does seem like it definitely matters, though, as far as the ohm cycles. That's fucking Excalibur, isn't it? This fucking melted sword? Yeah, it is. Because it's very much a tick perfect, like, movement sequence. It's not that different from what I heard God Wars Dungeon is like, actually. If you try to do God Wars Dungeon without taking any damage or whatever. Similar to that, too. Milos is kind of like how players always move horizontal and then diagonal, while mobs move diagonal then horizontal, aside from select bosses. I think I understand what you're saying, but I definitely didn't notice that. You mean cardinal when you say horizontal as well. You mean like any of these. Yeah, the only time you can move diagonally is if you click diagonally. So if I click perfectly on this diagonal, I'll move diagonally, but otherwise I'll move in a different direction first, preferentially. Horizontal's cardinal, yeah, got you. Cardinal just meaning like along the squares rather than across, which is kind of like why hexes are used in tabletops a lot, because they're better at like radial movement. Because technically you go further if you move diagonally. This is a distance of like 1, and this is the distance of the square root of 2 or whatever. It's like 1.44. Like you're literally going further by moving diagonally in space. It's just like ignored for the purposes of like the game. It's considered the same. One is equal to 1.44 kind of thing. It's weird. Boost says what's bonkers is that Wooks understood it all on such an insane level to where he develops one of the metas for the Leviathan Lightning Special and did it day one of release. The Leviathan Lightning Special. So Leviathan is the Desert Treasure 2 boss. He has a lightning attack, I suppose. Lightning attack. The only lightning attacks that are coming to mind are like Warden and Vanstrom. Scurrius has a lightning attack. Is it the Leviathan? Yeah, it's the Leviathan. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, this game definitely has some interesting stuff below the surface that I don't know if it's like actually useful to like know. Like I really struggle to like apply or even like truly understand a lot of it, to be honest. But it is interesting. It's mostly just like a Wikipedia entry for me. You know what I mean? That's mostly, it's just like a trivia sort of a thing. Like, in the context of my gameplay experience, the main thing that I gain from like learning more about the scope of the game is when I'm looking at people in the GE, I like to be able to like have an idea of what it is that they're probably doing. Because like some pieces of gear like very much indicate a certain thing versus anything else. Like this guy here, for example, right? We got Full Void, a Dragon Hunter crossbow, and a Salve amulet. To me, he's got to be doing Vorkath. There's probably nothing else. Why would he have a Dragon Hunter crossbow and a Salve amulet if not Vorkath? Those are the only. That's the only thing I can think of that uses both of those. But I'm not saying that's the only thing that he possibly could be doing. But like, it's the obvious answer in my opinion. You know, he's done Vorkath as well because of the backpack. That kind of shit is cool to me. Boostus, I see a Vorkath Slayer next to you. Yeah, exactly. But then we got like fucking Brine Saber over here. Like that guy needs Jesus. is what's going on with him. There's fucking Brine Saber and Cam Dozel Hammer. Like, okay. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like god damn. The Brine Saber spec actually would be good if the world was underwater at all times. I don't remember what it was. Yes, an ancient ceremonial mask. So yeah, that guy, dude. Is that the Fire Titan? I think it is. Boo says, if he's skulled, I'm even more confused. I think that's somebody standing under him. I guess there's really no way to know, huh? Who says there's a rich noob with Armadillo and Dragon Hunter crossbow? He didn't have the Vorkath backpack. I guess that's why you're calling him a noob. He also looked like he had the Neatsnot shield. Is that what that is? The round one for the trolls? You know what I'm saying? The ice trolls? Very weird gear set. Yeah, the Fremenic shield, you're right. Very weird gear set. Slayer and that shield make a lot of sense. The Dragon Hunter crossbow, though, very, very strange to use on trolls. But you can use it. They'll die to fucking crossbow bolts, but why a Dragon Hunter crossbow of all things? Neil says, or an iron logging in from 3 years ago, going for a Neatsnot face guard. Yeesh. But no, to Neatsnot face guard, you would need a mirror shield, right? Not the Fremenic shield, right? Or the V shield. One of those two. Basilisks are gonna fuck you up if you don't have a mirror shield, right? Or did you guys kill Basilisks without mirror shields 3 years ago? You guys were fucking struggling. Holy shit. That's metal as hell. Killing fucking aberrant specters without nose plugs and shit. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. You guys are fucking crazy. Moose says, but stats. Yeah, you had to fucking poke that motherfucker down as much as you could. And then reset and poke him down some more, I guess. Fuck. Also, ding, 95. How far until, or how much until the next level? 900. So that's 4.5 hours. Ooh, we might get one more level in. Yeah, that would be sick. 2 levels in 1 day. End at 96. I am very much down for that shit. I should check Tears of Gothic, though. Yeah, I didn't think so, but figured I'd give it a shot. Savior, what's up, dude? How's it going, man? How's life treating you? You holding it down over there? That new dog still chilling out? I would definitely get a dog if I knew it was chill, but dogs are a lot of work, and most dogs are not very, very chill. Most of them are like kind of not like high maintenance, but much more high maintenance than I am comfortable with. But the lowest maintenance dogs are less maintenance than cats even. Savior says, I broke the top 50 in Madden, and yeah, she is. Brother, you're like, I feel like some of the people that show up to this fucking stream are like way too fucking good at video games. Like you motherfuckers need to chill out, bro. Like I'm over here fucking struggling to tick perfect my potion inputs. You're top 50 in the world in Madden, one of the most popular games of all time. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Like Jesus Christ. What's the pay to win like in that game? Saber says, I'll give you Stormy. I trust you'll give her a good home. I would, yes, but no, that's all right. Not interested in them at the moment. Not right now, but I would, yeah, definitely. I'd take care of her. I know how to take care of a dog. It'd be fine. I think I'm more of a cat guy, you know? I've had dogs and cats all my life, but I think cats are more my speed. Who says, I'm really liking the guess what they're doing. Oh yeah, the like people watching part of the game. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, good shit. Is that a fucking master wand? It is. Weird. All right. This is also some funny shit to me. This guy's gear, the Masori plus shit, what is it called? Drayman staff, that's it. Unfortified Masori plus a Drayman staff. A dude has money bags but can't be asked to finish the fucking questscape. Did he have on Pegations? I think he did, yes. I think it was Unfortified Masori, top and head, plus Pegasions, Anguish. I mean, it might even be this guy. Like, literally this guy. Who says, I'm betting Zora? Do you need a Drayman staff to do Zora? How do you get the Zora after you reset? I know that there's a Zora teleport, but if you didn't use the Zora teleport, is there a fairy ring there somewhere? There ain't no way. That is not nearby. Oh, this one. I was like, this one sucks. Like, what? You're gonna go here and cross all these fucking islands and then like go around? Like, that's gonna be fucking miserable. It's the one on the west side. I think I saw it. Elo says BJP, I think. Let's see. Is that what it was? BJS. But yeah. This isn't that bad, yeah. I mean, it's far, but it's not like terrible. Saber says, I used the Titan 79 overall team against the 49ers 90 overall team and made him rage quit before halftime. The score was 27-7. Also, pay to win is only in the ultimate team mode, which I'm competitive in because I'm good at Madden. Okay. So what you're saying is that the tier list that actually matters, the ranked play that actually matters, is not pay to win at all. That's good to hear, man. I knew that Ultimate Team had pay to win elements, but I didn't know that's where everybody was. I didn't know if there was a ranked play that didn't have any paid elements or anything. You know what I'm saying? Fully no idea. Yeah. So you're cranking it out, man. Good shit. Glad to hear it. Boo says, the one you saw lets you spectate people fighting Zora using some creeper's telescope. That's kind of awesome, in a way. Saber says, I'm currently 50th in the world in Madden, and my current record is 146-11 in Madden 25. That's pretty fucking good, dude. 50th in the world. You were also really fucking good at Tekken, too. I don't think you were 50th in the world good. I think you were the second highest rank, which probably puts you at, like, top, probably 500, to be honest. Saber says there's also H2H online, which is like the current NFL teams. That one I'm not familiar with. H2H. I don't really do sports ball. It's kind of outside of my interest. But I am good. Glad to know. Glad to hear about it, and put it that way. And I like, you know, try to be aware of what's going on in gaming and stuff. I care about that shit. Who says the NPC is wearing full rune and is trying to figure out how to fight it? So the NPC with a telescope is wearing full rune thinking about fighting Zora? Well, didn't it see Suck fight Zora with full rune plus... Shit, what was that? Fasani's nightmare staff or whatever? I think Saku suggested full rune one time or something, and she just... Or maybe that was you, Boos, actually. But one of you two, for sure. And she just cranked out a KC with full rune on. She was more than capable of doing it. Wasn't even that close, to be honest. I'm not even sure if she did the Jad phase. Boost says, oh god, I wouldn't dare suggest that. This was like months ago. This was like probably like 2 or 3 months into me knowing who Suck was. You know, says poor Suck. No, she did it for fun. You know, she's crazy. I do wonder how her Wild Gothic sleeps went as well. I wasn't able to hang out for the whole stream. She did Wild Gothic sleep not quite on release, but very, very close to release. And she got to the part in the Tormented Demons maze section, right? Where you had to make all the potions or whatever. And I was like, oh yeah, you should get the parts for each potion, combine them, and then do the next one. So you don't have to worry about any like materials that you actually need for the potions dropping on the ground or whatever. And she's like, that's stupid. I'm not going to do that. So she killed a bunch of them all at once and they all dropped all of their shit on the ground, and she was trying to organize her inventory and get everything or whatever. And she couldn't find the Snapdragon that she needed, and she also couldn't get it to drop. And she was like, what the fuck? The game is broken. And I'm like, well, you see, you wouldn't have this problem if you simply just did them one at a time instead of... So she like fully rage quit and didn't do it for like 3 months afterwards or whatever. I'm like, okay, well, sure showed me, I guess. Saber says H2H is head to head. Ah, I see. Saber says, I got ace in Fragpunk today. I was popping off in Fragpunk. Is Fragpunk the extraction shootery one? No, I do not know what Fragpunk is. There's this it almost looks like Disco Elysium. It's like a survival extraction shooter type of thing, where like you have to like in real time you have to have enough water for your character to live or whatever. Fragpunk is a hero shooter, it seems like. I don't know anything about this game. Not a fucking thing. That'd be a good time though. It looks like a hero shooter though, I guess. Who's this for real? I remember doing it and still got the kill. Absolute legend. Yes, the rune kill. Yeah. It didn't give her the pet though. No pet. Saber says it's a new hero shooter free to play. Oh, it's free to play. Really? That's good. I've never really been into hero shooters. Not even Rivals, really. I just played it because the homies were playing it. It seems like people mostly fell off of Rivals as well. Like it's not really like, it's not like dead or anything like that, but it's not definitely not what it was. 5v5 hero shooter released today. Wow. Brand new. No wonder I don't know nothing about it. I literally had no way of knowing about it until just now. Saber says it's more like Valorant. Oh, okay, so lower mobility. Yeah, it does look more like Valorant now that you mention it. Definitely not an extraction shooter as well. Okay. I've never been into, I guess those would be considered tactical FPS. Whatever. Your CSGOs of the world. Beatrice says, hi Stinky, want me to be nice to you? I'm just gonna go with no, because your sense of nice feels weird. you saying nice shit feels like bad shit is about to happen to me. You being nice to me feels like you know that I have a terminal illness that you're afraid to tell me about or something. Like it doesn't feel, I feel the opposite of safe. I feel like I'm in danger. Beatrice says it was your sense of nice that was off. Mine is normal. Yeah, okay. Sure. Saber says, I like highly competitive stuff, to be honest. That's fine. I used to play a lot of competitive. Well, that's not true, right? I liked highly competitive things, but I only liked highly competitive things in approachable wrappers. So the most competitive games that I've loved are like the Super Smash Bros. Of the world, the Halos of the world. I like party games that people play competitively, not competitive games, right? Because like Halo has a lot of like nuance and skill, but it's also a game that anybody could just like jump in and play and have a good time with. Same with Smash Bros, obviously. Whereas like CS:GO feels a lot less universally fun. Beatrice says he agreed. Good. Wow. Who says that's okay? He says that to me too. Yeah, if you were too nice to me, Booze, I would think that something was wrong with you. I'd think that you're sick or something. Maybe dying. Saber says, I'm barely top 1K in Tekken, and I'm better than average at Tekken. I'm barely top 1K, and I'm better than average. Yeah. Top 1K is much better than average, I would say. Also, barely 1K? That's crazy. That's a very competitive ladder. So I was off by like a whole order of magnitude. Holy shit. Beatrice says, I'm just glad I unlocked a new way to torture you. You're a freak. She's really freaky like that. Who says, I don't know why, because we're like the nicest people in here. Yeah, okay. Pass me some of that shit that you're smoking, bro. Because what the fuck are you on about? That's actually crazy. Beatrice says, damn, I'm so good at friendship. The strangest thing I've ever fucking seen someone say. Like, actually so fucking strange. That's like an alien in person impersonation. Like, I'm going to say something that a person would say. I know, I am so good at friendship. Like, what the fuck does that mean, bro? What the fuck is that? Beatrice says Saku agreed with me. Heck you. It's because Saku's afraid of the sword of Damocles above his fucking head. He's thinking about living to see tomorrow, bro. Like, what do you mean? Beatrice says, what do you mean? He has a sense of danger and his body have reacted on its own. He's so young. He has so much more to live for, Beatrice. Beatrice, he's not scared of me, I've asked. Yeah. Was he shaking when he said, no, he's not scared of you? Beatrice is like, he was only shaking because I was grabbing him so hard. He was only shaking because I was shaking him violently when I asked, you're not scared of me, are you? He's like, no, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Moose says, how many times did he blink? Beatrice is like, it's hard to say. He couldn't look me in the eye at all. He had his eyes closed the whole time. He was thinking about his safe place the whole time. It's hard to tell how scared he was at that moment. I just saw an out-of-body experience. I saw his soul leave his body as a soul mage. It's okay. That happens sometimes. It's normal for him. Warren Soul says, hey, Panda, how's the grind going? I think we're doing okay. So overall, we've got a lot of progression since last time, Warren. I don't remember what skill you saw us doing last, but we're basically finished with fishing now. We're working on Herblore next. We're going to move on to construction after, I think, but we might not have quite enough money for that, but that's okay because we're going to have to interrupt our construction grind because of like the RSI involved with like Wintertide, which will give us a little bit of extra money too. So I think that we're going to be okay. We've got a lot of money to be made as well. Like we can make money from like Hunter, for example. We're going to be doing Black Chinchampos. So we're going to make money from stuff. It's just what order we want to do skills in, and I think I want to do construction sooner rather than later, you know? Gilo says, just get all your construction experience from Todd? Dude, I want to get this done this year, not 10 years from now. Brother, no way. No way am I doing that. No way. We're getting our shit from Oak Dungeon Doors. We're going to get that shit 400k an hour, hopefully. Morton says 86 is basically max though, unless you're going for the cape. You can boost for everything after 86. Yeah. We're going for the max cape, yeah. Who says, okay, fine, get it all from TOA? You can, from repairing the pillars in TOA? I'm sorry, you get construction experience from that, don't you? Hold on. So we're gonna max construction by repairing pillars in TOA. Thanks, Boost. I forgot that was a fucking thing. 5 experience per pillar? No, my fucking god, dude. What a nightmare. I'm gonna get part of the way through TOA. That's like the most fucked up place I could be. Milo says, oh neat, couldn't you keep one of the mobs alive, big brain? Like waiting for the pillars? Yeah, I guess so. It's gonna come up eventually, right? You know, I really wasn't sure about this like eternal crystal that I have, because it seems like a huge waste, but I've used it so many times for like farm runs and also like going to Prif. It's probably paid for itself, actually, unironically. Goose says, yeah, and you just bring an inventory of prayer regen pots. That's over 8 hours worth of experience. What a way to trade construction. Oh my god, dude, you're like chunk locked somehow. What series of chunks could you possibly have been in so that you end up in with the ability to do TOA but no other way of getting construction experience? Thank you for the hydrate, Beatrice, but I don't have any water. I got one drop of water for you. There you go. That's your one drop. That's all you've got. I'm completely out. I drank it all earlier. Beatrice says water time. I mean, I gave you your hydrate. You're good. It's fine. Don't be upset. Don't you have cats to feed? Beatrice says I'm not upset in all caps. Okay. Yeah, all right. All right. Yeah, sure. Beatrice says, and yeah, I guess I should feed the cats. Okay. Enjoy your time with your cats. I'm just gonna be here making potions. Beatrice says, you know what? Yeah, go ahead. Go on then. Lay it on me. Fill me in. Go up and get water? But how can I entertain your chat if I'm going up and getting water? You fool. You absolute buffoon. It says, don't you have souls to harvest with your notebook? Beatrice says, I don't have a chat. I'm too sleepy. Oh, I see. All right, well, fine then. All right, fine then. Be that way then. Okay, well, we're going to do an ad then. I'm going to go get some water. There's nothing I can do for 3 minutes. Not of consequence. I don't think, right? So we're just going to AFK for a little while, I guess. All right, I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Oh, fuck. God, all these fucking wires. Jesus. Hello. Boo says, without her clicker, she has no power over me. Damn. My soul is bound to it? Your soul is bound to her clicker? That's crazy. It's weirdly warm tonight. Maybe it's just warm in here specifically, but also my time to render frames is like getting progressively worse over time as well, I notice. The performance of my PC seems to be getting noticeably worse over time, which is not good. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not good. Might have to change our specs somehow. Pooh says the Death Note does some crazy shit and I was the guinea pig. Shouldn't it only kill you? Isn't that like the one thing that it does? I think in the one shot, I guess it was like a chapter of Death Note that was like before the Death Note continuity or whatever. It was like a parallel continuity that they decided not to go with. The mangaka decided not to go with, where they had like an eraser in it and everything, and the eraser would bring people back. It's kind of interesting, but very, very different. Who says, without the clicker, can you even call it living? Yes, you certainly can. Also, damn, Booze. How fucking trained are you? Like, God, Jesus Christ. Booze says, oh, I have some thinking to do. Yeah, well, look, man. If this is the life that you want to live, you're certainly welcome to it. I'm just good. You know what I mean? I got stuff going on instead. Beatrice says, Lamau, I didn't do shit. I don't think anybody accused you of anything, Beatrice. I feel like you just decided to say that no one accused you, or you just decided to say that you didn't do anything, even though no one accused you of anything. Beatrice says, I knew that. Okay. Does it perhaps speak to some kind of guilty intention or guilty mindset? Oh God, I'm becoming stupid. What am I looking at? Oh, they're like flapping their tongue. It's a good name. Should my name be better than it is? Should I improve my name someday? Oh wow, they have a very good design too. Android's taken. We checked. Hey, Koya, is that supposed to be English? Yeah, Pandroid's taken. Koya says, hey, hello. Don't forget, we speak English here. Pickle Panda. Just a attach my existence to the Undrafted's branding. Not even his branding. His fucking lore. This is my brain autopilot a German greeting. Sorry. No, it's fine. Don't let it happen again. Oh, I never did a shout out for Saku. Now that I'm thinking about it. That's fine. We can do it now. So Saku Kenpaku, a Soul Mage VTuber, he was here a moment ago. He's playing RuneScape Dragon Wilds right now. You can definitely check him out if you'd like to. Dragon Wilds, if you didn't know, it's a survival game set in the RuneScape like lore, I guess. I don't know if it's strictly in Gielinor or anything like that, but it's definitely RuneScape adjacent, but it's much more similar in gameplay to like a Valheim, for example. Besides RuneScape Dragon Wilds, though, he plays all kinds of other games. On Thursdays, he's been playing Disgaea. He's on the second game. He finished the first one already, ending with Ball. Pretty like well-known, I think, demon lore type guy. But yeah, he's now playing Disgaea 2. It's very similar sensibilities, very different cast and stuff like that. I'm not sure how it's connected to the first one yet, if it is at all. On Sundays, he's got 2 different streams as well. He'll join us back here on this very channel and also on his own channel for Satisfactory. We've probably got 2 more sessions of Satisfactory, I would guess, maybe more. And following that on Sunday evening, or Sunday afternoon, he's got a stream with his good friend Kitsune. He's playing Pokemon for the first time. He's trying to finish the Pokédex in Scarlet and Violet, his very first Pokemon game. Koya says, yeah, I don't know what that was just now. Yeah, it's fine. Don't even worry about it. No big deal. Let it go. It's all right. We move on. Do I need anything else? Nope, we're good. Who says, how about Panda the Hedgehog? That is pretty funny. It's a little long, though. Like, the main reason I want the name to be different is so that it's shorter. And Panda the Hedgehog doesn't seem that much shorter than that Daft Punk Panda. Hedgehog's a really long name. Goya says, shorter name? That's a terrible name. Shorter name? People are going to call me name. Or maybe just short. I guess short for short makes the most sense. Shorter name's terrible. It's terrible. I hate that. Twitch. Shorter name. It is available though. Shorter name. The channel has been closed by the user. Oh, maybe it isn't available. Maybe they shut it down, but it seems like it's available to me. A little hard to tell. Koya says I'm asking for context. I'm not sure how much more you really could be missing, but I'm thinking about my name being shorter instead. Boo says I can't say Black Hedgehog because that's Shadow and don't want to confuse people. Black Hedgehog isn't that much shorter. Also, why did you shorten Panda the Hedgehog to Black Hedgehog instead of Panda Hedgehog? The Panda? I'm sure that's taken. Yep. Ninjapta says, why would Panda be Black Hedgehog? I don't know. I think Booze has a fascination, a fixation. Who says, no, I mean, I can't add black to the name. I can't add black to make the name longer. Yeah, no shit. I need the name to be shorter. It's supposed to be shorter. The whole point is that it's shorter. Let's do Beatrice next. Beatrice, the bunny girl casino hostess VTuber. She's very lucky. That's like her main skill. She's also good at games and stuff, but mostly she's just lucky, I think. I'm not sure what games she considers her main game at this point. She just finished Resident Evil 8 fully, I'm pretty sure. And she's planning on playing Monster Hunter Wild, so I think she's mostly playing that off stream, but maybe she'll play a little bit on stream as well. She joined us just a little bit, just a little tiny bit last time we were playing Monster Hunter Wild. She had some TCG Card Stop Simulator that she was playing for a while. What else? She played First Descendant and Once Human when those games were relevant, but that's been so long. So long. Rivals was a big game for her. She still plays Rivals every now and then at the very least. She's looking for a home, I guess is what I'm trying to say. If you got any game recommendations, maybe she'd be interested in them. Maybe. Oh yeah, and she plays RuneScape Dragon Wilds every Tuesday, which is now. She's playing it literally right now, I think, with the guys, Chuzzy Wuzzy, Saku Kenpaku, and Flight Empire. And on Saturday, she's joining us for Schedule 1 with Chuzzy, Delta, and Savage. This is just Daft Panda. Doesn't sound as good though. And it's also taken. The Punk Panda. That's also taken. Who says it's just a running bit about Shadow? It is technically, but God, it makes me feel like tormented demons. TDP Panda? Yeah, I'm sure nobody's going to misunderstand what DP Panda means. Oh, yeah. I'm sure everyone's going to know what that is. And also, that's so easy to read. It just rolls off the tongue, you know? Boo says, I second that. See, yeah. Fucking degenerates. A lot of you. Why did that taste like... Oh, because of the lasagna. I was like, what the fuck was that? It tasted like breading. Why does my water taste like breading? I just missed like 4 times. That was terrible. Goya says, to quote one of my favorite voice actors, in the Air Force, DP means definitely promoted. Huh. I still love this song. I really do. Goya says he used to be in the Air Force before becoming a voice actor, and no, he really didn't know another meaning for DP. That's crazy. Who says, how about Panda DP legend? I am something of a DP legend myself. Kolya says, yeah, that song goes hard. I like it a lot. Kolya, if you didn't know, is a bit of an inspiring voice actor himself. He's a VTuber as well. What is he playing? He's a big fan of Zelda and also rhythm games, I would say largely in general, but in particular, he really likes Rift of the Necrodancer. I believe he was top 40 on the demo for that song, or on the demo for that game, there is a song that he was top 40 in the world for. So a little bit of a gamer too. Fortunately, no accolades in the base game, but you know, that's all right. Other than that though, Kolya's definitely, I don't know, definitely got stuff going on. He's relatively newer to RuneScape. Played the last 2 leagues, so he's experienced a decent sampling of stuff in the game, but he's still got his stats to raise up. and he's been streaming very, very regularly as of late. Fortunately, being that he's very much German, he speaks English and German natively, English fluently. But being that he's very much in Germany, he streams at like not a time for me at all, like very much the morning. Which like I could theoretically be there, but like, man, I'm not ready to like, you know what I mean? It's not for me. Like, thanks, no thanks. That's too early. I could maybe do a little better, but like, I kind of want to see or catch up with Mirabelle as well. She's good. Well, I say catch up. She probably doesn't know I exist, but like, I like keeping abreast. Her stream, she's pretty good. But yeah, I definitely recommend you check out Goya. Yeah. He plays a wide variety of games. I saw him playing Power Wash Simulator as well. Goya says, I found a new indie rhythm game that is very fun. Rhythm Trout? Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Cute and nice tracks. Yeah, I've seen a few different people play it actually. Goya says, the times will still be experimented with to figure out the best time. I mean, there is no best time for me. I promise you that. The best time for me is Monday and Thursday, I guess. But even then, like, I've definitely considered reclaiming my Monday and Thursday just to have a day that I do nothing except for sleep, but it just doesn't work out that way. I say that I stream every day except Monday and Thursday, and people are like, oh, well, that means that you should do something on Monday and Thursday. And I'm like, that's not what I said. I said that the only day that I have to like live right now is Monday and Thursday, but whatever. Who says Power Wash Simulator is soothing for the soul? I've never really been a fan of it, but I know Savage loves it a lot. Well, he says, yeah, duh, but the best time for me? Sure. Some people, less is more, you know? Streaming for like 2 or 3 hours and, you know, just like really sending it for that time. And then like, you know what I mean? Full time means different things for different streamers, I guess, ultimately, is kind of what I'm saying. Me personally, I don't know. I feel like I can do longer. I'm actually pretty well suited to longer streams generally, but it kind of depends. It kind of depends. I'm still finding myself in like the collab space in particular, but I don't mind streaming for a while. I can definitely vibe. Chloe says, I might collab with my voice actor friend for Power Wash Simulator. We talked about it earlier, but she has to find time though. Finding time as a self-employed person is difficult. I'm not sure I understand that. If you're self-employed, you kind of have time all the time. If you're employed by someone else is when you struggle to know when or to have time for things because you have like a work schedule that you have to abide to. If you're self-employed, you choose when you're working. Now, if you are like a plumber, for example, and you just want to like get work done whenever you can get work done, and like as soon as somebody calls, you're out there working, that makes some amount of sense, sure, right? But like you're the one who's choosing whether you're working or not. You're the plumber. What are they gonna do, fire you? Like, that's not how that works. Who says, I've been meaning to ask if you thought about grinding for another synapse so you can do Abyssal Sire for Slayer. Slayer is a skill that I want to get done fast, and bossing in Slayer is not how you get Slayer done quickly. Bossing is how you get Slayer done with money, profitably, right? Sire, though, is not a very good boss, period. Even with the buff, he's still not a very good boss, still. So I would much rather not do Sire or bosses. I would not, if I'm going to do bosses, it's not going to be Sire, and I'm certainly not doing Sire. And I'm certainly not doing bosses. You know what I'm saying? Like, so no bosses, specifically not Sire. Especially if it requires me to get another synapse. I would just buy the synapse at that point as well. Because it's not worth doing the grind for the synapse slowly to do a boss slowly. If the boss is going to make me money, then it should make me money to comp for the synapse that I get anyway. And in fact, you could get the synapse back. I would just need fucking Savage to kill me or something. Who says, I got you. Have you heard anything about the update? A little bit, but not enough that like it swayed me in any way. I'm familiar with it's something. Animations are faster, stuff like that. Nothing that changes the experience for someone like me, where like I've done Sire before. And it's not gonna suddenly be, I mean, if you're training Slayer, you're gonna be doing Abyssal Demons, not Sire. That's like the long and the short of it, right? You're gonna burst rather than do a boss. So like, there's no world that the boss is faster, right? Unless I can burst Sires or some shit, you know what I mean? Like, there's just no way. Koya says, sort of voice acting space is a bit unique. So is translating the voiceover scripts. You are self-employed but need to get enough jobs at the same time to keep yourself afloat. It's hard to explain. Right, no, I get that. You're like a contractor or whatever. I'm not saying that they can't just do whatever they want. I'm not saying that they can just do whatever they want. Obviously, they have to like do enough. They need to get enough work in order to be able to like pay the bills or whatever. But on any particular day, they could, in the same way that same thing applies to a plumber, right? The plumber doesn't choose who needs to get plumbing done, right? They get people calling them and they decide whether or not they're going to take the job, right? And likewise, if there's no work to be done, then there's literally nothing for them to do basically at all, unless they're going to do some kind of like outreach or whatever, right? And if a plumber wanted to, they could just be like, okay, well, I'm just not going to do any plumbing today. And that would just like be the end of it. Same with a voice actor, that you could they could just choose a day. Obviously, it's better for them to do it when they have a good time to do it, because they have nothing better that they could be doing, but it is like fully up to them. Boo says, fair enough. I wasn't sure if it was worth doing or not, since the first phase is speed ran now. It's definitely not better than just doing Abyssal Demons. There's no way. I don't know for a fact that that's the case, but there's just no way. That just doesn't make sense to me. And like bursting is like easily the best way to get Slayer experience. I would be truly shocked if Abyssal Demons is worse than doing Sire for Slayer experience. You'd have to kill that motherfucker really, really fast. A bludgeon would be fucking worthless. Elo says big Venator angle. I think I'm gonna burst instead, but yeah. Venator's fine. It crashed. The bludgeon crashed recently. It dropped nearly 4 mil. But it's not worthless. Far from it. It's a little light as far as like interaction goes, but I can't deny the rate definitely feels faster than a lot of these other skills that I've been grinding. I don't know if we're gonna be able to send construction after, but we might have to. I don't know. It might be a little bit weird. We might have to like do fletching ultimately with construction. Or I guess finish fire making. If we run out of money for construction, I don't know what the next thing is. It's kind of the story. Boy says, unfortunately, doesn't work that way. You get booked for a role and then just told when you have to appear in the studio. Sometimes you had to travel for cities for that too. And of course, you gotta do good and appear timely. If you work at home, because it's a given option, you gotta keep a strict deadline. Mix that with balancing daily life and all. It isn't easy. That's the part I don't look forward to when I one day head into the space. I mean, you say that as if that is like a problem. That's still way less than a normal job, you realize. Like way less. Like way less. Just for perspective. So what you're saying is some days they're going to have to go somewhere and do some recording. Okay. It's not like they're going to be surprised about that, right? Like they probably know for the next 3 or 4 days, this is what my schedule is and it's not going to really change. And if it does change, they can dodge your stream and you would be fine because you knew that they needed to go actually do some work for themselves, right? So like I'm more busy than that, for example. Like, okay, I'm not like blown away by the like scale of that endeavor. You know what I mean? Like, okay, sure. I'm not saying that it's an easy job or anything like that, but as far as like availability goes, you can map it out pretty easily. Nobody's like, no, you need to show up in the studio fucking right now. I need you here right now. Like, that's not how that works. No fucking way. Boy says, you'll be surprised. It can be very spontaneous. Sometimes in the evening she finds out the studio tomorrow around lunch. Yeah, but okay, so let's say that she's constantly getting text messages then. She's never going to be able to say to you, hey, we can do this thing that day then. Right? You can't have it always. You know what I'm saying? Either she says, yes, I can, or no, I'll never know because I always need to have my schedule open. And even then, how often does the studio call at 8 p.m.? Never. So you're saying that every day from 8 probably ish onwards she's available? You know what I mean? Like, it's just not real, Kolya. It's just not real, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you. It is what it is, right? Like, they can be busy for any number of reasons, but work is not the reason. That's not a real thing. I stand by what I said. I'm more busy than that. The whole self-employed thing is the reason why someone's busy. That's not real. They don't want to do it. I mean, and that for good reason. Like, their fucking life depends on them getting money, right? It's not for no reason, but it's not like they can't. They certainly could. I mean, the same applies to someone who has a regular job too, to be honest. Because fucking tragedy happens in the family, fucking bus driver certainly not going to work that day. Fuck you, company. I'm going to my family, right? You know what I mean? Like, just because you have hours that you're supposed to be working, even if you have a real job or what have you, they absolutely would be like, well, that fucking sucks for you, doesn't it? Goya says, fun fact about that, they do nightly recordings too pretty often. Sure, Goya, sure. Right, so I was thinking about this fire making construction thing. So if I run out of money during construction, I'm probably going to be like very short. I mean, it depends, because theoretically I have like a BGS, for example, that I can just sell. Just to be done with it, I can just sell that and probably make up the difference. Elo says just beg at the GE for gold. Yeah, no thanks. But yeah, there's probably a bunch of different ways, Meow, I could be making money if I really wanted to. No, there's definitely a bunch of different ways, Meow. But rather than worry too much about the money making side of it, Meow, I can just get rid of something, I'm sure, Meow, like that BGS, for example. So it's just a matter of how much I'm short, Meow. Obviously, the money that I spend on construction is just fully gone, Meow. Let's see. Construction, Meow, I guess? Calculator? No, wait. So there's a skill Meow I can do here. Okay, so we're talking 153 or 15,000, excuse me, Meow. And I think it's 10,000 each, Meow? Or 10 each? 10 planks each, Meow. And then oak planks, Meow. $75 mil, Meow. Okay, meow. So we're talking 75.5 mil meow. And we have 55 mil meow. 67 mil meow. We could probably get rid of these meow. Yeah, it should be fine meow. We could probably figure something out meow. Yeah, somewhere meow. We'll be able to get the rest. Meow. I think ultimately meow I ended up making something like 8 million gold from Temporos meow. And I feel like the odds are pretty high meow that I would make around the same amount from fire making meow. Between 90 and 99 for Wintertod meow. Somewhere like that meow. That's mostly based on nothing. It's just vibes meow, but somewhere around the same rate seems right meow. And with that in mind meow. Yeah, 55 is actually more like 65 meow. And that's not counting the money I obviously just in theory made selling those blood runes meow. Make a little bit from these potions too meow. Not a lot though. If our rate is 700k an hour meow, then nominally is that 24? I think so. No, 7 hours a day. 21 meow. Yeah, it's only like 3 mil. Yeah. Not very much money at all. Wait, no. 700k an hour, meow. That would be 14 mil, meow. Yeah. So in theory, meow, I might actually make enough just from Wintertod in these potions, meow. Narrowly enough, but potentially enough, meow. And Wintertod's also gonna get some planks as well, I guess, meow. Or at least potentially can get planks, meow. Which would be even better than... Well, it's better than buying them, meow, but I guess getting something more valuable than the planks would be even better than that, meow. I don't know. I don't know what the loot table looks like for Wintertod too much, meow. I know it's got herbs in it, meow. Herbs and seeds, I think, meow. Something like that, meow. I still need the rest of the pyromancer set, meow. I know that, meow. I burned a lot of fucking logs, meow. A lot of fucking logs, meow. It was fast though, meow. Beatrice says, do you want to have clicker noises for being so good at meow? No. Not fucking trained by you, Beatrice, meow. Fucking weirdo. Hilo says to describe clicker noises, meow. It's fucking weird. You guys are weird, meow. And I'm meowing on the internet. And you guys still seem weird to me. Beatrice says, I don't get the training, meow. I'll be honest, but it sounds nice, meow. That's what clickers are for, Beatrice. They train things with the clickers. That's what they do. It's fucking conditioning. Beatrice says, oh well, just don't get trained, Five Head. I'm not. I said that I wasn't trained, and I said that shit was weird. What are you talking about? Fucking say the thing that I said back to me like it's news to me. Hello? Wait, why do you have prims on? Yeah, we'll learn his sword stripe. Oh, that's what the 3 looks like? I don't know if I ever had the Wilderness Sword 3. Like, if I had it for very long. Probably went straight from 3 to 4. It's hard to say, though. I don't remember any of that shit. I think you can use that thing to teleport, like, to the Fountain of Rune. Yeah, you can. But why would I want to go there? There's probably a spell that's, like, super expensive to cast that's worth casting there. I just really don't know what it is. Yellow says charge dragon bone stuff. Or dragon stone stuff, excuse me. I thought that was like under the fucking Champions Guild or some shit. I know that's what where you go for eternal glories though, right? Actually, the Fountain of Rune? Now that I'm thinking about it, isn't that what you do with that? Using a glory used to be profitable type shit? There's more charges at the rune thingy. Ah. So if not for the risk of being PK, that's a pretty good place to go to do stuff for money, I guess, in theory. Sell them for profit, whatever. I don't know. Doesn't seem too terribly worth it to me, but maybe the money's actually really good if you don't die. I see this armor set. Sorry, you can't even see. I see this armor set. And I think of the Fish Empress every single time. I don't know why. Maybe it's the first time I saw that armor set was her wearing it, maybe. But it's funny, I don't even see this square when I open the menu. It's just when I close the menu that I see it. I'm staring at the square so much, like, what the fuck even is that? And as soon as I open the menu, I don't even recognize it. I guess I click on it every time because that's what it's there for, but I genuinely don't even remember it at all. Like, I just don't even see it here. Fully on autopilot, I guess. I think this mohawk is sick, but it kind of looks like a skunk to me. I don't know if that's a problem either. I guess that's okay. Shout out to Pepe Le Pew. That guy's a fucking problem. Also, isn't it that a cat that he's pining for? Pepe Le Pew's a skunk and he's like so fucking intensely attracted to that cat. Beatrice is so true. That's definitely a cartoon where if the gender roles were reversed, it would be a lot less cool. Or at least a lot more obviously not cool, I guess. Also, I feel like the cat is like mute, right? She doesn't say anything. Or at least Pepe Le Pew says way more than she ever does. Ever. I mean, she doesn't have to say no to make her feelings known, to be honest. Like, it's very clear that that guy's a creep. But like, damn. Shout out to r/nice guys. I don't know if Pepe Le Pew is a nice guy, but he definitely doesn't feel far from that ilk. Oh my god, dude. What a way. Do you think that would work? Do you think that somebody would be like offended dramatically? They probably wouldn't even see it as a problem, right? Somebody was being a nice guy or whatever, and you were like, you remind me of Pepe Le Pew. Do you think that they would be like, oh god, I should reevaluate my actions? Or do you think they would be like, oh, I love that guy. He's who I learned romance from. Oh yeah, the Looney Tune? That guy's the best. He's so good with the ladies. I'm like, are we looking at the same thing? Beatrice, why did you spend money on this? Why did you spend money on this? I think there's a non-zero chance that they would be like, oh wow, that's where I learned Riz from. Beatrice says, take my 10 bits. I suppose I will. Boo says Triss is projecting. That's her favorite person. Pepe Le Pew? No way. No way. No way would she like Pepe Le Pew. She's the opposite of Pepe Le Pew. Or she would like the opposite of him, I suppose. Let's see. Who would Beatrice like in Looney Tunes? Marvin the Martian. Who else? She probably likes Tweety. Something about Tweety does it. Beatrice is what the fuck? I don't know. Boo says Triss is a mix between Marvin the Martian and Taz. I'm thinking of who she likes rather than who she's like. I don't know. Taz doesn't scream out to me. Boo says I think she vibes with them. I feel like Taz and Tweety are very different. We agree on Marvin the Martian, though. All right, then that being the case, I'll compromise with you. We'll lock in Marvin the Martian. That's our answer. There you go, Beatrice. That's your favorite Looney Tunes character. You're welcome. We figured it out for you. This is the best way we could have determined this. Booze and I put our heads together, and we came up with your favorite Looney Tunes character for you. Beatrice says, my favorite is Lola Bunny. You guys are high. Oh yeah, I forgot you were gay. I thought about Lola Bunny and I was like, I don't know. She's pretty sexualized. You know, I was like, oh no way, she really likes Emma Frost. Never mind, that's bonus points if anything. So shout out to Bugs Bunny becoming an actual plank of wood after seeing her. The Lola Bunny. Fucking awesome. What an excellent bit. Boo says, what about Wile E. Coyote? I think she would like Roadrunner more than Wile E. Coyote, to be honest. Beatrice says, I thought she was only in like Space Jam. In the latest reboot, she's great. I think Lola Bunny, I don't know if she was in anything before Space Jam, but I know she was in stuff after Space Jam, if that makes sense. I've never seen her in the reboot, so I don't know anything about her. I know that they nerfed her fucking sex appeal super duper hard. They knew what they did in the 90s and they were like, we could not do this again. We've got to reduce her fucking sex appeal. She can't be this powerful this time, everyone. Other than that, though, I don't know that much about Lola Bunny or anything about the new Space Jam. It's got LeBron in it. Boo says, yeah, but Wiley is always scheming like she does with torturing you. See, that's why I think that she doesn't like Wiley, because Wile E. Coyote puts like so much effort into everything all the time. It's fucking exhausting. Roadrunner, however, that dude is 100% vibes. I'm not even sure he's aware that he's in danger. He's just living his best fucking life at all times. At all times. He's running into paintings and shit. You know what I mean? He's adapting to his environment. He's like water. It's beautiful in a way. Boo says that's a good point. Beatrice, how do you feel about Spike in Cowboy Bebop? Is Spike your favorite in Cowboy Bebop? Or is it the dog who's really smart? If you say it's Faye Valentine, I swear to God. I'm just gonna choose every bombshell in every IP from now on. Like, obviously her favorite character is the bombshell. Hey Beatrice, who's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh character? My Valentine. Of fucking course it is. Beatrice is okay, but yeah, go on. My Valentine kind of slays. My Valentine's like notoriously one of the worst duelists in all of history. Like, they fucking hate ladies in Yu-Gi-Oh! They like never get to win ever. They fucking hate women in Yu-Gi-Oh, man. That IP is like low key. My favorite cowboy character was Jet. Oh, okay. Jet, huh? Really? The serious one. I wonder why. Beatrice is, and yeah, I know she was shit at dueling. Was she shit at dueling, or did the writers hate her? Because Joey won like kind of a lot, and he's like notoriously stupid, like canonically extremely dumb. Boo says it's never Taya. Her friendship speeches always get slept on. Who gives a fuck about Taya? Beatrice says, remember when the writers imprisoned and tortured her in the Shadow Realm? Yeah. Yeah, they sure did. Just because, man. Fuck them. I'm telling you, man. Like, I think that the manga isn't quite as bad. I'm trying to remember. I think that the anime makes the ladies slightly worse, but it's not like the manga's good either. Beatrice says, I liked her design and swagger though. Is her design that good? Hold on. Her swagger, definitely. My Valentine. Oh yeah, no, actually she's got it. Yeah, no, she's got it. She knows what the fuck is up. Also, it looks a little bit like what you've got, actually. Her jacket is way smaller and she doesn't have an undershirt, but like I don't know, the vesty part or whatever is a little similar. Beatrice says for the 90s. Oh yeah, no, this is a 90s ass design. What the fuck? Seeing her without her jacket though is weird. I have one screenshot here where she's just wearing like her top without her jacket. It's fucking strange. It's like something's missing. It's like seeing somebody who's like you've only ever seen wearing glasses without their glasses on. You know what I mean? Like, are you sick or something? Is everything okay? Boost is honestly deserved on my part. What about them making sure the American had a gun? I mean, that I think is just like accurate, right? Now calling him Bandit Keith is a little bit crazy, but having a gun, yeah, that makes sense, I think. She has a much better, My Valentine, she has a much better character design than most people in the cast. I think Yugi and Kaiba's designs are the best, but after them, it's probably My Valentine. Wait, what's the Bakura? I kind of like Shadow Bakura a little bit. Soft Boy Bakura does nothing for me. He makes me feel nothing. But Dark Boy Bakura, it's pretty good. Beatrice says, man, I love Kaiba. Boost says Kaiba's my favorite. I think that you're supposed to like Kaiba like a lot, actually. He's kind of a Lancer, but I think that he's like very much like one of the main loved characters in that entire, like, even though he's kind of bitch made a little bit, he definitely threatened to die that one time, which is like very much not cool. Who says he gives no fucks and isn't afraid to let you know? Well, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. I think he gives a lot of fucks, actually. I think he cares a lot, like way too much, actually, about like most things. I think he's a very prideful person. He's very much not a no fucks given type of person. Who says, I mean, about what people think? Oh, well, yeah, no, he's definitely like, I'm definitely gonna make everything in my life Blue Eyes White Dragon themed, and not a single person can fucking stop me. I'm going to wear my train allegations on my fucking sleeves. Nobody's gonna stop me from loving these trains. Like, all right, Kaiba, you pop off, sir, with your fucking blue eyes. Look at this guy go with their fucking fire making. $34 fire making. They're just trying to get up to Wintertot. I was wondering why they didn't have a Bruma torch, but I don't know if you can use the Bruma torch to light just any fire. Like in place of a tinderbox, or if you can only use it in Wintertot itself. Boost is my favorite Kaiba line. You're a third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck. Yeah. Decks in Yu-Gi-Oh are like really fucking bad though. They have like almost no synergy at all. Like really bad. Like what out are you playing to, man? Like what is your fucking plan? Like when you made your deck, when you put your cards together into a deck, what were you thinking you were gonna do to win? At least Kaiba's plan is, I'm gonna summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon and it's gonna punch your fucking teeth in. Most people don't even have a plan that sound. Especially amongst our protagonists. Especially amongst our protagonists. Holy shit. Boost is summon Blue Eyes. But yeah, again, his plan is like, sure, fine. It's not like an amazing plan, but it's like fine. But like, Pegasus had Toon Worlds. That's something, and relinquished. Who says it's all about summoning Blue Eyes and Lord of D's nuts? Is it Lord of D? Is that what that guy's name is? Who's just said got him like I didn't read it on purpose. Fuck you. Lord of D? Okay. I remember Lord of D. Man, early Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a very, very fucking different game. It was, I mean, originally it wasn't even a card game. It was just another game featured in a manga, a battle manga about board games. Shout out to Yami Yugi killing people by setting them on fire and then throwing them off of buildings. Also, shout out to Seto Kaiba's hair turning from green to brown. Fuck. Dude got mind crushed and gained a natural hair color, I guess? I don't know what the fuck that was about. You might not quite get to 96, but we'll be very, very, very close. All right, so we're 13 levels here, right? To max. 4 here. So that's 17, which puts us at 189. So we need another 11 to get to 2200. Nine from Wintertod, aka fire making. And then 2, I mean, for whatever we do next. I'm definitely going to want money again after construction. So either Hunter or Slayer. One of those two, I think. I guess we can do Hunter, because it'll be easier to level up in Hunter. Well, but all the combat, maybe not. I don't know. Because going to a 2200 world might be a good idea for Hunter, at least for trying it out, seeing if it's better, if it's more populated or less. Because like, even if I'm on stream, if I'm on a 2200 world, there's only so many people who can fuck with me. And if you're really good at the game and that close to maxed, you're probably not going to want to kill me. Probably going to be busy with other stuff. But, you know, whatever. Just throwing that out there. You got like shit going on in your life, you know what I mean? No, you're just there for the thrill. Actually, I feel like a lot of PKers do just do it for the thrill. They're there for that PvP experience. They just wouldn't want... they wouldn't care for the PvP experience if they couldn't also get, you know, money from somebody or whatever, or at least inconvenience someone, you know. It's the thrill of being a little bit of a shithead, you know, just a little bit of a shithead. Very, very light consequences in the grand scheme of things. Oh my fucking god, my internet! What happened? Hold on. Internet died a bit. Oh, it looks like it's fine now. Yeah, it's better now. You're never gonna believe this. I drank most of my water. However, I do have a few drops left. So, I will consume the remaining drops. All right, there you go. That's all you get. Beatrice says, wait, didn't you go get water? I did, yeah. I drank it, though. I drank it because I wanted it. I can hydrate whenever I please, not just because you ask me. But being that it was here, I drank it all. Pretty quickly, actually. Zero says, I am now home. Are you going to be playing... Oh, Left 4 Dead 2. Yeah. Well, good luck. Have a good time. Have a good stream and all that. I'm gonna be here for another 3-ish hours. Unless my internet dies really, really big. That's a weird way of saying that sentence. That's a weird way of saying that sentence. Unless I get a really big blowback. That's a weird way for a different reason of saying that sentence. Unless I get really blown out. Unless I really blow my load on this internet. Unless I get my back completely blown out by this internet. Oh my fucking god. Whatever. I hate it here. You know, sometimes you just hate it here, I guess. I said all of that. I did all of that myself, and I still hate it here. Beatrice's panda made himself suffer. I mean, that's what failure is in a way. Self-induced suffering. Instead of being good, you just failed, and now you suffer. I feel like we've been losing money in these inventories recently. Still making money on average though. Quite a bit actually. I'm so fucking bad at this. Oh, well, to be fair, it is in a different spot than it was before. Pikachu me says panda. I made pasta. You made pasta, huh? Pikachu me says last time I threw literally all the ingredients in a pot and cooked at the same time. That was a mistake. I feel like if you mix it, it should be fine. As long as you stir regularly. How badly could it have gone? You made pasta, huh? I've made noodles in my rice cooker before. Pikachu says, I don't know, man. It was all like absolute pasta mush. How long did you cook it? What the fuck happened? Pikachu says, I think it's because it's like Banza pasta, so it's like fake chickpea pasta and it just falls apart. Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is that, dude? What are you saying to me? I swear to God, you just made that up. I don't know who that is, man. Stop saying Banza pasta at me. It's supposed to be healthier, less starchy. Motherfucker, it's a starch. That's what it does. You can't. Just don't put any starch in my shit, dog. I don't want any fucking gluten in my shit, dog. Give me a boneless pizza, motherfucker. Pikachu, he knows what Banza pasta is, apparently. I feel like he knows a bunch of like random shit that I just have never heard of before in my life. Every time I talk to this guy, I learn about some like completely new shit that I had no idea existed. He's a VTuber. He plays a pretty wide variety of games, sometimes with homies, sometimes all by his lonesome. He's got like a satisfactory playthrough going on long term. Might come back to Star Trucker. I think he fully gave up on Get to Work. What else do you got going on? Oh, he's an Apex Legends player, which means that he might be going back to Apex, being that not only does he play it on his own time, but he also, there's a new update, which means that there's some incentive at least to him playing it again now. Pikachu says, yeah, I am VTuber. I am a VTuber. The VTuber. He's the first VTuber. That's not true. Bone-in pasta? No, absolutely not. I definitely recommend you check out Pikachu. He's very good at speaking to the microphone. He's also a very funny guy. I'd say his sense of humor is a little bit darker than a lot of people's. A little bit. He keeps it pretty tame, I think, but there is darkness in there. Pikachu says, you said that, but last stream I feel like I didn't speak into the mic at all. Yeah, maybe not. That's true, I guess. I could definitely still hear you, but mostly it was just the DACA that was the problem, rather than like your mic presence or anything like that. It has to do with the aura, you know what I mean? You've got that aura of like commanding presence. Not necessarily a commanding presence, but you feel comfortable in your space. It's very clear that you're, you know, owning the environment when you're speaking to us. Pikachu says, I moved the mic before that and I think it was much worse. Pikachu says commanding presence. Yeah, no, I didn't mean commanding presence. I don't feel like you're a very commanding presence. Not at all. Nothing like Beatrice. Pikachu says, yeah, I command presence. Now that's Beatrice. Presence? Money me now, please. Money me now. Beatrice literally has never once asked for money. But she does demand kind things. Pikachu says tributes, if you will. It's true. Pikachu says that was a dirty joke. He didn't get it. Tributes, if you will. Presents. Tributes. You're right. I didn't get it. Pikachu says, how are you today, Panda? You know, we're fine. We're working on Herblore. We've got almost 1 million experience today. We do that another 4 times, we'll be done with Herblore. Which is pretty good. Pikachu says Herblore? Yeah. It's the potion making skill in this game. Mostly that's what it does. Not too many games I'm aware of that have potion making in them, actually. Pikachu says the lore of the herbs. No, not really that, actually. Not that one. I see how you got to that. No, there's not really. No, it doesn't. It's more like washing and cooking them than lore. It's more like an herbal remedy type situation. Pikachu says there's that one potion maker's assistant game I want to play. I wanted to play that one time. Yeah, I have no idea. That one's not familiar to me. I know that there's a pretty good mini game for potion making in Kingdom Come Deliverance. Very immersive. People like fucking hated it though. They were like, oh my god, can I please just fucking click and make, like, can I just tell fucking, what's his name? Fuckhead to like just make 1 million goddamn potions, please? Henry, I think. Oh my god. Fucking building. Pikachu says, I feel like that generator skill check from DBD for potion making would go hard. So you're talking about the ching, 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 that guy? Over and over again for potion making? Sure. Nobody wants this game to be more active though. No one. Ever. They're okay with options that are active, but they want this game to be as AFK as possible. This game is designed for you to watch all of One Piece while playing. Pikachu says, like, it spins in a circle and you have to hit the space at the right time. That's what I said. That's what I said. That's what I said. I did this. I went like this. I went ching, ching. And then sometimes it goes the other way where it's like ching, ching. It's like a Gears of War perfect reload, but it's in a circular format instead. That's what I said. God, it's like you're not even listening. God. It's perfect. It was a perfect impression of exactly what it's like. Pikachu says I didn't understand the verbiage with the mouse pointer. My bad, my bad. Look, Mr. Editor will come through and do what I did next to Dead by Daylight gameplay, and you're gonna look like such a fool. You understand? You're gonna get blasted in the edit because it's gonna be so clearly 1-to-1. Pikachu says you're right. So true. It's exactly like that. It kind of is though. It do kind of be similar though. It really. Look, man. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But yeah, no, I've never played Dead by Daylight, but I've seen so much fucking Dead by Daylight gameplay. I've probably seen like 30 or 40 hours of Dead by Daylight now, which is so much for someone who's literally never put hands on the game before. Oh, Saku, what's up, dude? Welcome back. I already gave you a shout out though, so you don't deserve another one. You got your one. I'll not hear any more of it. Not a single word. How's it going, man? Did you enjoy RuneScape Dragon Wilds? Did you do stuff? Saku says I noticed. Yeah, you probably got pinged at some point. Makes sense. Pikachu says all my friends like Dead by Daylight, but I hate it. It seems really, really boring to me. Genuinely, I don't understand how people could enjoy playing that game, especially like playing it solo. It seems like it would be a fucking nightmare. But then again, playing it solo while you're on stream means that you're not playing it by yourself. You're kind of playing it with everybody in the chat, sort of. You know what I mean? Like, even if they're not in the game with you, you are at least like talking through the game or talking while playing the game. That seems way better to me. But like playing that game like strictly by myself seems like it would be fucking dreadful, to be honest. Saku says, hey, Chuzzy and Blight couldn't make it? What? Damn, half the squad couldn't show? That's fucking miserable. Why didn't anybody say anything? Pikachu says, every time someone plays it, I have to pretend I'm not secretly screaming inside. And what a dumb doo-doo game I actually think it is. I have to smile at them and look them dead in the face, be like, yes, that is great. I'm so happy for you. What the fuck, dude? You don't have to be that polite. You're allowed to dislike things. I give you permission. Pikachu says we're just gonna have to put him down. Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, it's definitely not for me. I don't think it's a bad game at all. I just don't really see the appeal. But I also don't see the appeal of like most streamer games, to be honest. Repo, I think, is cool. I like Repo. Of the streamer games, which is to say games that don't really exist except for streamers to play with other streamers, Repo is probably my favorite. And then among my least favorite are probably like the Dead by Daylights, whatever, and Rust, I guess, and like Ark. Pikachu says it's like League of Legends. I'm happy some people can enjoy it in some capacity. I just know I quit for certain reasons, and I don't want to drag anybody down with that. That's, I mean, I don't feel like I quit Dead by Daylight for any particular reason. It just doesn't seem like it appeals to me, but I think I get the vibes generally. Pikachu says, what about Among Us? When is your Among Us arc? I played Among Us, not on stream. I played it for the Undrafted stream once. He was playing with his community, I suppose, and I joined for a few rounds. I played Among Us one time privately with the homies, and I think those are the only times I've played Among Us before. I think it's a fine game, but I don't like games that encourage you to lie to your friends and to get better at lying to your friends. Like, if you're too good at Among Us, I think it is detrimental to my perception of you and our friendship in general, to be honest. Pikachu says Among Us came out during like the 6-year break of my life where I wasn't streaming. Yeah, but when it came out, no one cared about it. So do you mean like COVID? Because COVID isn't when the game came out, it's when it became popular. Agadaza says people who are good at Among Us are serial killers. I don't know if they're serial killers, but they're definitely statistically more likely to be serial killers, doctors, politicians. You know what I mean? Statistically, you know what I mean? Like, just one of those. Beatrice is Dead by Daylight and then has a disgusted face. It's not for me. It's just simply not for me. I don't mind watching people play it, to be honest, but I feel like it would be so fucking dreadfully boring to play after an hour or so, because it's, as far as I can tell, like the gameplay loop is like as flat as it comes. Pikachu says, but what if you're trapped in one of those Greek god challenges where they're like, you must convince your friends that with this lie, you must convince your friends with this lie or we'll never let either of you out of Hades. What if that happens? Then I guess I'm gonna be stuck in Hades. I think what you fucking got me, man. Like, that's fine. Pikachu says, damn, so based. Look, man, if I just got confirmation that the Greek gods exist, then first of all, I think going straight to Hades is perhaps the most like benign end that you could hope for, because Zeus is just fucking everything up there in the overworld. Secondly, my only interest would be Artemis, and there's just no way. There's just no way. You know what I mean? Artemis is one of those gods where it's like, you can enjoy her and you can worship her, but you certainly are not going to like interact with in any way with her that is even remotely positive for you. There's just simply no way. If I get confirmation that Artemis exists, I'm gonna be like, that's cool. I'm gonna stay the fuck away from her for fear of literal God. All the Greek gods are like that, but Artemis in particular just doesn't. She doesn't have pleasantries. You know what I mean? It's just not a thing. Pikachu says, I just think about that one thing where the guy was like, just don't look back at your wife or we'll never let her free. And then he looks back at his wife and it's like, why, bro? Why? Yeah, that's Orpheus. Pikachu says, just don't look back, forehead. Yeah, no, you're so real for that. You're so real for that. Yeah, I don't know. Me, I probably would have followed instructions because I'm really good at following instructions. Like, I'm perhaps too good at following instructions. Like, I should maybe be a little bit better at about asking questions. But also, I probably would have done pretty well in the military because I'm really good at following instructions and not asking questions. Pikachu says, I'll be like, you can just get out of here and then turn back to look at your wife. Yeah, I agree. It seems like a really contrived way to have an issue. Yeah, I don't get it either. I'm gonna be honest. If it were me, it wouldn't have been a problem. Also, shout out to the game Hades. I fucking love Hades. Pikachu says, I ask too many questions, to be honest. I'm sure there's a non-zero amount of stress that increases every time I walk into a room at work. That's awesome. That's awesome. I feel like I'm a very curious person, and I feel like I could definitely like turn that mode on where I like drown someone in questions, but my life experience has been such that if I leave myself to my own devices and ask as many questions until my curiosity is sated, people are going to like me much less. Like, the optimal way for people to like me more, generally in my experience, especially like in one-on-one exchanges or whatever, or like in group settings, is generally to shut the fuck up. Like, rule number one, shut up. Like, seems like that's the way that I have like the most positive like group outcomes or whatever. speak when there's something that I can specifically contribute additively, positively. Because if I just like, you know, pick things apart and understand everything, people feel like I'm criticizing them, which in some ways is true, but in most ways it's not. I'm just trying to understand generally. But yeah, it's very much a like, you have to be in the right room and you have to approach it the right way, in my experience. Pikachu says, I do agree with that. And I think that's why a lot of people don't ask questions, because somewhere it's like, why are we writing these goals? I don't know, because Big Corpo Boss said so. True, probably. Yeah, it does feel like there's a real risk of people like falling into, I don't know, the cycle of like numerical feedback. Like we have to create goals that we can, you know, create numbers to represent. And then if the numbers are too low, then we need to, you know, change the way that we're doing things until the numbers look. And it's like, listen, we created this model to represent numerically the thing that we're trying to progress, when instead we could maybe just do the work that we're supposed to fucking do and it'll be done when it's fucking done. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the model to show progress is only useful if it doesn't inhibit the work that we're actually trying to accomplish. Pikachu says, I'm out here like, this is a waste of my time. Proxy metrics? Yeah, exactly. Pikachu says that don't track what we actually give a fuck about. Yeah. In some ways that definitely is a real problem. Shout out to proxy metrics. That's a great way of describing it. Pikachu says, so people optimize for the proxy model and then it's like, did we achieve what we wanted? And nobody knows. The shit drives me crazy. Yeah, I feel that. And sometimes it's like not just on like a macro level. Sometimes it's on a micro level too, where it's like you have a specific problem, right? But nobody can express what precisely the problem is. So you can't solve the specific problem either, even with no levels of abstraction. It's just like, well, this isn't right. And it's like, well, what's not right about it? And it's like, well, it feels wrong. And it's like, bitch, what do you mean? Like, how would you know if it was right? And it's like, it would feel different. Like, different how? Like, what do you mean? Please use your fucking words. Pikachu says, it's like we sold 50,000 copies of our software. People must be happy. And meanwhile, people are like screaming their boss bought and made them use this stupid bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. Love that. The corporate mandate. This thing will help us. And it's like fucking worse in every way. I've seen all kinds of different posts about that shit. Like people that are like managing items or like inventory or whatever. And they're like, the old software, I could press this, and then I would be able to do all of my inventory in like probably 10 or 15 minutes. Now, if ever there's a problem, I have to take 10 minutes to fix one situation, and thus inventory takes 10 times longer than it used to. Pikachu says, yeah, some things are just hard to quantify, so they try to use the next best thing. Shit, Loki has me screaming. High key even? Yeah, no, I think that you're actually screaming. I don't think that it's low or high. I think you're just screaming. I think it's just regular screaming. Yeah. 50,000 copies of a software that nobody fucking likes. Reminds me of every Discord update, actually. every fucking update Discord gets, everyone's like, boo, boo, we hate it. And I'm like, well, actually, I kind of like this part of it. And they're like, fuck you, no, you don't. And I'm like, okay, sorry, shit. Oh my God. Pikachu says there's just so many programs like that in general. It makes me smudge. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Sometimes, usually I don't like things to be different. Usually I like things to be mostly the same. I also like Discord to be fucking lightweight. I want Discord to have as little fucking impact on my shit as fucking possible. And also like the whole advertisement thing that it's got going. See, look, that's the thing. It's like, listen. Discord, I don't like the fact that you have fucking Discord Nitro. I don't like that shit. I don't like a membership for Discord. I don't like your fucking microtransactions. But if you're gonna have a membership and you're gonna have microtransactions, why the fuck do you have ads, bro? Like, what the fuck is going on? Pikachu says, I have 24 cores. I think Discord should use all of them. What? That seems... What the fuck are you doing on Discord, bro? Chill. I'm literally in a Discord call by myself right now, just vibing, by the way. Saku says, Discord is going the way of the F. Yeah, it does seem that way, but like every software does to some degree. Skype was better and then it got worse and worse. Hey, Saku, what's up, dude?
I am here to contradict your previous statement,
I
but I'm actually not staying for long.
Oh, I see. You're just here to rub it in my face a little bit. Okay, cool. Thanks, man. Good looks.
Yeah, I actually have to go. I should probably like try to go to sleep now because I have to be awake by 6:15 a.m.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, go to bed then. Damn, that sucks.
Yeah. I might not. I won't be there tomorrow because I am at work for the entire day.
Okay.
There's a big meeting in another office, and I'm getting driven there.
I see. That sounds terrible, but I hope that you get through that experience. Fucking hate meetings.
Yeah. Have a good night and a good tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll see you, man. Pikachu says, "'Tis a joke." You made a joke? Okay. Akadaza says, "Rip to Skype, shout out to the OG." There's a reason why I switched from Skype to Discord in like the span of 12 hours or whatever. Like I switched to Discord, trying it out, and I was like, oh, this is the fucking one. Like I might have uninstalled Skype that day, to be honest. Like it was not slow. I was like, whoa, this is way fucking better. Pikachu says, sometimes I forget and I forget and do that, and then I'm super worried someone will jump in and scare me. That's very funny. I don't think I've ever been... Well, first of all, the only people who have access to this server are people that I like know and also who can contribute to the conversation in some way or whatever. They like know that I'm streaming and shit. So I'm not gonna... Nobody's gonna show up that I'm gonna be like, whoa, what the fuck? What are you doing here? Saku says, but yeah, Discord just decided to shove ads in YouTube videos that you post, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, I didn't really watch embedded videos to begin with. Saku says, God damn it, I have to click the link to see it on my ad blocked Firefox. Yeah. Clicking links, by the way, is like not the best idea when it comes to, you know, security of your shit. You know what I mean? Like generally that's like not what you want to do, but you know, whatever, man. It is what it is. Sometimes you take risks for memes. Pikachu says, I have to put pasta in the refrigerator. All right. Agadas says, TeamSpeak is still hanging on. Yeah, it's true. There's a few other softwares that still exist. There's a few other softwares. I don't know. But anyways, I don't know if I'm going to switch it up. Maybe one day. The thing that I liked about Discord is that you can just like be in a call by yourself without it being like weird or whatever. Whereas like Skype, just hanging out in a call, waiting for the homies to show up wasn't a thing. And also like you could only be in a call for like an hour or whatever on Skype as well. It was like a whole thing. Saku says, yeah, my blood is on their hands. My blood is on their hands, not mine. I didn't have to ad block the YouTube. I wouldn't have gotten viruses. Ah, I see. I think I understand what you're saying, but I don't know if that's how that works. I think you're still responsible for your actions, bro. But it is what it is. But yeah, I don't love it, but you know, sometimes I kind of get it. Sometimes I kind of don't. Discord mostly is still fine. I think it's still definitely more positive than it is negative, but the day may come where it is no longer better than it is not. You know what I'm saying? There's a non-zero chance that Discord gets replaced with something bigger and better. And by bigger, I mean probably smaller. I mean, really, like, a lot of the bells and whistles that Discord has, I like truly do not need. Like, if Discord didn't let me post images at all, it wouldn't change its functionality too much for me. It would just have much less memes. But if it was just a text message board that had the voice chat or whatever, that would be fine. Especially if it also operated as a hub, a nexus of like this server versus that server versus that server. Like that functionality, that core functionality is really what I need from Discord more than anything else. Everything else like is just nice, or either nice or a burden and not something that I actually want to deal with actually. So I kind of definitely, I'm not like terribly in the market for a new software because I would like to just keep using Discord since it's easy. But if there was a world where something better came around and the adoption rate was high, I'm certainly not resistant to moving on over, trying something new, trying something a little bit better. Same thing that happened with Skype, basically. Though I don't remember how I found out about Discord. One of the homies must have like found it first, because I definitely didn't. I'm kind of curious, actually. I wonder if we could find that out somehow. And by we, I mean I guess I would have to like go back to Skype to know, though. Yeah, I'm not checking my Skype logs to figure that out. That's not worth it. Sagu says, I don't remember my Skype info. Oh, dude. You're so real for that. Dude. I mean, but that's like every password or login information I have for fucking everything. Every time I need to sign into something again that I don't use literally all the fucking time, I don't even like try. I just say forgot password. You know what I mean? I just go straight to forgot password. Like, whatever. Like, okay, yeah, man. We're just gonna just send me the fucking verification thing to my email, dog. Saku says, wait, didn't they pull the plug on Skype? Yeah, but you could probably still get your logs depending on how stuff is. Like the computer that I was using at the time, I haven't started up since then, so I think I could still get my logs out of it if you used a software for, you know what I'm saying? I could basically data mine my shit. Saku says Skype shuts down after 22 years, replaced by Microsoft Teams. Fucking ew, dude. Microsoft Teams? That's some corpo shit if I've ever heard it. Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking ew. Saku says maybe my first laptop still has it. Yeah. I haven't messed with any of my laptops in a long time. Still got Pokemon Reborn to play through, actually. I don't know if I'm ever going to do that, though. I don't know if I'm ever going to finish that. I could, in theory, but I imagine I'm much better at Pokemon than I used to be. Like, understanding strategies and stuff. Like, same with, like, Nuzlocke in contemporary Pokemon spaces or whatever. Like, the skill ceiling is way higher than it used to be. Run and Bun is a way more difficult game than anything that people were dealing with 5 years ago, 8 years ago, or whatever. Saku says, but like, I don't know where it's been placed, and if it even still has a charger or a good old Toshiba. Yeah, you could probably figure out the charger situation, though. Usually, there's a few different ones, but you can get, like, a charger that'll work for, I don't know, like 8 or 9 different variants or whatever, and one of them will probably work. You know what I mean? One of them will interface the way that it's supposed to. Kind of feel like Fire Emblem vibes from this song. That's a game that I still kind of want to play as well. Fire Emblem Three Houses. It's on the Switch though, which is so, it just feels so fucking bad to have to like figure out how to set all that shit up. I'm sure it'll be fine, but like such a huge pain in the ass. Such a huge pain in the ass. I would so much rather not. But maybe it'll be fine. We're just not there yet. Still. I mean, we got RuneScape for now. Saku says it was a good game. Three Houses. Good to know. I also don't super like modern Fire Emblem. I like the OG stuff a lot better, to be honest. I feel like you can kind of just like grind shit out for forever or whatever, which doesn't feel as, I don't know, compelling to me or whatever, but I don't know. I'm just an old guy, I guess. Saku says it's a lot different than the others. Yeah, I've heard some stuff. I don't know too much about it. I tried to stay away from spoilers as much as possible, basically. I was actually following a lot of Fire Emblem content creators, like 3 or 4 or maybe even 5, I think. And Three Houses dropped and I like fucking fully blanked all of them just because I was like, oh, well, I don't want to know about Three Houses while we're still doing stuff. Still trying to, I know I'm going to play that game. I'm really excited. Saku says, you'll figure it out. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. But, Saku says, you'll understand when you play it. The things that they've done. Oh, yeah. That reminds me. People say that, like, old Fire Emblem games are, like, harder. And in some ways, that's true. But in a lot of ways, it's also not true. The hardest difficulty of Fire Emblem back in the day, like FE7, FE6, FE8, is, like, way easier than, like, double, quadruple insanity lunatic in Fire Emblem Awakening. Like, fucking Fire Emblem Awakening is disgustingly, stupidly, like, borderline broken until you, like, there's like a critical mass or whatever, and then then it becomes free anyway. You just like overscale or whatever. But like, it's disgusting how bad that game is on the harder difficulties. Like, it's like barely a video game. Like, bro. Saku says, which house are you going with? I don't know anything about them. There's Edelgard. There's the Blondie. And then there's the other guy, I think. Edelgard's red. Blondie, I think, is blue. And then the other guy might be yellow? That seems right to me. I know Edelgard's name, so I guess I like her the best. That's kind of the extent of my knowledge. I really don't know that much about it, to be honest with you. That's kind of it, I guess. I'm very fresh faced to it. Saku says, I know a girl's name, so I choose her. I mean, yeah, kind of. I mean, yeah, I mean, if all else is equal, right? Is that Soul Herited? I think it is. Yeah, it sure is. Look at that guy. That's a lot of fucking effort. There he goes. Oh wait, that wasn't him. Somebody else in that stack. We should probably buy more Renar unfinished potions, I guess. I don't know if we'll need them quite yet, but we will need them before too long. Yeah, we got like 2 hours left. There's no way our potions are going to last that long, so we should just buy them. so that we can use them. I'm trying not to like blow out my bank in buying these at like the wrong times and stuff, but it kind of is what it is as well. Oh. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I'm like, try to sort of buy him like around market value, but like, we're just doing this, man. We're just doing this and seeing how it goes. Fuck it. I should put charges into my shit again as well. See if this guy's running out. It certainly was not running out, but since we already checked. Yeah. Okay, so we got like halfway through the charges then. $23. So 5,000 charges. Oh, it only uses a charge when we make a 4-dose potion? That sort of makes sense, actually. I guess that would be what it does, actually. The Amulet of Chemistry gave you the chance to make 4-dose potions, and now you have a better chance of making 4-dose potions. And also, you don't have to switch out the Amulet of Chemistry all the fucking time. That makes sense. Damn, so I made like 2,500 4-dose potions then? Oh, fuck. I guess that's not that many, though. If you consider that I've gone through... Oh, man, probably a ton. Does this tell me? I guess 11,580, right? So only... What is that, like a quarter? Or so? Yeah, because this number, that's how many Renar Unfinished Potions I have. Obviously, we saved some of those. So I've saved like 1,200 Renar, or Snapegrass. But I've used all 11,000 Renar. That's interesting. Oh, my GP per hour, no. It's okay, we've made apparently 3.4 million gold so far. That might also be counting the shit that we sold. I'm not sure though. Hey Blue says, what's going on here? I smell something fishy. This isn't fishy. We were training fishing for a long time. We're making potions. Hey Blue says, I think you stink. I mean, you're not the first person to say that, so no points for originality. Nablu says, I know that you ho. You know that you're not original? And then Nablu says, you're such a bitch? Interesting. A little bit of projection going on here, I think, as well, huh? It's okay. Wonder why the Saradomin sword has the animation like the God sword does. Nate Blue said, anyways, fuck you and bye. Okay. Weird. Oh no! That guy and I are wearing the same shirt. One of us has to change. The joke would have been so much better if this other guy didn't show up at that very moment to cover him. It's fine, the same joke applies, but with those two guys' pants. Also, what is this guy's gear set? He's wearing like fucking iron? No, this guy. Yeah, iron plus, or full iron sans the pants for black D-hide. Then an obsidian cape and a Saradomin sword. So strange. Whoa, your stats are pretty good. A 1 defense pure. So that explains a lot of the defensive gear. I think in theory you can get a fire cape though, right? Even as a 1 defense pure? He's only got 74 range though. Is he an iron? No. What a weird setup for leagues. Just didn't get too invested in leagues, I guess. Did all of thieving and cooking though. What a weird account. Man, it really does, like, it doesn't pain me, but it does surprise me to see how many people don't have Tears of Guthix going. Like, if you're doing a 1 defense pure, it makes a lot of sense, obviously. But, like, if you're just, like, a regular person in this game, like, why wouldn't you do Tears of Guthix? It's so much experience, and it's so easy to do. Like, yeah, you had to do the quest for Tears of Guthix. But like, if you only play this game once in a while, doing Tears of Guthix every time you play will get you so much fucking experience, bro. Like, it seems so good. I just don't understand. I think it's competitive with like the meta way. Well, no, I don't want to say meta. Like, I'm defining the meta. The way that I'm going to do construction with oak dungeon doors is definitely a way that people do construction. And it is very competitive rate wise with that. Obviously, you just can't do it nonstop. It's the thing. But even then, like, fuck, it takes a few seconds. You teleport there with a game's necklace. You know what I mean? You just fucking send it easy. Even for an iron, I still feel like it's more than possible. It's more of a pain in the ass to get there, but You got a house. You can make a jewelry box or whatever, I presume. Something. Now, remembered, I think, seeing a guy in Missouri earlier in the stream that had no boots on at all. And I, like, his feet looked like my feet, meaning that he had no foot slot, right? Probably, I think. And I remember thinking, weird, I don't remember those boots. But that's because they weren't using any at all, obviously. Which reminded me of when I was doing Vorkath. And I discovered that the ferocious gauntlets are only an improvement over the fighter torso, or over the Barrow's gloves, if you're not using the fighter torso. God damn, look at this guy. Did you see he had the white Rancor and everything? But yeah, because the crab that spawns during Vorkath has exactly enough magic defense or what have you. You need to have exactly enough magic offense with a Slayer staff to, what is it, crumble undead on him. And you do if you're using Barrow's gloves and fighter torso, but the ferocious gauntlets have a negative instead of a positive to magic. So your magic drops way too low. At least it did at the time. Maybe I have enough magic now, being that I'm at like 97 magic or whatever. 95. Maybe now it would be fine, but damn. Who says, oh man, I missed Nate's latest tantrum. She just kind of like showed up, popped off, and then left. Like, it didn't really, I really didn't do anything. I was just like, yeah, no, it's fine. Just doing Herblore stuff. What's going on? This guy's got Ancestral, but didn't upgrade his Arclight. Brother, you better upgrade that fucking Arclight. Boosters think they're doing a Tormented Demon task with a Slayer helmet and Mage. It's possible. People really don't like doing demons with Mage, though. Most people who do Tormented Demons do them with melee and ranged. And I genuinely don't know why. Like, it is straight up better to do it with Mage. Like, according to the DPS calcs and shit. I genuinely don't know why people would do it with range instead. Who says with Arceus spellbook, it's not bad at all? Well, yeah, you're not doing it without the Arceus spellbook. But yeah, with the Arceus spellbook in Mage, yeah, no, it's better than ranged. It's just better. And that's what I did for sure. Also, your magic benefits from obviously wearing magic gear. And your melee doesn't benefit very much from having melee gear. So if you wanted to do fewer switches, you could do something basically like this. I would suggest having a 4-way switch was what I went with, which was offhand melee, obviously, occult necklace and tormented bracelets. And then everything else was either straight up a magic thing or some kind of like a hybrid thing or whatever. You says you get to watch your character have a seizure every cast. Yeah, it's true. I don't know what's up with that. That was like animation smoothing or whatever, that kind of plugin that I got. But yeah, it is a little bit silly. It's also slow enough that you actually benefit from the like form shifting or whatever, whereas the scorching bow is not slow enough to benefit from that. Magic is. It doesn't increase it by a lot. I think it's like 4 max it or something like that. So you're still better off using your fucking heavy ballista or whatever you want to use. And that's the other thing, is you can bring a ranged heavy weapon and then you can use it every single time there's a form switch, because you're using melee and magic. So every time he switches from defending against one to the other, you can use your heavy ballista. The only question then is what you do at the very start of the fight. If he's praying ranged, and the answer is obviously you do magic. No problem, right? Like you just do magic. Bam. And you get the benefit from it being magic because it's slow enough to get the benefit, right? So like there's no reason not to. In my opinion, it's like free real estate. Just use magic. You only have one alternate fire, and you can use your ammo slot for the heavy ballistas, since you don't need your ammo slot for melee or for magic, right? You can use in theory you can use your thrall to be ranged the whole time if you want to do that, so that your thrall always does damage. And sometimes your thrall will even cause the tormented demon to switch from, say, melee defense to ranged defense, so you don't have to change your gear set at all. You can just keep doing magic in that case. It's not a huge deal, but there is technically that micro improvement as well. Who says, I'll take Reason's Mage as the best combat for 500. I don't know if it's the best. Melee's really fucking good in this game, bro. Like really, really fucking good in this game. Because Piety is a really fucking good Frere. Mostly the reason Melee is good is because Piety is better than Augury is and Rigor. Augury was way, way, way worse, but the Shadow was so good that it didn't matter that Augury was worse. But even now, even without Augury, I still think magic is still better than ranged, to be honest. Even though Augury is like kind of a meme prayer, it's still like magic I still think is overall in a better position than ranged is. And melee is just better than both of them, even combined. Boost is now Augury is competitive with the other two. I'm not so sure I feel that strongly about it. It is better than it was, but I don't know if I'm like, oh man, it's fucking so good now. I think it ends up being competitive with the other two, but only because of the Shadow and stuff like that. Only because of other things in magic at the same time. Whereas Piety, you know what I mean? Like this prayer by itself in isolation, Piety I think is better than the other two combined even. Boost is now you only notice it really at high-end gear. Maybe that's why I just don't do high-end content. That could be it, to be fair. But yeah, I just feel like melee is like significant. Whenever I've done, you know, ABC testing with melee versus range versus magic, right? In cases where you can use any of them, right? Especially against enemies that have like no particular resistance to one or whatever, right? Melee is always the best, always. And it's usually by a significant margin the best. Obviously, if they're like specifically weak to magic, then magic's going to be best. Or if they're specifically weak to melee, melee's the best, whatever. But I'm saying like all else being equal, if we're hitting a target dummy or whatever, seems like melee very often is best. It is kind of interesting though. The way that it works in this game is like magic is kind of like an in-between kind of guy. Melee, you get bonus max hit from your gear, and ranged you get bonus accuracy from your gear. That's generally how it is, right? Like ranged gives you accuracy, so the idea behind optimal ranged is like hitting frequently. The idea behind optimal melee is like hitting high, and magic is kind of like sort of in between-ish, except for the Shadow, which just hits high and also has high accuracy. Like it just, that's kind of its own thing, but generally it's kind of in between the two. Boost's Piety is insanely good, and Rigor is flat out busted for how good it is for making ranged stupid accurate. It's true, it does make ranged accurate, which is what ranged is good at doing, but like it's just so hard for ranged to compete ultimately, unless you're using like bolt procs or whatever, which are good, but also feel like a gimmick to me. And ranged feels like it really does have the gimmicks. Like that's where the gimmicks are. Melee has the specs, ranged has the gimmicks. And I don't know, magic has shadow. It's just really fucking good. There's this Rigor plus Bofa or ACB ZCB are crazy. The ACB, the Dragon Crossbow, and the Rune Crossbow are actually not that different from each other stat-wise. The reason the ACB and ZCB would be better significantly, I think it's mostly down to, well, the ZCB is the spec, but it's mostly down to the ammo actually, is the Dragon Bolts that you can use. It's really where the difference is. But yeah, Rigor is definitely very good. I think mostly Rigor saves, actually probably more the Twisted Bow than Bofa. Bofa's already pretty accurate. I don't know if you need it for that one as much. But I think that for T-Bow, was when it actually like will make a huge difference. Who says those two crossbows are just the specs? Otherwise, I'd put Dragon Crossbow in there too. ACB spec is not very good. It's like a 21% proc chance instead of the 10% that you already had. It's like really not that good. It's like a 1 in 5. ZCB is like the bolt proc happens, I think. It just, you spec and it happens. ACB is like you have an increased chance, which means double the chance, but ultimately it's 1 in 5. So ACB does not seem like it's very strong, to be honest, as far as the spec goes. Boost says Bofa benefits more definitely. With full crystal and boosting, it rarely misses. It's true, but I think that the difference between hitting 95% of your shots to 98% of your shots is less significant than hitting 80% of your shots to 85% of your shots. You see what I'm saying? I think that Rigor giving a T-Bow, theoretically 5% more hit, like additive 5% more hit, is more significant than the Bofa's mischance going down by less than 5%, which I imagine is what happens. That's just a qualitative rather than a quantitative, you know what I'm saying, measure of the difference, in my opinion. Rather than me just looking at the DPS calcs, which obviously we could do. We could see how much better it is. And you very well could be right. I just think that the difference between Bofa with and without Rigor is going to be smaller than the difference between T-Bow with and without Rigor. That's all I really mean. Who says T-Bow with Dragon Arrows attacking a non-magical target only has a max hit of 19 with the highest boost? Yeah, but like, don't use your T-Bow on cows, bro. Come on. You know not to use your T-Bow on cows. We've established this. If you want to kill cows and you have your T-Bow, you take off your T-Bow and you kick it to death. It's faster. It's faster to just kick it to death instead. You drop your T-Bow on the fucking ground and you kick that cow to death. Boost says boulders at TOA aren't magical. That's what your blowpipe's for. It's fine. Who's this just saying it's pretty dog shit? Hey man, I'm not trying to say that the T-bow is the best weapon in the game. I'm just trying to say, in fact, I'm kind of saying the opposite. I'm trying to say that the T-bow needs the accuracy bonus from Rigor more than the Bofa does. The T-bow benefits more from Rigor because it needs Rigor more than Bofa does. It's really, truly what I'm saying. Because Bofa is really fucking accurate with crystal armor. That's really what I'm trying to say. Net. Oh my god, the days of my Black Mask gameplay. It's been a minute since I thought about a Black Mask. What, a Dragon Longsword? Boost says, while it's true that it relies on it, the boost is a percentage. So since Bofa has a higher bonus, the boost is more beneficial. That's true from a to roll perspective. So when you make an attack in this game, you're rolling like a die, basically, right? And the potential number that you can roll is higher because it's a percentage boost from Rigor, right? However, the way defense works in this game is that it is also a roll, and your defense can never be so high that there's a zero chance of hitting, right? That's never the case. You always can hit, in theory, sans exceptions, whatever. You get what I'm saying. You can always do an amount of damage. It's just more and more vanishingly unlikely. And likewise, you can never be guaranteed to hit. You get diminishing returns after a certain point. And I think that the Bofa incurs those diminishing returns with Rigor more so than the T-bow does, which is to say, I don't think the T-bow has any diminishing returns with Rigor at all, so it gets the full benefit of Rigor, whereas Bofa doesn't actually utilize all of the bonus that it gets to hit, since it's already so accurate. If that makes sense. You can, for the Bofa, you were already gonna hit him, so the fact that you got an increased accuracy doesn't matter. That's ultimately what I'm saying. For the accuracy part of Rigor. So the conversion on T-bow, the amount of misses that become hits is the difference that I'm really saying. Again, 80 to 85% versus 95 to 98%. Not that that comparison would definitely put the T-bow ahead as far as DPS goes, but it still means that Rigor benefits the T-bow more, right? The growth in DPS on the T-bow side would be more substantial than the growth in DPS on the Bofa side. That's what I'm saying. Whether or not the Bofa was already higher, or was higher before and after and all that, notwithstanding, not relevant. This game is so silly, dude. This person's just like stretching vertically. Instead of doing like a breathing animation, they just like bounce vertically, stretching from the waist up. Boo says, I have a thought, but I'm trying to form words around it, so I'll be a minute. Sure. What were we trying to do? So 7-hour stream, 200K, 1.4? Oh, I don't know if we're going to get 1.4. So we're an hour and 45 minutes out. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to get 1.4. That's okay, though. Not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, so 393. That does seem like it should be narrowly possible. I don't know. 3/4 of 191. It seems really, really close. Certainly not exactly, though, but that's okay. It's not a big deal. If we don't make it, we don't make it. We'll just start next stream with a level up. There's nothing wrong with that. Can I put my fishing harpoon and like Temporos gear in my tackle box? I think I can, right? Maybe I should do that so they're all together. Just taking up extra slots, right? Yeah. Let's clean up a little bit of space. A little bit of quality of life going. I don't know what I'm going to get for this last 9,000 fishing experience exactly, but we'll figure that out later. We can do anything. Go fucking barbarian fishing. Boost says, I'm not sure you could call it diminishing returns because of the defensive checks. That would only come into play with a low defense target like sand crabs. Let's take Zulrah, magical target with a medium amount of defense. Rigor will benefit Bofa more because of the accuracy, and Tebow, please fact check me on this, has both accuracy and damage based on magic level of the target. I think Tebow does have an accuracy bonus based on the magic level of the target. I think that is correct. We'll see. Tebow. Let us check. Accuracy. Yes, is based on the magic level of the target. The accuracy bonus caps at 140% and the damage bonus caps at 250%. So the accuracy bonus actually caps way faster than the magic bonus does, which is relevant. But really, the way that we would know is we go to a DPS calc. Max magic, ranging potion, and rigor. I said magic. I meant to say ranged. Okay. No Slayer helmet. We do crystal. Crystal helm. I think it's attuned. Oh no, crystal helm active. That's the one. All right. Then compare that to maxed range. That's obviously with the Bofa, Masori and all. Or not Bofa, obviously Tebow. Silly. And this is going to be against Zulrah. You said Magic? Oh god. Tanzanite? Blue Zorla Tanzanite? Okay, yes. Okay. I was pretty sure it was the blue one, but I didn't know what they're called. All right. And then, so DPS wise, out of the box, with rigor ranging, it is a straight up victory for the Tebow, period. The Tebow is just straight up better, which is not terribly surprising, right? And now we copy this and we remove rigor. And we copy this and we remove rigor. We compare. The growth of one to the other. Okay, so obviously the Tebow is best with rigor on. Not a surprise. Oh wow, they actually have a very similar bonus to rigor. Through rigor. So 3.03% versus 3.04%. So the Bofa does benefit literally 0.01% more. Literally 0.01% more. That's so silly. It's like technically the Bofa does benefit more from rigor, but not enough that anyone could ever fucking know. Also, you know what's interesting? The damage from rigor is irrelevant. Your max hit does not go up with a Tebow at all. In fact, your DPS with the Bofa and rigor is not that much higher. It's 8.175 with the Bofa and rigor. It's 8.149 with Masori and no rigor. There's a world where if you're doing Zulrah, rather than praying rigor at all, you just use Tebow. You just save the fucking rigor prayer and just use your Tebow, because it's like literally not that much better. The accuracy does go up. Don't get it twisted. Your DPS is significantly higher if you pray rigor, but not because of your max hit. It's because of your accuracy. Your accuracy will go up 1.1 nearly by praying rigor with a Bofa. So that's huge. That's a huge bonus. But relative to using Bofa, you might as well not even pray rigor. Like, it kind of doesn't matter. Let's try it without the ranging potions. Let's remove the ranging potions across the board. Unrealistic, right? Anybody who's using this stuff is using ranging potions, but let's see how that changes stuff. If it does, even. All right, so 78, 3.32 versus 78, 3.3. So no, that's still the Bofa does benefit more from rigor. Still. Not by a lot, still. Just barely, but it definitely does benefit more from rigor. Your game sense is so fucking right. It's so fascinating to me that the max hit just simply doesn't go up though. It just simply doesn't on Tebow. It just goes to show they're like very comparable, I guess. Man, I would never think that the T-bow is more accurate than the Bofa. But, I mean, Zora does have a lot of magic levels, so that's why. That's exactly why. But, damn. What an interesting little thought experiment. Well done, Boost. How is the DPS calculator still in beta? You know what I mean? Like, when does this shit come out of beta? Like, what are we even talking about at this point, guys? Like, what do you mean? What is beta about it? Boost is me big unga bunga brain. Yeah, true. True. Your brain is so unga, much bunga. Do I have money? I don't think I do. Probably completely out. Oh no, I have a little bit. 7 mil. Okay. We should get some Renar. Oh wait. How much do I need? 5,000? Okay. Look at how cheap Snapegrass is right now, by the way. That shit was like 660 something recently, like a couple weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. You lost like half of its value. Boosted. So basically that makes T-bow pretty nuanced then as far as benefit goes. If you're doing ranging potion plus rigor, what the fuck? Is that a Cox pet? Must be. If you're doing ranging potion plus rigor on Zora, T-bow is definitely better. Definitely better. But rigor plus Bofa is almost the same as T-bow with no rigor. That's the thing that's remarkable to me. Like max Bofa is T-bow without rigor, basically. Oh yeah, nerd logging. T-bow without rigor. That's how bad it is. Relative on that target. It doesn't matter, but the ping on this world is bad, so I moved to a different one. Boost says, yeah, it's crazy how strong T-bow is against magic enemies. I spy a PKer. Where? Where's this motherfucker? Which one of these motherfuckers is it? God damn, look at how big Garage Door is. That is a big fucking boy. That motherfucker eats his Wheaties. God damn. That might be one of the biggest pets in the game. Is that a Calphite Queen pet? Yeah, it sure is. Boost is right next to you under a guy was wearing a ghostly robe with a toxic staff of the dead. I see. I like this. I'm kind of in the way. I like this. I'm kind of a shadow person, but the textures with the different kinds of black, it feels very vibrant in a way. Like very layered. I can't put it in words very well, but the different colors, the shading and stuff, it makes it feel like there's something going on here. Like it's a very like rich, despite being monochrome model. Who's this silhouette person? It's more than just a silhouette, but yes. What's your name? I can't be fucking asked. So true. Who says that reminds me? Oh god. Oh. Don't forget to do your Herblore. Why did you say that so strangely? Yes. You alright over there? You look like you're okay. Alright, we send this. God, what a terrible existence. Doomed to live at the grand exchange for all of your life, for all of your dealings. You're just a banker or clerk. I would say expected to work morning and night, but I'm not sure that time actually passes in Gillinor. It's just always this. It's always now. Boo says, I saw a person with a really cool fashion cape. She had purple Vire Noble, the skeleton monkey cape slot, purple crystal crown, abyssal lantern with purple logs, Void Waker, black defender, and a desert amulet 4. I'm not sure what some of that looks like, but it's basically like a gray, black, purple vibe. Doesn't sound bad. Boosted, but her character model was the same as the silhouette person. Oh, interesting. I fucking hate what this guy's doing. He's got like Mauritania legs and Masori body, Keldagrim chest. What the fuck? Fucking wilderness gear, I guess. He's fucking desert amulet. What the fuck is he doing? Who knows? Who says that guy's doing clue scrolls? Yeah, sure. He's definitely willing to go into the wilderness with that shit too. Yeah, he's got the Fremenic boots too. He's got the full set. The helm teleports him to Sherlock. Yeah, Keldagrim. My man needs to finish his diaries, though. He's got the stats for it. Bro, if you don't finish those fucking diaries, if you don't go do your fucking errands... Get a load of this fucking guy. Look at how good his stats are. And meanwhile, he's got fucking Mauritania 3, Desert 3, fucking... Those might be the tier 4 Fremenic boots. The Ardoin 3. Who's this? Keldagrim? That's the dwarf city by Fremenics. Sherlock is south of Sears. Oh, Kandarin headgear. Sorry, excuse me. Two different Keldagrim, or two different K words. Kandarin helmet. Keldagrim is the name of the dwarven city, you're right? It's actually right over there. It's the Kandarin helmet, excuse me. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Who's this sneaky dwarves? You're actually not wrong. Because there's like a whole group of dwarves here. Like low-key inexplicably. Because Cantorum is like old, right? Like old. Maybe predates the dwarves that are there. But those dwarves aren't Imikondo dwarves. So like, what the fuck? Maybe there's lore that is just like optional that explains why there's dwarves when there weren't dwarves before. Because everybody that came to Corrend, you know what I mean? Like Corrend proper rather than Varlamore, right? They came to Corrend. Like no one's from here. Maybe the Arceus guys, but like not even really. So like the fact that there's just like dwarves here, even if they are like the Lovikin dwarves, which I don't think that they are, it's weird that they don't seem to have like any, I don't know. Is this nobody thought to check out the suspicious rebel on the mountain? Maybe, I guess. Though to be honest, in the world of Gielinor, this game, RuneScape, there are a lot of like fucking anomalous structures that no one's really investigated. That shit is just like part of the world. You know what I mean? Where it's just like, yeah, oh yeah, that thing's there. We don't know what the fuck. Just lost to time, man. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, that's somewhat true for real life too, because like you want some very famous structures that we don't like 100% know everything there is to know about them. The pyramids, like very famously, I mean, they're ritual structures, right? Is kind of what we all agree on, I think. Whether they be burial tombs or religious sites or whatever, what have you. But as far as like everything there is to know about them, no, there's definitely like some passages and stuff that we still don't like fully know about or haven't explored and all that. We've got like a much better idea now than we used to, but you get what I'm saying. But those are like real life places that you could just fucking go to, like, and they're not that big. Like we could definitely explore them. Queen of the Fish. What's up, Fish Empress? We could definitely explore the pyramids if we wanted to. It's just a little dangerous and stuff like that. Oh yeah, there she goes. There goes my hero. All right. Who says, speaking of Corrin and lore, what are your thoughts on Yama coming out next week? I didn't know that. Beauregard Fady says, watch him as he goes. Yeah. See? What's up, dude? I didn't know it was coming out next week, and I don't have very many thoughts on it. It'd be cool to do a quest if there's a quest associated with it. I probably will only do it for like 1 KC at most. It depends on how hard it is. If it's really, really, really super duper hard, which I think it's supposed to be end game, we probably won't even like really do it, to be honest. We might like see, you know what I mean? Like go in there and like give it a peek. But I'm not trying to get like fucked up, you know what I mean? Like that's crazy. Who's this for real? For real? It's got to be a Corrin the Grandmaster quest to tie off the story. It might be, because Kingdom Divided is where we left off, right? So we are kind of due a Grandmaster. The new king of Corrin was freshly coronated and crucified. Killed. Wait, why didn't I just say killed? Shit. Whatever. Whatever. It works. He died, is what I'm saying. Fish Empress says, damn, that's metal. Crucifixion? Yeah, not spelled like that, but yeah. Boo says, well, it sounds kind of like TOA in a way, except it's just boss fight that's customizable with contracts you can choose from. Oh, okay. So if we can do it like baby mode, little baby mode, we'll do it then. I think it's supposed to be duo. So maybe we'll bother either Savage or Saku or something for it. But only if it seems like it's a thing that we can actually do. Who says, yeah, it's designed to be duo. Well, I mean, they designed the Royal Titans to be duo too, and then didn't consider that the way that the loot works, it's better for Irons to do it solo, which is like such a strange thing. Fish Empress is fucking finally raids 3-2? What? I don't understand. Goose is not me. Well, I mean, you're not around a ton, to be honest, as far as like playing game. You know what I mean? You hang out a lot, but you're mostly busy with work. Fish Empress's TOA was called Raids 3 when it came out because it was the 3rd raid. Oh. What a creative name. Fish Empress says, so I'm saying it's Raids 3 TOA 2nd edition. Yeah, no, I got you. It's Raids 3 2. I don't know. I don't feel strongly about it. It'll be cool when they add it if it's good. But I mean, I don't know. You know, like new shit is cool generally when it comes to like bosses and stuff. Mostly I care about the quest, right? If the plot is cool, if shit happens in the story, that's what I actually give a shit about. Boost this for real. I've been eating these storylines up. I actually do like where the story is presently in the like overall game as far as like quest progression goes. I want to know what love is. I want to know what happens to Xanac. I want to know oh, Sins of the Father 2. I want to see what happens after that. Kingdom Divided. The Dragon King came back, right? Post While Gothic sleeps. So that's something. Who says plus January is the next Vire quest drop. Yeah, I heard Since the Father 2 was coming soon. January is not that soon though. 7 months from now? I'm not even sure that we're gonna still be playing RuneScape, to be honest. Like we'll come back for it, obviously, if we're not playing RuneScape. But you know what I'm saying? Like we might have already dialed way down the RuneScape on this stream by then. Boosted Xanac. Hey, look, it's an interesting plot line. We did a lot with Xanac. As far as like companions that we've hung out with, we did more with Xanac than most other people. As far as like long-term companion type stuff. And Xanac also helped us. Not as much as some other people helped us, but definitely helped us directly. Fish Emperor says you did a lot with Xanac. I mean, I'm just saying. Ain't nothing wrong with a smart girl. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Boost says I will stand by my emotion AI wishes for Xanac. Damn. That's crazy. Fish Emperor says if only I was a smart girl instead of a stupid girl. Me too. Oh my fucking god. Me too, man. I'm fucking struggling. Boo says make her suffer. Chill, man. Chill. That's directed at Xanac, not you, Fist Empress. Don't worry. Fish Empress says stupid girl panda. I mean, life might be better if I was a stupid girl. Maybe not, though. It's rough to be a lady, period. Who says, yeah, not you, Fish. Fish Empress is fine. Let's do a shout out for Beauregard Fades. I saw you earlier. We were talking about Fire Emblem for a little while as well. He's a big fan of not just Fire Emblem, all kinds of different things. Fire Emblem, Dragon Ball. I've seen you play a lot of Final Fantasy 14. He's a VTuber, in case you didn't know. What were you playing recently? Pokemon Unite, Bullying Children, obviously. Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, a childhood classic. Digimon Cyber Sleuth. The Digimon games are actually like fantastic. It seems like there's like, I think they're fairly well known for being very, very good, even though almost all of them are like sleeper. The only Digimon game I've ever played was Digimon World, the first one, which is like a weird franchise because those games don't really have very much to do with each other and they're like very different as far as like how they play and stuff. And Monster Hunter Wilds, fantastic. Also with Repo, the streamer game. So yeah, you can definitely see all kinds of different things from Beauregard Fades. Definitely recommend you check him out. People call him Bo sometimes for short. He's a salaryman VTuber. He looks very, very tired. He looks how I feel. But yeah, he's very pleasant. Glad to have him around. And very passionate, particularly about Dragon Ball. I remember the release of Sparking Zero. He was very, very, very hyped. Boosters just have a deep, deep grudge against Xanac. Damn, okay. All right. Chill, chill, chill. Xanac's not here. Xanac cannot hurt you. Bishop says the VTubers are so cool. Why are there no W to Z tubers? VTubers are so cool. Why are those sharks so big? VTubers are so cool. Why are there no W to Z tubers? Why? Why W to Z instead of W to X? I don't understand. Such a stupid joke. Boo says Banner Panda 2 and she earned it. But why? But why? I understand. V is after W and before Z, but the letter right after V is X, right? W, X, no, V, W, W, V, X, Y, Z. That's it. W, V, X, Y, Z. Jesus. Oh my fucking God. I don't know how the alphabet goes anymore, man. Do I have to start from the beginning to get all the way there? The Fish Empress says if Mambo numbers 1 to 4 were so good. VW? Is it VW? WV XYZ VW? Is it weird that I remember in Spanish it's VW? So it's definitely VW. That is definitely strange. I guess I'm just more familiar with starting the Spanish alphabet towards the end. TUVWX. QRSTUVWX. Yes. I could start from... Where in the alphabet can you start from memory? Because apparently I cannot start from W. I can start from X. I can't start from W. I can't start from B. I can start from Q. I can start from T. I can start from H. Obviously A. Any of the first from H and before. L. I don't know if I could go from M or N or P. I might get those fucked up. Fish Shepherd says, I think I can start from L and that's as far in. Yeah, like, actually the alphabet is kind of hard to just start at a random point now that I'm thinking about it. Some of them I've got, some of them I fucking truly don't. I know the alphabet from the beginning, not just from anywhere in the middle. Fish Shepherd says, oh, I could start from Z? Yeah, true, I could start from Z too. Doing it backwards sucks. Have you ever tried to do the sobriety test where they're like, say the alphabet backwards? I have to go through the alphabet like fucking 7 times to get to A. because it's like, all right, ZYX, fuck, okay. And then you go all the way through forward, and then you get like 3 more. The Fish Shepherd says, yeah, if I get hit with that one, I'm going in the drunk tank. Z, 18 seconds later. Y, 18 seconds later. X, fully stone sober, just can't fucking do it. The Fish Shepherd says, if Mambo numbers 1 to 4 were so good, why haven't they made a Mambo number 5? I know what Mambo is now, by the way. I figured it out. I figured it out. Guys, don't worry. Fish Shepherd says, hey man, can you just make me walk in a line, please? Excuse me, officer, can I please just walk in a line or raise 1 foot 6 inches off the ground? How do you feel about How do you feel about somebody needing to like raise their foot 6 inches off the ground and they only raise it a little bit off the ground? And the officer's like, no, 6 inches. And they're like, this is 6 inches. The officer's like, no, it's not. And they're like, this is exactly as big as my boyfriend's dick. Do you think that would earn them some favor? How do you think that would go for them? Boo says, I tried to pronounce it as summoned a demon. Please advise. Oh, you tried to pronounce something and summoned a demon instead? Fuck their brains out. The Fisherman says it's clearly a stupid sobriety test. I've never met a 6-month-old who could do that, and yet every 6-month-old I've met was sober as far as I was aware. I don't know if that's exactly how that works, because I think that they're really stupid for a long time. Fisherman says, yeah, what Panda said. See? Even if you die, it'll probably be fantastic sex. If there's one entity that I trust to like give fantastic sex, it's definitely a demon. They definitely know what the fuck is up. Fish Shepherd says, fuck your way out of your problems. It's worked so far for me. I've had so much sex. just so much. God, I'm so good at the sex. You're welcome, ladies. What the fuck is happening? Oh my god. Who says it's not sucking well? Have you seen This Is the End? This Is the End. Is that the one with Simon Pegg? So I don't think I've seen This Is the End regardless, but I might know of the movie, like Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead. Boo says it's got like every celebrity in it. Okay, so no. Fish Shepherd says, yeah, I'll take shit virgins would say for 500. I've had so much sex, just so much. God, I'm so good at the sex. You're welcome, ladies. Boo says Jonah Hill is one of the main protagonists. Yeah, I don't think I've seen This Is the End, brother. I don't think so. I don't know what you're talking about, the Fish Empress. Just because you're intimidated by my masculine allure. My fucking aura. Fucking radiating energy off of me. The crushing spiritual pressure. Fish Shepherd says masculine allure is also something that truly sexless fellas would say. That's probably true. that one might be true. I don't think masculine allure has ever been said by a person about themselves in a way that was anywhere near. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. No, you're right. Fish Shepherd says, no, look, I'm not saying you don't fuck. I'm just saying you haven't fucked. Stan says, hey, how's it goes, everything? Oh, you know, just the normal shit over here. We're vibing. Things are fine. Oh my god, Zan, you streamed last year? I don't even know if I'm gonna give you a shout out, bro. I don't know if you're gonna stream again. All right, let me know when you stream again and I'll give you a shout out from then on, because goddamn, it's been that long. The Fish Empress says, I'm just saying you're not convincing me. You're convincing me that I don't fuck? Oh, I'm convincing you that I don't fuck? That's kind of funny. You were like, he probably is fucked. And the more I say, you're like, he definitely hasn't. There's no way. This motherfucker has put his dick inside of a watermelon and an apple pie. There is no way anything else is received. Of the two, gotta be apple pie, right? Of the two? There's no way watermelon is correct. Fish Shepherd says not a pumpkin though. You're not trans enough to do that. What? Why a pumpkin? That sounds terrible. Why would pumpkin? That's worse than watermelon in every way. Fish Shepherd says Panda doesn't know the deep cut trans femme pumpkin lore. I can think of a few reasons for why that might be. Let's start with deep cut. We'll start there. Yeah, no. I gotta brush up on my trans femme lore, I guess. Damn. Is there like a book or something that you guys have? Is there a manual that I can just like brush up on or something? Is there like a Wikipedia entry that I should just be like reading? A blog post? Oh yeah, we're not gonna get this next level. That's all right. So something not chill happened last night, huh? All right, we'll check it out, Booze. Did this guy just walk under my fucking space? Fucking bastard. This is a very thorough explanation of how fletching works. I was reading it just now and I was surprised to see. Oh wow, look at their hair. This guy, he's like a fucking K-pop person. A K-popper. Why is their hair like that? He just has it like that? Damn. Zan says it's Itadori? Yeah, it kind of does look like Itadori. You're right. Boost says took a bit of digging, but that's how it would go. Oh, sure. Basically, you see the shadow of a demon with the biggest dog you've ever seen approaches a sleeping Jonah and it cuts to that clip. Oh my god. I like your hat. Who's just can't find the demon part on the YouTube? Probably because of the massive dick. Fish Empress says, I've got a scheme to make over 50 million gold. Does it start with you taking 50 million gold from someone else? Who says it's a shadow on the wall though? Yeah, but if it's obviously a dick. Fish Empress says no, actually. Okay, go on. Lay it on me. Starts with making 18,000 wooden horses. That is a lot of fucking wooden horses. What are you gonna do with all those wooden horses? Fish Empress to sell them on the GE? What? I don't see any wooden horses. I see a wooden cat. Horse. These ones? Oh, you meant the wooden cat. The buy limit's only 15. Fish Empress says, I'm brain blasted from insomnia. I don't think brain blast means what you think it means. I watched a lot of Jimmy Neutron. Who says these get rich quick schemes are always notoriously not quick. 18,000 wooden cats is not very quick, for sure. But you might make indeed 15,000. I can't do math. 3,000, sure. Sure, that could be 50 mil, sure. 600 in. I made 10,000 in the past. Jesus fucking Christ. Are you getting like crafting experience at least or something? Why is the buy limit so low? What are these for? What do these do? Who wants these? Is there someone just collecting wooden cats? Fish Shepherd says you need 10 of them for the great brain robbery quest. Yeah, but like, there's no way that's the reason that there's 3,600 gold, right? That's literally all it is. They're used in exactly one quest, so they're 3,000 gold. I mean, 3,000 is a lot of gold, but like, damn. Fish Shepherd says, well, nobody ever makes them. It's true, I suppose, except for you. Now making 15,000 of them. I mean, pop off then. You show the world how wrong they are for doubting you. Who's this bot detected? This guy? Dr. Lewis? Oh, Fish for making that many cats. I mean, maybe. Fisher Prince's last time I made them, I decided to see how hard I could crash the market. I took it from 4.5k to 400. This time I'm gonna slow sell. Jesus fucking Christ. So you single-handedly crashed the market. Hold on. I need to know. One year. It's crashed a few times, actually. Really, really hard. It's hard to see if any of these were you. But there's actually a few. Like, it literally bottoms out a few times in the last year. It likes to stay around, what, like 3,000 gold? But it's peaked way, way the fuck up at 12,000, and it's dropped all the way to fucking zero, literally 2-0. Crazy. What an interesting little microeconomy. Fisher says, as an econ major, it was a very fun experiment. Oh my god. Fucking nerd. One Zuck KC, by the way. When are you gonna finish leveling up your fucking combat stats? Fish Empress says, you're a VTuber. I don't think going to college makes me the nerd here. Yeah, but I flunked out of college like a jock. Have you thought about that? What up? Nablu says, what nerd? Me, I guess. Sure. I'm wearing glasses and everything. Well, that's very rude of you, Nablu. You asked a question and I said I answered it. What the fuck? Fish Emperor says no jocks get through college because they drop out. They can't win the big game for their sports ball team anymore. So the professors just pass them no matter what. Yeah, but I'm like a jock if I didn't have a sport. Or if my sport was flunking out. In which case I'm very good at it. Goose says the child is cranky because it's late. Yeah, probably, actually. Good point. Fish Empress says, you're like a jock if the sport was being a VTuber. Yeah, kinda. Being a VTuber, that's the worst fucking sport, bro. It's just a bad sport. Nablu says, oh, fuck you, am not cranky in all caps. Literally zero self-awareness. Literally zero. Booze, who is... Oh, that's you. You had Suck draw you? Your profile picture in Discord? Fish Empress says, we are very self-aware. I see, I see. Dude. I'm a weird mixture of like pretty self-aware and extremely oblivious. Fish Empress is also, we are not mad. Fuck you. Blue says, you're weird, period. Coming from you, that doesn't mean very much, I'm gonna be honest. Fish Empress says, Panda has a weird period? Not so far. Any period would be pretty weird though, I think. But none of them so far. Blue says, we're scaring her? Stop. No, that's all right. We're good. Who says, let's take a look at Nay_Blue's stats. Impotent rage, 99. Self-awareness, -1. She only has 2 stats? That's crazy. Blue says, well, I don't know what impotent means. Vocabulary is like a 20. Fisher says, I have like 23 stats, soon to be 24. Who says everything else is 0? Not like 0. She's got something. Nablu says, that's it. I'm gonna do something. Sure you will. Who says, nah, everyone else is 0 because she put everything into rage. Honestly, I could respect a min-maxed build. Fish Empress is 24 stats. I don't even hate sailing. I just hate that 2277 will no longer be the big level. I agree with that so much. That's definitely one of my biggest problems. Hey, Blue says in all caps, I don't have rage. I'm not yelling. I can speak in caps, thank you, without being raging. I'm not yelling. Okay, Nablu. All right. Sure you are. Then Nablu says, y'all are bitches. Again, proving to us that she is indeed not raging at all. The Fish Empress says, despite all my not rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. We don't have our resident rat here, fortunately, but you can occupy his cage for now. Of course, I would never put him in a cage. I put him in a jar. This jar. Right here. Yep, that's his jar. He's not there right now. He's busy. Fish Emperor says, oh no, it's the heart palpitations song that gives me heart palpitations. A Masket's Promise? Really? Why is this song that intense for you? It's like kind of an intense song, but I feel like Inferno should be way worse. Maybe says, I would put him in a cage. It's got to be a very small cage. Maybe says, palpitation. Where do we learn these words? From life. You'll get there. Mostly from anxiety in that one's case, I guess. Fish Empress says, this plays when you fight the warden. I'm aware of like TOA and stuff like that. But like, just don't stand in the beds and change your prayer. Simple. Right, middle, left. Right, middle, left. Right, middle, left. Skulls. Don't stand under the boulders. Right, middle, left. Right, middle, left. Right? It's not that hard. Boo says, I'll help you out, Nay_blue. Impotent, adjective, meaning unable to take effective action. Helpless, powerless. While you are correct, Booze, I made it very clear that we are not going to supply any definitions in this chat. Mablue says, what the fuck are you implying? He's not implying anything. He said it directly to you. And in a way, you're kind of proving him correct. Fish Empress says right, middle, left, right, middle, left. Fuck you, lightning, and the floor is gone and you're on one row. Yeah, but you don't have to go right, middle, left anymore. Just don't stand where the lightning is. You fought Vanstrom. You know how to do this. Mablue says, and yes, supply info to me? No, that's all right. You can figure it out. Boo says, I'm not implying. I said it to you with my chest. Indeed. He dug deep into his chest to deliver you this missive. Mablue says, okay, well, fuck you. Eloquent. The Fish Empress says, you said it with your chest? I said it with my buttocks? You farted? It's crazy. You can fart talk? That's actually crazy. Mablue says, let me give you a list of stuff I've done. That's all right. It's right, left, middle? Oh yeah, you're right. It is right, left, middle. My bad. Well done, Booze. Fisher says maybe that's why I get so much anxiety from it. Yeah, me too, apparently. Fish Empress's tank a casual 2 warden hits per attack cycle, apparently, because I simply forgore. Jesus. Surely after you take 2 of them, you should adjust, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way that you take 2 and then you're like, fuck, I better do that again. Boost is when you've done the thing 946 times, you tend to remember. I suppose. I think a lot of it becomes like muscle memory and not something that you like think about, to be honest. Like, I don't know if I can recall all of the like traps in Sepulchre in like in order or whatever, but I could definitely do them, you know? The fish empress is what Panda just said. See? Fish agrees with me. The queen of fish, in fact. You just keep saying the word hose and it flagged you for misogyny, which honestly makes sense. It shouldn't need to be checked. It's literally, you say the word hose. That's misogynistic. That's what misogyny is. Nablu. I gotta say, out of all the people who have ever been in my chat, you have made me allow more, honestly, questionable shit than anyone else. Nablu says, I have no idea what misogyny is. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. I'm not gonna teach you what misogyny is. The society will teach you before long. I don't need to teach you that one. You'll know. The fish shipper says, I agree. Hoes should be flagged because farmers are misogynists. Boo says, I don't know. With insanity, you resume the cycle where it leaves off, so you gotta know it. It's true. It's true. You're right, actually, Booze. Boo says, holy shit, you can't be serious. Oh no. This is definitely serious, and the like allowed terms list has definitely been like probably at this point 70% Nablu. Like, so much of it is just Nablu saying shit. Nablu says, I can put real questionable shit in the chat if you want me to. If you say anything too much, then I will ban you. So watch yourself. If you say anything that's actually going to cause problems for me, I will ban you. That's where the line is. The fish empress says you just got to run back to the back row and have a tick to react. You have more time to react if you're in the back? Is that real? And Nablu, you're not famous or special for that. No one knows that except for, well, now everybody knows that, I guess. But like, no one knew that until I said something about it. Like, you couldn't possibly know. Oh, well, yeah, I'm not saying that you aren't special in general. I'm saying that doesn't make you special, is what I was trying to say. I just said it in I poorly worded what I was actually trying to say. Who says, I stand, I'll tile back and do a step over to where I need by reacting to where the warden's arm goes. Interesting. Nablu says, you just said I'm not special. Yes, and then I clarified that that's actually not what I was intending to communicate. And in fact, I said the wrong thing, which is the thing that people do times, right? They just make mistakes. It's pretty normal. Hey, modern age sage. The fish empress says, yeah, the attack technically travels like 6 or 7 tiles per tick, which means you have a tick to react if you're near the back. Oh, wow. Boost says like a step over tile skip. Weird. Okay, fair enough. Boost says it works for every wave style attack in the game. Yeah, that you can like step through them. Yeah. I knew about some of that, but not that particular one. I thought you were leaving, Abla. You probably should. It's being that you spilled your milk. You should definitely not cry about it and instead clean it up, because that shit could definitely cause some permanent damage. The fish empress says, although it's slightly harder when you Fang Warden, which is what I had to do until I got my Bofa. Using Fang on Warden, I've like literally never once heard of that shit. That's crazy. I mean, it makes sense. There's nothing stopping you from hitting him in melee, I guess. But like, what the fuck? Who says when I get my fiber optic installed and stream again, I'll show it? Sure. Sure, man. I look forward to it. Who says, oh, that's a combat achievement too? Fanging Warden? Bruh. Disgusting. Fish Emperor says it's unfortunately the best DPS for most gear setups until you get a Bofa. Really? Over like Staff of the Swamp and everything? I figured just like using fucking anything would be better than Fang, but all right. Boo says, yes, sir, gotta have Insanity on and Fang all of P3 and 4. I guess Fang is really, really good, but I'm just surprised. I feel like I've seen a lot of people use a bunch of different weapons. Especially since it's 5-tick, but I guess you can use Shadow on Warden anyway, so it's not that different. Just standing way the fuck up there next to Warden sounds like it would be fucking miserable, dude. Who's this trust? It's rough since you only have 3 or 4 tiles to attack from. Yeah. Well, I mean, you get to stay in the same line for the entire duration of the thing, I guess, except for the skull phase. Later, Blue. Why does this guy keep walking through my tile, dude? Chill. Boost is true, but P4 is the problem with that lightning and rocks. Oh yeah, because you're not guaranteed to have a tile to attack from. Fish Emperor says the funniest part is I didn't even get the CA because I would crossbow it whenever I ran back to the back of the room after skulls. Oh yeah, see, you definitely should have gotten the CA at least. If you're already using Fang for most of it, you gotta at least get the CA once. Maybe you didn't know about it at the time, but like you gotta at least send that Joker one time, right? Fish Emperor says I didn't know it was a CA. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Boo says I think it's only in teams to get it. Only in teams, meaning you have to do Fang only with a few other people or something. Yeah, I don't know. Fancy feet? Okay. I missed it. What? Check expert TOA. Oh. There's a difference? No. Oh wait, that's entry mode. Hard mode, theater of blood. Expert mode. There he is. Fancy feat. A 2 of war using only melee attacks and without dying yourself. The insanity invocation must be activated. Okay, so you would never have gotten it on accident anyway. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, to be fair, EM could be expert mode or entry mode. How the fuck was I supposed to know? Zan says, okay, I'm gonna head out. I came in mostly to make sure I had enough points. Talk to you later, Panda. All right, thanks, man. I appreciate you for stopping by. Boo says EN. Was it EN? I thought it was EM. XM. No, it's EM. See? Oh. EM. See? Oh, I guess you guys couldn't tell that I was looking at the wrong thing because my big ass head was in the way. I bet. The Fish Empress says 1,000 cats down, 17,000 to go. I thought you were going to do 16,000 total. Am I tripping? Or 15,000 total even? Wait a second. The number that you're doing is higher than it was before. Boost this phrasing. I don't know what I said. I'm sorry. It's gone forever. Fish Empress says, if I said that I meant 18,000. I like to think that the number of cat statues that you're gonna make is just gonna go up and up. Like the more you make, the more you're like, yeah. Now I just need another 20,000. Boo says no phrasing to fish about the cats. 1,000 cats down, 17,000 to go. Oh, like she's slaying cats, maybe. I mean, if I know one thing about the Fish Empress, she be slaying puss. Based on literally nothing. The Fish Empress says, I think I was very clear that I'm doing 20,000 cats. True. We gotta stop talking about this. She's never gonna finish. She's gonna satiate the economy of cats forevermore, to be honest. The Fish Empress says, you got a problem with me making 22,000 cats? No, I would never. I would never have a problem with that. I think I just like this hairstyle as well. I'm realizing. I don't know, something about it. Boo says, is it just me or is he scared of your cat army? I'm terrified. Mortified. Oh my god. The Fish Empress came all the way over here just for this moment. Look at this. Look at what I'm dealing with right now. I'm being heckled in real time. Also, aren't you gonna get like seasick if you keep doing that? It's gotta be really disorienting for you. Wait, why did you take your hat off? Your hood off? It's crazy. I love doing spins. What are you doing? I didn't mean to do that. That was just me returning to my grind. Do I have the zombie dance? I think that's the zombie walk, actually. I think the only ones I'm missing are like... So there's the salute for Fortis. Relic unlock. Explore, I think this is a clue one. Yuri transform. Maybe this is a clue one too. Maybe all three of them are, actually. The fish empress says I spin too much, that's why I'm swaying like that. Oh, I see. That makes sense. The logic is internally consistent. Who says, a while ago I learned a fun emote combo to use while in the middle of a Castle Wars game. Goodbye forever. It takes two people. Is it somebody doing push-ups while the other person's doing sit-ups? Also, why were you doing Castle Wars? Bishop says, is it push-ups and sit-ups? Literally. Same brain cell. God damn it. Booze says because it's the best minigame. The best minigame at what, Booze? There was a time where it was really good at making money, I guess. But they kind of phased that shit out, bro. The Fish Empress is AFKing in the corner. It might be the best minigame to AFK in. Yeah, I suppose. If you're going to AFK in a minigame, Castle Wars is pretty good. Boost is just the best of all time. That's just simply untrue. And I'm offended that you would even put forth such an assertion in my presence. Just as offended as I am at examining this person without a backslot. Literally no cape at all. With this fucking RNA boots. How dare you? Fish Empress says pest control literally exists. Boost says pest control is the second best. You guys are fucking lost. You guys have lost fully. I refuse to be the one to save you. I refuse. Boost says I've done over 3,000 pest control games. Can you see how much pest control someone's played? No, because no one gives a shit. Is that a thing? Fish Empress says, you're really gonna tell me Castle Wars is better than Connect 4, the GE? Connect 4 is a solved game. It's not even a game anymore, unfortunately. If you know, you just win. Or at least tie. Who says yes? I don't see it, though. Where? Oh, not to the other thing? Oh, well. Fish Empress says, so is flirting, and yet you remain sexless. Sexless. I don't know what I'm waffling about. Flirting is a solved game? Do you have like a sauce? Like, you got any like sources for that one, or asking for a friend? Fish Empress says it is when you're as hot as me. Oh, so you got cheat codes. That's cool. All right, well, never mind then, I guess. Know the difference. One of these two things is sexual harassment. What was it? Arcane and Cyberpunk Edgerunner. Yeah. Cyberpunk Edgerunner's like, oh, hey, you know, I got a hit video game if you want to play it sometime. Oh, Edgerunner, you're incorrigible. And League of Legends, it's like, or Arcane's like, hey, you know, there's a game based off of me as well. Hello, HR? Police? And Fish Empress says, All I'm saying is that we both beat Contra, and you can't prove I had more than one life, figuratively speaking. That's a very dated gaming reference. I don't know that too many young people know what Contra even is, I'm gonna be honest. I've never beaten Contra, actually, though, to be real with you. I'm gonna keep it 100. I don't know that I've ever beaten Contra. The Fish Empress says, well, yeah, I'm an old lady. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get better. Who says there's a board at Pest Control that tells you how many you've done. Mini games don't go on the high scores though. Guardians of the Rift is right here. Checkmate, idiot. God. The Fish Emperor says, you whippersnappers have no idea what you're missing, like polio and scurvy. I mean, you're so right. I've never had scurvy. Who says skilling boss? Guardians of the Rift under the mini games tab. Right here with Pest Control. Go on then. What now? Huh? What else do you have for me, Booze? Booze says coincidence. That is copium, brother. Copium. He's huffing that shit. Ah, copium. Ah. Bishop versus Zolcado is a skilling boss. Guardians of the Rift is a mini game. Yeah, true. Modern Age Sage is the Black Plague. That I don't know if Bishop is that old. Polio and scurvy are much more contemporary than the Black Plague is. Well, technically, scurvy's always existed. Maybe polio as well, but like they're much more relevant culturally now than the Black Plague was. 108 stage says, night everyone. I need to sleep to wake up early in the morning. Sure. Let me see. When was the last time you streamed? See if we can get you a shout out. If it's been, you know, a reasonable amount of time. God damn, look at all the homies that are online. Also, who's Maria Latte? All right, what do we got? 2 months ago? All right, we'll give one for now since you're back. But we'll see if you go live again. Haven't been able to? Yeah, I got you. I'll say a little something just because you're back. Modern Age Sage, if you didn't know, no model or nothing for him. He's a voice streamer, just a voice only. He played a lot of Phasmophobia. He's very experienced in that game. But he's played a bunch of different games on stream as well. Do I got any help? Nope. What else have I seen you play, Modern Age Stage? You did a little bit of RuneScape action. Did a little bit of voice work for that as well. Very new to the RuneScape experience, but was doing Mistle and Mysteries, as I recall. Also likes to play the game RuneScape in particular in like the puzzle-oriented way, like truly solving the game themselves. Just uses Quest Helper whenever they get stuck for a few minutes or whatever, rather than, you know, following the thin blue line like I did. So very true to, you know, true to form as far as like a first experience goes, like a very fresh take on the RuneScape experience. If you're interested in more of that, though, I don't know if he's gonna play more. You know, maybe not. He does what he wants. He lives his own life, etc. But yeah, that's Modern Age Sage. The Fish Shepherd says, me, Bernie Sanders, and Aristotle. We're chilling in a bar and invented scurvy together. Aristotle, huh? That's really way back then, huh? I believe that Bernie Sanders could have been there, but does that mean that you got to meet Alexander the Great? Fish says, but I was there when Aristotle invented it. Yeah, you kids these days think scurvy always existed. Oh no. Oh no. Why would Aristotle invent scurvy? That's a dick move, man. I'm gonna be honest, I was curious about this streamer, and then I saw that their model was a baby, and I'm like, all right, never mind. Like fully went never mind. Like, okay, well, goodbye. I don't have any water modern age Sage, but I do appreciate it. Thank you. Fisher says, yeah, he was actually really fat. Good general though. Aristotle was? Oh no, Alexander the Great. Got you. Fisher says everything else we think about him was correct though. He was just super duper fat. Okay. Weird. Do you think that contributed to the death by pneumonia or whatever? I don't think so. I think that it more has to do with like being cold or wet. It's like water in your lungs or something somehow, right? My modern age Sage says my phone was being stupid. Had to reset the app. Oh no, you're good. You're good. I just refunded your hydrate since I don't have any more water. We're gonna be ending in 15 minutes as well, so I'm not gonna mess with it. We're just gonna vibe it out. We're gonna stream soon. Modern age Sage says, I believe you've only seen me play Phasmo and OSRS. Yes, I agree. I'm sure it's the only two games that I mentioned as well. I'm sure you played other things as well, but nothing that I know of. Maybe actually, because you played with that one lady. I feel like you might have mentioned that you played something else with them, but I don't think I've seen you play that game. I think I could have actually, like, if I was like a fucking detective, I could give you one more, but I think so. Modern Age Stage says also, I do want to get a model similar looking to my Discord profile picture. Yeah, the Deku looking guy that isn't Midoriya. I got you. There's plenty of artists out there if you're not an artist yourself. The Fish Upper says, nah, what people these days don't realize is that his lungs actually just did that. They had water in them. Yeah. That seems like a bad time. I'm gonna be honest. He just lived his life partially submerged, you know what I mean? He wanted to return to fish. Like Kanye West. The Fish Upper says, yeah, like nothing caused it. They just kind of did that one day. Sometimes lungs just do that. I don't think they're supposed to though. I don't know. Sage says, yeah, exactly. A friend said they'll help me out to get a JPEG for now, so I have something. I gotcha. Awesome. Yeah, artists are very cool. I would be much more cool with getting stuff from artists if I was an artist myself so that I could give stuff in return, but I have no talent. And also haven't put the time into developing a talent. Therefore, I have nothing to exchange except kind words. And honestly, I don't have enough kind words to just like hand that shit out, so I really can't accept anything. Fish Shepherd says, you're talented at OSRS. I don't know about that one. I'm determined. I'll give you that. I've got fucking manly fighting spirit, but I don't know about talented. The most impressive thing I've done is kill 600 some Vorcasts. Like it's not that great. Fish Shepherd says, you're talented at the sex if my sources are to be trusted. Oh my god, dude. Talented at the sex. Oh my fucking god, dude. Modern Age Sage says, I've played a variety of games. I need a capture card for my PS4 so it's a smoother transition. I got you. I think you can stream from those consoles nowadays as well, right? You can just stream straight up from them, but obviously it would be better to have your PC incorporated in it in some way, I'm sure. But yeah, sure. I don't know how you would do if you're streaming from a PlayStation or a console or whatever. I don't know how you would set up any like external software like add anything to like I have no fucking idea how that works. As far as I was aware, you like literally just press the like go live button and it just does everything for you. But I also don't even own a modern console. Well, I have a Switch, but you know what I'm saying? I don't have that kind of a console. I don't have a real gaming console. Boo says it's better with it because the game cutscenes are blocked on some games. What a weird thing for them to do. So strange, man. Or the game itself is completely blocked. What games are blocked, I wonder? Just like story-based games, like visual novels, maybe? I could kind of see that. I wouldn't stream a visual novel because I don't think that I have anything that I can like really add to the experience. Like I would have to do a lot of commentary over it, like voicing it and doing a lot of commentary over the game in order to like really make my experience stand out. Like, you know, well, I say my experience, like your experience watching me play, distinct from playing the game yourself. But it's so hard for you to want to then play the game yourself after the fact, in my opinion. Whereas every other game that I play, I could see you seeing me play it and be like, yeah, I want to play that game myself, even though I've seen somebody play it. 108 Stage says Persona 5 is completely blocked from streaming. On console, I would 100% still play that game. 100%. It's very visual novel oriented or whatever, but I would still... I mean, it's literally on my list. I'm going to play the Persona games. 3, 4, and 5, but not in that order. 4, 5, and 3 in that order. Eventually. It's going to be a while, though. Might take me a little time. Man, I was so sure I was going to play those games. They were going to be the first, like, long games that I played just before RuneScape. I was planning to do them just before RuneScape. And Savage was like, actually, we should do RuneScape now. I was like, okay. And this is how long it's taken. It's been a year and 4 months. 5 months, actually. Modern Age Stage says, yeah, on console, it sucks. I love the game. Yeah, most people do. Persona 5 is a great game. People love that shit. The Fisher persisted, and then 1 year later, more even. Yeah. Nearly a year and a half. We're almost done, though. In a way. Modern Age Stage says, I need 3 and 4. I had the vanilla version of 5 and brought 5. Oh my god, those hiccups, dog. I bought 5 Royale and 5 Strikers, and I want to get more. 5 Strikers is not a Persona game. That is a soccer game, I think. Modern Age Stage says, the capture card will be great for streaming my Switch, too. I think in theory, yeah. I don't remember what my capture card looks like. I actually have 2 of them, but I'm pretty sure it should interface with my Switch, no problem. But I only ever used it myself for... What did I use it for? Oh, from one computer to the other. Fish Shepherd says, just need a max cape and an Inferno and a quiver and a Varison Haza Shroud 5 and all pets and a full collection log and you're ready for Persona. What is a Varison Haza Shroud? Is the Varison Haza Shroud... Oh, that's TOB? Yeah, it's got to be TOB. Modern Age Sage says, Persona 5 Strikers is an actual Persona game, but it's more action-based than turn-based? No way. Persona 5 Strikers. I know it's like literally a Persona game. It has Persona in the name and everything. Persona 5 Strikers. Oh no, it isn't a sports game. For some reason I really thought it was a sports game. Huh. Okay. I mean, it's called Strikers, but... Huh. Alright then. Fish Shepherd says you get it by completing TOB 2,000 times? Yeah, okay. I mean, honestly, at that point, I would have that by virtue of getting all the pets. Like, getting all the pets, you're gonna get that, probably. Modern Age Stage says Persona 5 Tactica is a tactics-based Persona game. Oh, all right. man, they really sold out on Persona 5. They made Persona 5 and they were like, oh shit, we did good. Let's just do fucking everything. They always do like a bunch of things with their Persona games as well, but like, seems like they really were like, man, just fucking keep developing Persona games, Persona 5 games. Modern Age Stages, Persona 5 has 2 spin-off games, 1 anime, 1 manga, and 1 remade story. Are you talking about Royale? When you say remade story, what does remade story mean? They even had a mobile game specifically for Persona 5? That's crazy. Don't buy the Persona 5 mobile game. Don't play it. It's probably free. Don't play it. You don't need it. Modern 8 Stages, yes, the story for Royale was remade to add more to the story. Okay, yeah, I knew about that. I just wasn't sure if there was a separate, if you weren't talking about Royale in that. Or Royal? Yeah, it's Royale. Royal. It's Persona 5 Royal, not Royale. There's no E at the end. Yeah, it's straight up an improvement. It's like Skyrim Anniversary or whatever. It's just a remaster. It's literally just a better version of the game. But yeah. We'll play it one day. Persona 5 Royale does sound like a battle royale, like a Fortnite. And I think that Joker is in Fortnite, is he not? Joker is in Smash Bros, yes. He's also in Grand Blue Fantasy. Not the fighting game. Joker in Fortnite. That's certainly not how you spell Fortnite. That's still Fortnite. That is a Joker, but that is not. That's so fucking funny. I'm so fucking stupid. Persona. Yeah, it was the Batman Joker. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, that's so funny to me. I'm so fucking stupid. I don't believe that he is in Fortnite now. Modern Age Sage says he's in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on the mobile game, I think. Oh no, that was Near Reincarnation. Okay. Fish Shepherd says, what if Persona was exactly the same, but it was the Batman Joker and they just never acknowledge it? That would be pretty funny in a way. I think it would get old very fast though, because Joker's like, I think he's a silent or at least pseudo-silent protagonist. And he's played like pretty straight. So it would feel like a mod before very long. The novelty would wear out, I think. Modern Age Stage says the game isn't allowed in America anymore. Near Reincarnation? Weird. Like Marvel Snap, but permanent? Fishman Empress says Batman Joker would act like Persona Joker. It would just be a Batman Joker in looks. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I think the novelty would wear off in the same way that like a mod swap of like assets or whatever just wears off after a while. Like the novelty is lost before too long. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I think it would be pretty shocking at first, but before long you would just be like, well, whatever, I guess. Let's look for someone to raid. And let's actually look at our raid list as well. No one's playing RuneScape. That's so sad. Okay. Let's see. Who haven't we raided in a while? Okay. one of the good old faithfuls then today, I think. Fish Shepherd says, I disagree. I used the door kicker plugin and the novelty never wore off there. I assume it would be the same. It's possible. It's possible. I think the idea there is that it doesn't happen all the time. Like you door kicker, it happens when it happens, but you get what I'm saying? Like you're not constantly looking at it. A closer comparison would be is if your model was replaced with something, or like the only song that you could hear was like, I don't know, Never Gonna Give You Up. Modern Age Stage says, yes, due to laws and location is being made by a Chinese company. It's not allowed, and it is not allowed in America and had to be removed. I see. That makes sense. I mean, it doesn't make sense, but like, sure. Fish Shepherd says, I spend 24 hours a day kicking doors in RuneScape. I'm so sorry to hear that. Holy shit. Who the fuck is that? What am I looking at right now? All right, well, we're gonna raid into Alien Sin. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. What have I done? All right, Alien Sin. He's the Shadow Dragon Demon VTuber. He's right now a cat boy, so you can't tell that he's got beautiful roses on his shoulder. He's playing Final Fantasy VIII, one of his very least favorite Final Fantasy games. Because he's got a subathon that's lasting for exactly 1 more hour and 34 minutes, unless more sub things happen. You know how subathons work. I don't know if his stream is gonna last for all that time. He's at 4.5 hours deep, but I'm gonna presume that he's gonna go on for a little bit longer, but we'll see. We'll see together. Now I'm gonna pass you guys on over to Ellie, and I hope you have a fantastic night. I always have a great time with Ellie in stream. He's very, very, very knowledgeable of Final Fantasy and various other things. He plays Final Fantasy 11 and has played it for many, many, many years. Knows that game extremely, extremely well. Final Fantasy 14 as well. Big fan of Rune Factory. He's got many different interests actually as it stands. He's a variety streamer. Also has a stream partner, Neapolitan, who also is sharing the subathon with them. You'll see him. I believe in you. All right, have a good time. Have a good night, everyone. I'm gonna be back tomorrow with exactly this. So yeah, that'll be it for your boy. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. All right, and then end the thing.